Hello everyone. Welcome to the FIDE World Cup 2023 and we are at round number 5. It's the second game. Today there will be many knockouts, but we have 5 players, 4 among open section and 1 in women's section. This is the score. These are the players whom we have. Let me just show you. These are the scores of yesterday. Gukesh 1-0 with Wang Hao. Arjun 1-0 with Nils Grandelius. Harika had a draw with Goryachkina. Vidit had a draw with Nepomniachtchi. And Pragg had a draw with Burkus Ferrings. So there it is. Today is going to be very interesting. By the way, if all of you remember, yesterday Gukesh played amazing endgame. How many of you were there to follow? I'm just checking if everything is fine. No lag, nothing. The voice is fine. We are gonna have a special guest right now in a moment. But here it is. Gukesh versus Wang Hao. 27-44 versus 26-99 over here. And Gukesh only needs a draw to go to the next round. Vidit versus Nepo. Vidit yesterday played some amazing opening. What a preparation. Never easy to out prepare. Nepo, who has played twice world championships. So this one with the black pieces for Vidit against Nepo. Will this go in another tie break? And we know how much Vidit, takes it in tie break, a long match. Is it going to be like that? Or will Vidit be able to out prepare Nepo even today with the black pieces? Here we have Arjun versus Nils Grandelius. Yesterday we saw some fantastic endgame by Arjun, Rook and Knight. So that was a lot of psychological play in the air. He only needs a draw, and that too with the white pieces. But these young guns, they don't settle for draw so easily. They want to win. Here we have Pragnanda versus Fering Burkish, who is 2-6-1-5, and Pragnanda had a draw with the black pieces. It was pretty smooth. Today, Pragg will be white. So if he needs to avoid tiebreak, he should win today. That's what he's going to try with the white pieces. So we will keep a watch on this. By the way, Harika versus Alexandra Goryachkina yesterday, 2500 Harika's rating and 2557 Goryachkina's rating. So this one is a very tough match, but with the black pieces, Harika played an amazing game. Giving a pawn in like a gambit and then had her active pieces. So she was able to stay right there until the end of the game. Today she is white. Will this go in a tie break? Or can Harika beat Goryachkina today? So these are the results. And how are you all doing in the chat? Guys, let me know. Let's go. Bring Samay को लेके तो आएंगे, but I guess he will be busy in his stand-up, but it will be a great time if Samay can definitely join us. Let's see in this round how many of 5 of them are playing, and we are all hoping that all 5 go to the next round. Okay, going to the boards because the games have begun, and here we have Pragnananda with the white pieces. He opens the game with e4 today, and guys, what is the name of this opening? Fering Burkish playing e4, e6 with the black. Sagar is gonna join in a minute.
Hello!
Oh my god, don't fall. What? How old are you, Sagar, today? 3 years?
I am very excited old.
Excited old? What does that mean? Yes, guys, that is. Sagar, what is the name of this opening?
This is the Karokan.
Okay, well tried. But you're too late for that joke. It's French, guys, and Sagar did not know that.
Guys, French opening is a very interesting opening. Yesterday, Arjun Erigaici did beat his opponent using this opening. So today, after d4, d5, e5...
What is this line called as?
I'm actually very surprised that Pragnananda chose this. Maybe
I am so excited.
he looked at your games and he said, okay, Amruta plays this opening, let me also try.
That's the thing. That's why I'm so excited. Advanced French. Exactly.
Yeah. Advanced French it is. C5, C3. And guys,
Did he go knight c6? Or did he go queen b6? Please.
white has more space in the position and is doing very well. So let's see how Gukesh responded in this. And he played the move knight c6, knight to f3, queen b6.
Oh.
So Amrita, the main
Yes.
thing is you always have to strike at the base of the pawn chain. So black wants to take and put so much pressure on this point that Pragg has to defend it.
Yeah, but Sagar, in return, what does white have?
White decided that wants to play move a3.
What
And
the
I
hell?
yeah.
Exactly. Chat, come on.
I want to ask-
का pawn को आगे लेके जा रहा है? What is the point?
Yes, what if, let's say, I play the move h6, just pointless move, right? What is the move that white wants to play here? White to move, guys.
Sanket says croissant खा के French खेलो. How many of you love the croissant over here?
And Amrita, guys are right. Audio is fluctuating, they say. Amrita, what's wrong with you?
What did I do?
It should be okay. Should be okay now. So the move that has to be played here is the move b4. Brilliant job, guys. b4 is the correct move, and we have so many people, Amrita, already answering
Rohit
it.
Chess, Sai Prabha, Arghya, Devansh Pandu, Sanskar, Shaibi, Tushar and Shantanu.
Shaibi, how are you? I met you in Dubai, so good to see you here.
Yes, and Sagar, 1 second. So A3 has been played over here. That is advanced, and I'm so glad to see this Pragnanda playing because I play this very often. One question to the chat: on which side generally white plays?
That's a good question. Because on which side means on the king side or the queen side? That is the question.
You have to not tell them detail because we sometimes get funny answers. वो बोलेंगे रोड साइड क्वीन 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 किंग क्वीन बाप रे काफी confusion in the chat, Sagar.
Yeah.
Lot of confusion.
Can you teach them the pawn pointing theory?
You're the best.
Just tell them what it means. So guys, there is something known as pawn pointing theory in chess, which means that you should play on the side of the board where your pawns point towards. So if you look here, white's pawns are pointing towards this side. So you must play on the king side, and generally a good plan could be to push f4, f5.
Why did you tell them? That was supposed to be question in the later, which is the pawn break that white tries to go for.
And
Yes, one of the
meanwhile,
ideas.
black would like to play maybe on the queen side, but also in the center and put pressure on the d4 point. So Gukesh goes bishop d7, and Pragnananda did go for the idea that we just spoke about, b4, and he is telling Gukesh, I want you to resolve the tension here that your c5 pawn is creating. Take a decision now. So black said, I'll take here, take back, and now came rook on c8. And here is, Amrita, a very interesting question to our chat.
Yeah.
Let's see if I don't know if it works, but maybe it doesn't work. Yeah, it's not.
What's the question to पूछ भाई?
I was somehow trying to make some sacrifice work after bishop e2.
With
But
what? Knight
guys,
d4?
try to think what is a sacrifice that is possible here for black to play, and then you will understand what Pragg played.
Oh, are you seriously trying that?
And guys, today we want to continue our Help Chess fundraiser because we have reached 2,99,000. It's actually, the link is there in the description for you to check. All those who have contributed towards the Help Chess fundraiser, thank you so much. All your names are there. It's the 4th link in the description. So please check it out. We have so many people who have contributed during the World Cup towards this amazing cause of helping Indian chess. And in fact, Amruta has also prepared this article here. You know, we kind of wrote here, and the Help Chess fundraiser, and you will see that on each of the days, second and third, fourth, fifth, sixth, seventh, eighth, ninth, 10th, 8th was a rest day, 11th, 12th was yesterday. We raised 13,000 rupees. So totally we have 2,99,000, and Prashant Singh here from Cornbox gave 2 lakh rupees. He's a big believer. And so in all, we raised until now 4,99,000. We hope to keep this going. Maybe a good aim is to reach 10 lakhs by the end of this tournament, and this money will be very helpful to young Indian chess players who want to do well in chess. So please do consider supporting if you are enjoying this. And yeah, you also get tax benefits. There is ATG certificate that you get certificate of appreciation as well. And you can see on top of our here there is a name that we have put up, that is whoever contributes their name. So the last contributor was Dharmendra Kumar, who sent 1011. So thank you so much, Dharmendra Kumar.
Oh, thank you.
Okay.
Sagar, we also have Harika's bar. It's just not on the screen. I think you have to make it visible.
Yeah.
Once. Oops, I think it got replaced.
Yeah, I will try to get.
Maybe we can do. We can get both. हाँ वो देख नीचे वाला. हाँ, you change the other one. Got it. There's another one. Oh, Himang says Wang Hao has also gone for the French. अरे क्या बात है? Ayush says raising 3 lakh rupees for chess is insane. Great work, ChessBiz India.
Thank you so much. It's happened only because of you guys and your support to us. So thank you all. By the way, the move that I was expecting was knight takes d4.
Yeah, what did the chat
it's not
say?
the
Knight
best
b4,
move.
I think many of them said.
No, but knight d4 is the correct move. And
Akash, Sumit, Shivans, Mudit, Aryan, Tushar, Tanmay, Ariji, Ratnam and Argyo.
Yeah, and the point is after takes, to actually sacrifice here, the rook takes bishop, queen takes, and now the queen takes here, attacks this and this. And Amruta,
Wow,
this
is so interesting, Sagar. I have not really, like, in my years of playing French, faced something like this.
Yeah, it's just a interesting line, and I think Pragnananda very cleverly said, I'm not going to do this. I'll put my bishop back to b2, where there's no such tactics that are happening. So,
nice. Yeah, you can develop on e3 also and b2.
Now, one question is, Amruta, where is this knight headed to? And let's ask the chat, because there are two logical squares it can go to. One is here, here to attack the e5 pawn. The other is here to attack this pawn. Which one would you choose?
Sagar, should we not let, what the knight's inner feelings say? It's like you're saying कि chess करना है या CA करना है. पर तुमको chess खेलना था. So you said कि no CA, but CA was also fine. So what does this? What are the knight's skill? Knight's skill is generally to sleep well at night.
If you go here on g6, then this knight is hitting a granite.
Oh.
So our chat is absolutely correct. Beautifully done.
It's like if it would have gone for CA, anyway, you don't really, you wouldn't have been maybe not got that interested the way you got interested in chess. So it was important that you
Okay, Amruta.
went for chess.
So knight e7 was played with the knight coming to f5. Pragnananda very quickly put his knight on c3. And what Pragg is saying is that if you go to f5, then Pragnananda has a very strong move up his sleeve. Guys, what is the move that Pragnananda would play here, white to play? Very, very powerful move. No, guys.
How many of you play advanced French, by the way?
In our chat.
Because they are all giving thematic, even if it is not the best move, but it's all
they are
thematic.
blundering now.
Yeah, because that is thematic. Sometimes you feel like, let me go for this positional idea, and then you're so proud of yourself, but then you realize. How's my accent, Sagar?
Yeah, very good.
Sagar, about maybe we should ask the chat today what is their mood. Like do they want only chess?
Okay.
Then we'll no nothing, no banter.
Please
Sagar.
ask.
Or do they want only banter? Or do they want chess and banter?
Well, Amruta, while you are doing all these banters, so many people have contributed.
Oh,
We have
Joseph Lalram Sangha sent 500 rupees. He's the latest one. And Vidit has contributed 1000 rupees. Shanai Surana has contributed 1000 rupees. Vignesh Shankar has contributed 100 rupees. Oh, thank you, 4 guys.
Thank you so much for your contribution. That's very, very
So
kind
sweet.
of you. And thank you all. So here the
Only
move.
chess, only banter, only chess, only Sagar, only fans. Chess plus banter. Okay, Sagar, बाद में पोल तो करेंगे.
Only fans?
Huh? मैं पढ़ी अभी whatever they wrote, but we'll do
Guys,
a poll.
knight a4 is a very, very good move in this position. And right answer by Sai Prabha, Shai B, Chris Kanes, Durgesh, Anshraj Dubey, Tushar Kaul, Aryan, Sendil Nathan, Monita, and Sumit. Now the queen has to go back, and then you can actually even get rid of this knight, or first plonk your knight on the c5 square. Beautiful square for the knight, looking at these two pieces. Now, what I would like to, of course, tell you is that all the people who said here g4, well, this move is very thematic, as Amruta mentioned, to kick the knight off. But you forgot that there are 3 attackers here and only 2 defenders. So that's the reason why you will lose a pawn.
Yeah, and normally, yes, in this advanced French, you do give up a pawn in a tricky situation, but this is not it, because here if you take, there is queen takes d4 already challenging the queen and also keeping an eye on the g4. So no discos and nothing really.
Yeah.
Yeah, so I think Pragnanda's opening is really good here. d4.
So Gukesh, instead of going here, gets very, very, how do you say, concrete, and plays knight to a5. And he says that my knight is now coming to the c4 square, Pragg, which you have weakened. And if you're going to take here, then I will take your bishop, and your knight and rook are hanging. So Pragg said, Gukesh, please wait. I am also bringing my knight to this square. And Amruta, this is a very, very interesting point, because
Bishop a4 is firstly a blunder here because there is a queen a4 check.
oh, by the way, he didn't play this. I thought he played this, but Pragg actually played bishop to d3. Okay, he just brought it. He ignored it. This was also possible.
Yes.
But he played this.
And now if knight c4, it happened in the game, yeah?
Pragg just retreats his bishop, and he's telling Gukesh, my friend, I'm very well prepared here. Amruta, this might be a good time to actually check our...
But before we check, here we also ask the chat, what is that tactical move possible for black to play here?
Yeah, that's
which I believe it's going to go into that line. 3,000 people. And Sagar, can we also have a poll?
We can have a poll, but what is the poll that we should have? Oh, we have Sagar Rai Singhani, who has sent 1,000 rupees for the helpchess.org. Guys, thank you so much. Sagar Rai Singhani,
I know you can also
becomes our 440th believer.
Yeah, maybe you can have the names.
And we also have one more person before him.
Deepu TS has also contributed 1,001 rupees.
So we already have had 7 to 8 people who have contributed today. Guys, it's the 4th link in the description if you are looking at it. Yes, the tactic here which you all have mentioned is correct. The move is knight takes e5, because now after you take here, I take back, and this is hanging. So Pragg has lost a pawn, but clearly is playing so fast. So this is his preparation. Bishop hits the queen. Queen has to go back, and then queen comes up, hitting the rook. Rook goes back, and let's imagine a position like this, which may be reached here.
Let them just get to sink in, in this position, about the imbalances. Shanti mein, guys, what do you think?
And meanwhile, I'll also see what is the reference database saying about this entire thing? How many times has it happened? Is this Pragg's new idea? Let's have a look. So here,
Yes.
if we see e4, e6, d4, d5, this is already 6,46,000 games. And here we have 67,000 games already, 46. It's a very, very popular
Okay,
line.
1 minute. Just 1 second, Sagar. I want to show you something interesting here. If at all.
Your name, right?
No, I'm just looking at it. Oh, you got then it's not fun if there are any games.
So we have Motilev, we have Moravitz, and do we have Mokal?
No, we don't have.
But
Yeah,
it must
nobody
be
can
Amruta.
prepare. Hmm?
It must be Amruta, no? It's also not there. Amruta, your games are not there in
In
this.
A3. That is very surprising that they used to be there
Yeah.
earlier. Wow. I think now I
D4.
should play chess, Sagar.
Take. This is already, we can see Amruta, there are 3,600 games. Rook c8,
But
bishop
Sagar,
b2.
why is this not played so much on the top level? Like we don't see this, right? Much.
Yeah, it's not played because, strategically, black is taking a big risk by giving white so much space.
Oh.
And you have to be very well prepared. It's not so bad, but players say, instead of fighting so much, why don't we take space right in the start of the game itself?
Right. So true, so true.
So knight a5 has been played in 94 games, and guys, here is the point: 68 games continued knight a4, but Pragg plays that one game only. Actually, there are 3 games, but if you see all 3 of them, this one is New Zealand Championship, not at all popular, these 3 games. So Pragnananda came up with this idea.
Yeah.
Gukesh came here, and
Actually,
Pragg-
knight a4 is very natural. This what he's playing is very rare. Like I have also
Exactly.
not played.
Exactly. This is Pragg's preparation. So bishop d3 was a new idea played by Pragg, not really seen so much. And you can see Gukesh now. This is what happens when you face these players who are very well prepared. At some point, you see that there is a tactic. Like you see that this is hanging and then the rook can take here. But you are a bit scared to go into sharp lines because your opponent is playing so fast.
That's true. That too with Pragnanda, who is right now having 1 hour 33 minutes, and Gukesh is having 1 hour 16 minutes. So he has been thinking since this point, Sagar, and used 13 minutes already. By the way, Rahul Anil Bhagwat has sent 1,000 rupees 2 minutes ago.
Thank
Hey,
you, Rahul
thank you.
Anil Bhagwat. That is
Maybe we
very,
can
very
click
kind
there.
of you. And we also have one more person. In fact, we had 2 people because we are at 440. Oh, we have one more, Pusa Shrikant, who has contributed 333. Thank you so much, Shrikant. And also we have
Rajat Mathur, who has contributed 2,500 rupees. Wow.
Thank you so much, guys. So today we've already had so many contributors for Help Chess. That is very, very kind of you.
Lovely.
Okay. So bishop c1 has been played in this position. The bishop may want to come out this way. We will wait for what Gukesh does. I'm actually very interested because yesterday their game did end in a draw. And today, one of them, whoever wins, goes through to the next round. Of course, Pragg is the favorite in by some measure, but we never know. These are the standings right now that are there. We had 3 draws yesterday, and both Gukesh and Arjun won. So they only need a draw to go through to the next round. And Amruta, here's a very nice picture made by made by Abhyudaya.
Wow, I'm so happy that this time you messed up the names with my name.
Yes.
It's like you're talking. It means that you must be talking to me a lot.
I'm just thinking about you all the time.
Thank you.
Guys, world number 7. Look at him.
Wow, James Bond. Shall we call today Gukesh James Bond?
Mr.
Bond.
Mr. Bond, Gookie Bond.
Or Gookie James. Gukesh.
We can ask the chat.
We can ask the chat. They're very, very creative. By the way, Sagar, Mr. Chessplay says, can you come to Karjat for chess? There are many strong players, 2000 plus 100 kilometers away from Mumbai. Oh, that is very nice. Yes, we can definitely plan sometime.
Yeah.
Hardik says we need Amrita's foreign accent back. All right, I'll do that. Not a problem. Only thing is, most of the people will run away. Sorry, Sagar. But Sagar, can we just put a poll once for me?
Which poll you want? How many Indians?
What is the mood? What is the mood today? You then you can change it. Within half an hour we can change it.
Acha, that poll.
H bond.
What?
GD Gukesh bond. GD bond.
Mood of the chat today.
Gukamish. No. Gukesh bond. Guki 007.
Chess only.
Guki 007.
Chess plus banter. These options are good.
Jakesh bond. Huh?
These are.
Chess, more chess plus.
Okay.
Okay.
Guys, we put up a poll. Amrita is very keen because she wants to do time pass today.
No, if they say chess only, then we don't talk anything, Sagar. It's only the chess moves. That's the whole point.
Okay, let's see what happens here. By the way, we have so many people who have contributed here.
Anay Dali sent 201 rupees just a few seconds ago.
And Sagar ki pehli biwi, Amrita, 101. And Sagar Rai Singhani has contributed once again, 444. Exactly. Thank you so much.
Something lucky with the lucky numbers, 333, 444.
Yeah. Let's look at the game of Vidit versus Nepomniachtchi. And this one is Vidit has the black pieces today. So he's going to, of course, be under some pressure.
One thing is everyone saying Gukesh's game is very interesting. Can we check that first, Sagar?
Okay.
By the way, he is world number currently in live rating 7. Now, I don't think anyone apart from Anand, even in live rating list, has reached world number 7, right?
Yeah, I think highest was Harikrishna, who reached world number 10. And after this, Gukesh is the second Indian after Anand to have reached in top 7. So
I think every moment it will be Gukesh reached 9th, world number 9. He's the second Indian to reach world number 9. Then he's the second Indian to reach world number 8, 7.
So let's have a look. We have Gukesh on the screen, guys. So we are looking at his game. So we'll have him. His opponent played the French, which is a logical thing to do when you are in a must-win situation. Today we'll call him the G bond.
G bond.
Yeah. Or the D bond, because D Gukesh. But I think G bond is
James
good.
Domaraju is also an option.
But I like the G bond. This is a nice one by Jaideep. G bond, license to checkmate. Nice.
G bond.
D4, D5, knight D2. So Gukesh goes for the knight D2 line, guys. Anyone knows what is the name of this variation? Knight D2. G bond is taking on Wang Hao today, and if G bond wins, he will have his ultimate challenge day after tomorrow in the form of maybe, I don't know who's the biggest enemy of Bond. Maybe it's Magnus, Mr. Magnum, something like that. Yes, this is known as the Tarash, guys. Very good. Siegbert Tarash used to play this. And
Tarash.
The reason why Tarash used to put his knight here and not up here is to, one, avoid the whenever you play your knight here, the bishop comes and pins you. The other one is that, let's say after a line like this, many times black hits the center, you cannot support it back with a pawn. So having your knight out is a useful thing here on D2. So you can always bolster your center with the pawn. C5 played, and now Guki plays knight, G bond plays knight F3, knight C6. In fact, the other line is to take here, but G bond says, let me get my knight out. Knight to C6, ED, and bishop to B5 played. So he pins the knight and he wants to castle and get his rook up here. Queen E7 played by Wang Hao, which is actually very tricky move. I'm very surprised that Wang Hao played this, because if G Bond had played Queen E2, then maybe they have to trade the queens already. But you know, guys, G Bond is always very, very aggressive, and he goes back Bishop E2. People are like, G Bond मजा नहीं आ रहा है. Amruta, G Bond अच्छा है कि नहीं?
G Bond, I thought it's good. It was good.
Yeah, it's good, guys.
If they have a better name, it's different. But something which should have a. Oh, by the way, we have a super chat by Savio Shetty. It's for the first time. He says, "Dear Amruta and Sagar, thank you both for all the amazing hard work and passion you bring to the Indian chess day in and day out. We are blessed. Best wishes always." Oh, thank you, Savio, for the first time super chat, and also enjoying and also being there, so contributing. It all is a cycle.
Thank you so much. Too many funny comments in the chat, so cannot read all of them. But Bishop E2 has been played by Guki. You know, guys, whether he is Bond, whether he is world number 7, whether he is world number 1, he will always remain Guki. So let's call him Guki. And I always used to call
Guki
him
007
the
is the
Guki
simplest.
monster, actually, because I had seen one movie. I think I forget the movie. Maybe chat remembers. In that there is a cookie monster, and so from there I used to call him Guki monster.
But you must be 3 years old, I believe, at that point of time.
No, I was quite old.
Don't tell me you were 30 years
I
old.
was 20 or something.
Okay. I didn't know. Okay, Goku. We did call him Goku in Norway
Yes.
because he was like
Castles.
Gokesh. It was like Gokesh.
Right.
Gokesh.
Okay. Knight F6. Now let's look at the game.
Okay.
Pawn takes. And bishop takes. And now if you want to get your knights to this square, which is in front of the isolated pawn, what do? White to play, guys.
Jobs FM contributed 200 rupees on help chess. Thank you,
Jobs.
FM.
And today we have like shot up. Amruta, yesterday did we reach 12,50,000 or 51?
During the stream, maybe 50.
I don't remember,
I
but
also
today
don't
we are
remember.
already at 12,52,000, guys. So we are
53.
moving
We
very
will have a-
quickly.
yeah.
Now that our players are doing well towards the 13 lakh mark. And if we can manage to do that, so there are few aims we have. We have an aim that one Indian reaches the candidates, hopefully 2. We have of raising 10 lakh rupees on help chess, which has reached almost 5 lakhs or more than that. And the third is to reach 13 lakhs subscribers. So let's see. Yes, all those who said. Rishi says yesterday was 12,51,000. So yes, we have.
That's cool then. Knight B3.
Yes,
All those
knight
who said
B3 is the correct
Kumar, Varun, Saumik, Mani, Tarun, Mujhe nahi pata, Shreyas, Rohit, Alok, Arichit, and Shritis.
Yes. So the main point is you put your knight here, you attack the bishop, and then you try to get the knight to d4. So bishop b6 played, and then bishop to g5 by Guki Monster. He attacks this knight. Bishop e6 played, and right now actually Gukesh could have taken here, and I think Wang Hao was ready to take this chance to open up this.
Yeah.
But I feel Gukesh says, Wang Hao, ye to mera style hai.
Exactly.
You know,
He's
this
not
is-
gonna play that.
This is my style of, opening up. So I'm going to play knight bd4. But this was not the most accurate move, because now Wang Hao gets his knight in the center.
That's fine.
Bishop comes back, short castles, and
C3.
Guki plays his pawn up to c3. So right now, Gukesh has a very, very small edge, but the position is quite complicated, and we will continue seeing it. It's a fresh position. It's an interesting one. The main characteristics revolve around the d pawn, which is isolated. So Gukesh has his knight firmly entrenched in the center, and he is saying, maybe I will push these pawns later, or maybe I will just play positionally. Amruta, it's not so simple to even figure out what happens, but I have one question for the chat. Pieces getting traded in such positions, is it good for white or black?
Wow.
So let's say
Nice
remove
question.
all the pieces out, suppose from the board, minor pieces, not major.
Good
Who
or
does
bad?
it favor?
Yeah. Nis super chat says wife ने बोला good मतलब good. गुकी ही ठीक है. Either we work partners.
Yes, guys, more the pieces exchanged is better for white, because imagine a situation, let's say,
Good for white. Good for white.
take, and somehow you go here, I take, you take, I take, and just making this random moves, okay, and we reach this position. This is actually a big advantage to white. Why? Because this pawn is weak, and when you have the weakness, you need pieces to move around. You need a knight here, you need a bishop on this diagonal, you need another knight there, you need rooks there, you need all these things. However, when you don't have that, then the position becomes very static, it becomes very weak, the pawn becomes a huge liability.
आगे.
भाई अपन दोनों कमेंटेटर है, तू क्या इधर बैठ के ऐसे कुछ तो कंटिन्यू तो कर.
I'm enjoying. That's why that you don't give me this chair. It's like so relaxing sometimes to just sit back.
Okay, guys, let's go to the next game. We'll go now to the next one where Arjun Erigaisi takes on Nils Grandelius. And I feel that this is also going to be a very uphill task for Nils to get an advantage against Arjun. Because if there is one player who has been very well prepared in this tournament, I think it's Arjun. Every single game, he comes and with his left hand, he makes his move, presses the clock, makes his move, presses the clock, reaches 134, 135, starts with 1 hour, 30 minutes, suddenly has more than that. My God, what preparation. And of course, a huge credit for it goes to his team of seconds and Srinath Narayanan, who was here, who is his trainer and works with him. He must be working day and night very hard. That day we were actually forcing him to come to Mumbai if Arjun found the move. But thank God he's not come, so that he can work even more seriously.
Oh, thank God. I'm like, where is it taking to?
Yeah, thank God he's not come, so that we don't have to meet him. That's what you thought. No. Okay, so by the way, Arjun goes d4, d5, c4, ce6, knight to c3, c6 was played, and now e4, d takes e4, knight takes e4. This is a very interesting line, guys, and I am actually impressed that Arjun went for it. Now, I'll tell you a small story about this system, okay? I've played this system many times with white, and whenever black plays this, I would play bishop d2, then they would take here, then I would take this bishop, then they would take here, then I would play bishop e2, and then it's like I'm pawn down, but I have this amazing bishop here. My queen could enter, suddenly threatening a check here. It's crazy. So he would come and attack, and then I would place my bishop either here or here. There are two lines. And then it gets very crazy, like, sometimes black even goes and takes this. Then I would play queen d2. Sometimes the long castle is already winning here because there's a mating attack. So all crazy stuff happens here. So that is my story. Now,
but this is analysis.
Yes, but the story now continues. So one fine day, I go to Chennai to play Chennai Open. And 2013, during that same time, a big event is happening. Guys, which was that big event that was happening? Meanwhile, while I'm telling the story, we have another believer on helpchess.org, 448 believer, Piyush Darshan, contributing 101. Thank you so much, Piyush. Exactly. Vishy versus Magnus World Championship match.
Oh, 2013.
2013. And so I'm playing at Chennai Open, getting thrashed badly there. And I'm like, okay, I need some motivation. So I go to Hyatt Hotel and I say, I want to go and watch the match. So they are like, okay, yes, you are an IM, go inside, you can watch. And suddenly both players come on the stage and the game starts off with the same moves: d4, d5, c4, e6. And I cannot believe Vishy's black. Magnus is playing the sharp line. Wasn't Magnus supposed to play like positionally? Now will he play bishop d2? Queen will come here, take here, take here. Oh, maza aa jayega. Vishy will be so well prepared with everything. Suddenly Magnus played knight c3, and I was like, what a boring line now. Suddenly nothing is hanging. This is not hanging. And he ground that game for nearly 4 to 5 hours and managed to score his first win in the world championship. And I was there watching it live.
Wow.
And
you remember this?
yes. And that is why when Arjun plays knight c3, it clearly makes sense, because he's in no need to win today. A draw is enough for him. So
very nice story actually. I wasn't really expecting that, but it was a good one.
yeah. So e5 played.
Okay, this is also very sharp, no? It's a gambit.
Yeah,
Or
you
no?
you can either play c5 break or this. If you play e5 and I take here,
let's ask. I
Well,
thought queen a5
queen
is
a5
possible.
is possible, but Amruta also take,
And bishop c3.
and then bishop f5 followed by knight d7 and long castle. Your king is a bit weak, so that has got good compensation. So Arjun plays his bishop here to e3 and ed, queen d4, bishop d4. So now you can see here that white has a decent development. He's hitting the g7 pawn. Knight comes out. Now many of the beginners always want to take this because they feel knights are more tricky, and I'll give up my bishop.
How many beginners in the chat? Say hi.
And also I'll give my opponent doubled pawn, isolated pawn. But guys, always remember, it's not about what has left the board, it's also about what remains on the board. So many highs.
Because it's a good one, no?
No, there are some good players also. They are also saying hi. I can see it.
Guys. But
so here the problem is, black will quickly put the bishop here, knight will come here, long castle will happen, rook will come, and these double pawns won't matter as much. So that's the reason why Arjun doesn't even touch this knight. He's like, I'm castling long. He does it, and then the bishop comes here, knight is developed, knight bd7, and now Arjun goes bishop hunting. He's like, I want the bishop pair. Meko bishop pair chahiye.
Oh, nice. Bishop hunting is nice.
Yes. And king e7 by Nils. If you see, Amruta, he took 13 minutes. So he was out of his prep. Arjun here said, it doesn't look like the best move in this position. But he didn't want to take here, because after takes, maybe black is well coordinated. Rooks are coming in the center. So he said, let me play my knight c to e4. So this way, he's brought his knight to the center of the board, and he is looking pretty good here in this position. Now he may want to play a3, b4, gain space there, maybe put his knight here. If the bishop lands up here, the king is in trouble.
I love Arjun's. This is queenless middle game. It's not an end game already. So this is amazing, Sagar. His preparation, he's able to use that time at the critical moments.
Yeah. I feel that Arjun is doing really well at this time. Meanwhile, we've crossed 450 believers.
Oh, Chitpur Kishan has contributed 100 rupees.
Yes, 450
nice.
believers here. We have Manoj Kumar, who gave 101. Shiva Prasad Manikot, who has given 1000. Guys, thank you so much. In fact, we started this tournament with 230 believers. In the last 4 to 5 days, or maybe a week, we have received more than 220 believers of Indian chess. So big thank you to each one who's contributed.
And we have Luis Henrique Junquera. He has, what is this currency now? There's always a test
Brazilian, because he's written greetings from Brazil.
Cheering a lot for the players from India, especially I'm a fan of Harika.
We are going to see Harika's game in a bit. This was Arjun. Wow. We'll go to Vidit and then Harika. Thank you so much, Luis, for your support. Means a lot. Thank you. Okay.
So Vidit and Harika, right? We have to catch up.
Yes. Now think about this, okay, guys. Vidit Gujarati yesterday plays against Yan Nepomniachtchi, the two-time candidate winner.
Yeah, that's why Divyam is saying हाथ जोड़ रहा हूँ सर विदित का गेम दिखा दो प्लीज.
दिखा रहा हूं, दिखा रहा हूं. So in this, he's facing a player who has prepared really well in the last 2-3 years. You know, Nepo playing Magnus, playing Ding, playing two candidates, built a team of seconds, has been working extremely hard. And yesterday, our guy, he goes to the board and is able to outplay Nepo in one of his favorite openings, the Petrov defense, and gets a close to winning advantage. It's a pity that he couldn't convert it. Now, this has two connotations. One is that you can think, wow, I just gave such a big scare to Nepo and I'm feeling good. The second way to look at it is like, yaar, I had such a golden opportunity, I should have beaten him. And you start feeling bad. So, which way you look at it will determine how Vidit will play today. Because today is a very, very important game for him.
But there is also third way. It's like, wow, I really played well. I'm very happy. Oh, I did miss there, but today is my chance. I'm gonna strike back.
Yeah, let's see if he manages to do that. E4, E5 with it very solid because yesterday was a draw. So even if he draws today, he goes into the tie breaks. Knight F3, Knight C6, Bishop C4. Nepo goes for the Italian. Who's right, guys? Me or her? I say the Italian, she says Rai Lopez.
सबकी राय लो.
Yes, it is Italian, guys. People are saying always her. Amruta is always right, but not here. C3, knight comes out to F6, and now pawn up to D3. So you can see here, these are pawns. D6.
These are pawns.
I mean, these are solidly placed pawns. He didn't push D4, so he's waiting for that break later on. A5 by Vidit. Generally, black always has a choice, Amruta. A6 or A5. A5 means you are trying to stop expansion of white pawns, but you are just always creating a square for your bishop.
Okay.
So rook E1, bishop A7, bishop B5 played by Nepo. So I'm a bit not confused, but I do understand that Nepo has taken advantage of Vidit's move order and placed his bishop quickly on B5. Maybe later he will swing it over here. I don't think he wants to take. Bishop D7 by Vidit.
How much time did he use here for bishop D7? Oh.
10 minutes. So
maybe Nepo's preparation.
Nepo is in his prep and Vidit is out of his prep. So this will be interesting now for, I think, not an easy task for Vidit. He plays knight e7 and he offers the trade of the bishops. Nepo takes it. Queen takes. Knight goes back. And now Vidit gets his knight here. This is a very common maneuver because whenever your knight is on c6, Amruta, if you look here, it is not so well placed because it's dominated by this pawn. It doesn't get too many squares. So most of the players like to place their knight to g6. So this goes here. White also gets his knight here. Now the question is this bishop well placed or is this bishop well placed? And Vidit strikes in the center with d5. I would say Vidit has played the opening pretty well. What do you think?
I think so because this d5 move requires a lot of alertness, Sagar.
Yeah.
And he has used it. He didn't say that, oh, let me first save this e5 pawn so that I prepare for d5. He didn't do this. Because he knows if he does that, then Nepo most probably will jump in on d4 or go bishop g5 and threaten bishop f6, gf6, getting this place for his knight. So, wow, alert, very alert.
So Vidit plays d5 and now the question is, what is the way in which Nepo is going to respond? Because if he takes here, Vidit is going to take with the queen. His queen is well placed. His central pawn is defended. and also the d3 pawn can get weak by the rook
Yeah.
coming in.
And also that I love the bishop on a7. Seems like Nepo will have to exchange the dark square bishop. By the way, Vignesh says you can't be out of prep in Italian within move 10. He might be deciding the line, right? I doubt, and that's the reason I really think we should check this, Sagar.
Yeah, let's
On
have a look
reference,
at
let's-
our Chessbase 17 and Mega Database.
Yes, and Keshav, your question will be answered later. He really wants to study. He's around 1300 and he's asking for recommending a book.
Okay, Keshav, we will check. If you want to just on the top of my head, Silman's Endgame course, very good book to
And
work on
reassess your
endgames.
chess as well. Yeah, Silman's
But there
reassess.
could be other books based on what you want to study. Bishop b5.
And
If you look at this, now you will understand why Vidit paused, because this position Vidit has already played against Pragnananda,
and we have the mega guy,
who
Anish Giri. You
Ah,
can find his
name is everywhere.
He's everywhere.
Playing all lines, and in fact, Vidit himself played this. And this can be always a thing to think.
Carlsen.
Vidit has played this not once, Amruta. He's played it 3 times. He's played it with Alexander Fier, Pragnananda, and Wesley So.
But my fear is not whether he's played bishop a7, whether somebody has played bishop b5 with.
No, that's why this is the new move with which Nepo has come to the game.
Move. It's a novelty.
Bishop d5, only once played between 2 players in correspondence. This email championship here, which is correspondence chess, Timothy Hall and Eric Berg. And bishop b5 played here. And now, guys, you understand why Vidit was perhaps out of his prep and is now thinking for his move what to do.
I mean, Nepo is thinking.
Yeah, now of course he played it very well. I think he understood things well after bishop b5, that I must rotate my knight here, first break the pin, and he managed to do just that and break in the center. So right now we are waiting here. This is the right position, and meanwhile our believers count has gone way higher.
Ananta Narayanan has sent 1000 rupees. We had a lot of ones. By the way, super chat by Shivansh Tiwari. Some alk plus your commentary makes my day. Then we had another one, CG ma'am. That's pounds, I guess. My British wife and half British daughter are so intrigued by your Hindi idioms. My daughter prefers Guk Bond, by the way. Lol. Oh, wow.
By the
Hindi.
way, we had Anant Narayanan who contributed 1000 on Help Chess, Devar Shah 150, Mohit Nikam 100, Subrata Roy 501. Thank you so much, guys, all of you, for contributing to helpchess.org. You can go there, check out the website that we have built. It's a very nice website where you get all the information of the work we are doing. Meanwhile, Nepo says, Vidit, don't you forget, I'm coming here and attacking your knight. And so, question to you, if you were in Vidit's shoes, what is the move that you would play here? Black to play. Nepo is putting pressure on your center, and you have to somehow deal with it very well. What do you do?
We have Prasad Ghate saying, I also had gone to watch Anand versus Carlsen World Championship at Chennai. Same time Chennai Open was there and Rakesh was playing that tournament. For match, Suzanne Pulgar was also there.
Yes.
Yeah,
Prasad ji,
many Indians.
Very well-known trainer from Mumbai, I believe, if it is him. And very nice to have you here.
D4, 98, Queen D3. Oh, we do have chat chess move. Oh, we have 4,000 people watching this stream. Guys, do like the stream.
Yeah, do like it.
Whether you like us or not doesn't matter. Like the stream.
We have, Amruta, the right move has been quoted. D takes E4 by
Pranay, Chess, Tanushri, Harshit, Ishan, Devajit, Naga, Arijit, Shubham and Som. Actually, very few players were able to find this move, Sagar. In general, like, normally they are able to find the tactical ideas or...
Yes, because it was not so clear, what to do. But I think Vidit has understood the depth of it, because you cannot really move the knight. You cannot, because this knight has no good square to go to. You also cannot go and defend it somehow. Like if you defend it with the queen, then suddenly the knight comes and attacks it.
Or even bishop f6 later and it takes d5.
And then you would be in
Yeah.
trouble here. So that's the reason why taking and clearing this in the center makes a lot of sense. And now Nepo has recaptured back. And again, the question is, should we take the queen or should we move our queen away?
That's a very good question. Let's ask the chat whether Queen D1, or maybe you can give a choice if they don't want to exchange, then where?
Yeah, where what will you play? I think the move
Queen
is
E6 or
important.
Queen. Okay. So if not Queen D1, let's see. I'm also thinking. No, just.
I think either you move your queen here, or
Even
you
B5 is
just
there.
take it. Let's see what our chat has to say. Not many of them want to trade
Queen
queens.
C6 max to max. A few for Queen B5 as well. And
Queen
E6.
B5 I don't like, because
Bishop
then he
F6.
just takes, doubles your pawns, and also the square in front of this double pawns gets weak. So the knight sits here. So the right move, of course, I feel is either Queen C6 or Queen E6. So good job by all those who said.
Radha, Harshit, Krishi, Maverick, Harsh, Swan, Angad, Vivek, KP, and Sai.
And also Avik, Naman, Ishprit, Abhinav, JP, Sarbajit, Kavya, Anders, Manthan Singh Bari, and Pranay Kumar. Well done, guys. Let's see what Vidit comes up with. He plays Queen to C6. Wow.
As the chat said, the chat was able to guess the move actually.
Very
for
good
Vidit.
job. Very good job, guys. The queen moves to c6, defends the knight for the time being, and then the rooks are going to take in the center. Meanwhile, the bishop on a7 is looking here. So with it actually looking pretty good right now. And if he manages to play this way and equalize, we might be looking at tie breaks for Vidit. And who knows, maybe even he could rest over the initiative. Let's go to the women's board. By the way, we have one more here. If we look at our dhokebaz meter, the bars which we see on the right of the screen, which is
Yeah,
my
which is
left.
between the 1 and many zeros and between us.
Yes.
Yeah.
And
What about that?
those bars we can actually see what is happening in the different games at one shot. So if you see Ivanchuk Magnus, Ivanchuk has a small edge. It says 0.4. And we have Pragnananda Burkesh, who has...
Still almost unclear. Maybe slight initiative for Pragg.
Yeah, we'll go there. Nepo with it is equal. Arjun has a small edge against Nils, and Gukesh is slightly better against Wang Hao.
Yeah, and all
Harika,
those who are
Alexandra equal.
all those who are mixing up that Nepo versus Vidit Nepo is better. These are not the bars.
These are just the names.
Yeah, the real bar is below the number.
Yeah.
Those are just colors for the names.
And guys, I want to just tell you that Chessbase India, whatever we do, most of it is community driven. Our community supports us in a big way. If you look at this dhokebaz meter, it has been done by Rakshit, who has been a part of our community and has made this young boy, 20-year-old, an engineer, who said one fine day that I'll build this, and he actually made it for this tournament so that all of us can enjoy chat chess moves, which brings these chat moves into a sort of bars here. Is been done by Keith Mascarenas. He's also an engineer, and he said, all the time, Sagar, you are asking questions, let me build something which will help all the people watching. So it's been nice that so many of you have been supportive of this, and also we have Help Chess, where all of you are contributing monetarily to support the chess players, the young chess players, not just the top players, but the young ones who will become the future grandmasters of Indian chess. So thank you so much. And this feeling that you have of contribution, the same feeling I have, and the entire Chessbase India team has. And that's the reason why we came up with this very nice website, which is known as Chessranga. So if you go, it's the first link in the description, chessranga.com. You can go there and actually try and solve positions. Completely open, completely free. For example, yesterday, Wang Hao versus Gukesh happened. You can actually go and watch the video. This video is already there on the YouTube channel. But here, when you start the
FIDE
lesson and go to moments where on the bar there is some mark, then you
pause
will
this video
have a
and
pop-up
think, what is a good idea for Gukesh here? It's black to play.
like this, and you have to guess the moves, and it gives feedback. Like here, this is the right move, it tells you well done, this is a fantastic move. If you make a wrong move, it gives you feedback. So it's very interactive in nature. If you don't want to watch the video, you can click here and you can just solve the positions here, and you can say, okay, knight c5. It will say, no, this is not the best move, you should think about something else. It will really help you to become better at it. So please do check out chessranga.com. This is our way of actually helping people improve at chess. Okay, back to the game of Harika. Amruta, anything that you want to say? You want to go and drink coffee?
Oh, yeah. I want to drink tea. The games are exciting. So, can I get my chai? But I don't want to miss Harika's game. So, maybe we can check the game.
Yeah. So, Harika plays e4 today against Goryachkina. Yesterday, their game ended in a draw. e4, e5, knight f3, knight c6, bishop b5, the Ruy Lopez, knight f6 was played, castles, knight takes on e4, the Berlin. This is not the open Ruy Lopez, guys. Remember, if it was open Ruy Lopez, it would have been a6, bishop a4, knight f6, castles, knight e4. Castles and knight e4. Yeah, exactly here. I don't know. The move has. Second.
What happened? That's not the opening move order.
No. This is the move order. Somehow this has paused. Yeah. So, yeah, just here, castles, knight f. What am I doing? Bishop a4, knight f6, castles, knight e4 is the open Ruy Lopez here. And in the game, it was knight f6, castles, knight e4, d4 played by Harika. We had takes. Oh, she didn't take here and doesn't go into the Berlin endgame. She takes here. And guys, now what is the only move sort of for white? What is the general move?
Oh, it's gone back. Why is this happening? Maybe some leeches issue.
No, it's leeches.
So tell me something. All these opening names, Berlin and London and all of these, did they happen like in London? You know, that opening was played. In Berlin,
generally,
this was played for the first time.
Either a name of a place or a player. So we have, if you see French, it's France. If you have Spanish, Italian, these are the names of places. Berlin, Budapest.
So if that does it mean if I try to find a novelty and play here in Ghatkopar with you, or you play that with me, so it can be Ghatkopar opening.
If you find it, and
Mumbai,
then
everyone
starts playing it a lot in the entire city, then everyone, like for example, Grand Prix attack was played by a lot of players in UK in Grand Prix events. And so it got the name Grand Prix in the Sicilian.
Wow.
So,
amazing. Ghatkopar opening. Guys, we will have in chess club. We will see. We will make that happen.
A lot of people are saying a4. We will check that. By the way, we'll also see Nepo's mistake that has happened perhaps. But yes, Harika did play a4. The knight is now trapped. d6 was played. Interesting. In fact, I thought, Amruta, this is the main move here. But d6. Harika goes e6. I guess if you take here, then black just takes on e5. Like, so e6, bishop takes, pawn takes, knight here. Knight came up. Harika is a pawn down, just like yesterday.
Yeah, but she's got this active rook on a1, pressurizing the a7, knight on d4, castle, abhi to f4.
Yeah.
I'm loving her play.
She's playing very aggressively in this against Goryachkina.
Yeah.
Maybe that has been her strategy to be a little more active. Takes. Queen e7 played, and now unfortunately Harika cannot move the queen away.
Let's ask the chat one question.
No, rook is hanging.
Okay.
So
But a lot of beginners had said hi to me.
Yes.
So I just thought that out of 4,000, even if we have 400 beginners, they will have to find that.
Right. We'll another question here.
Rook f8, knight comes out. Again, Harika is ready to give up material here by giving up this pawn.
Is she not winning the g7 pawn in return?
Yeah, maybe that was one of the points, or maybe Amruta, I think there is another idea here. Let's ask the chat. Why is this a blunder?
Oh wow!
White to play.
Wow, this is so nice. Guys, मजा आ जाएगा. Surya says, hi Amrita, this is Pavan from Singapore. Thank you for contributing to Indian chess.
Thank you. And by the way, we have a new believer of Indian chess on helpchess.org, and that is
Mutiala Shetty.
yeah.
I don't see the name.
We can see the full name here. His name is Mutiala Shetty Kusumanchi, 502 rupees. Thank you so much, Mutiala. So the move that is right, and let's see how many found it. Yes, absolutely correct. We have bishop takes on b6 here, found by
Saumik, A1, Ander, Sendil, Garvita, Pranit, Suchendran, Rahul, Michael, and Durgesh. But Sagar, many of them have fallen for that little trap. If you play with rook e7 first,
here.
does it work? It doesn't work, right? Or it does work?
It should be okay, but not the best, I think, because when you take here, your idea is that after you take, then you want to take this.
Correct.
Right, the knight, but then he is not forced to recapture. So
you mean you are winning only a piece, whereas in the earlier
no, here
version...
it's not a piece. Here it's 2 pieces for a rook. So it's not a huge material gain.
Got it.
Rather, if you started off with this move order, where you took this first, and then this one, and then took here, then if he doesn't take, you are a piece up. And if he takes, then you will be a piece up with check, and you win this material. So very interesting, sharp play by Harika, and it's very interesting and refreshing to see her play this way. She's generally very, very solid. Take, rook e4, a6 played, Harika takes, and maybe she could have also taken here, Amruta, but she decides
to isolate the pawn.
Yeah, just to make the black pawn slightly weak, but she decides to play it in the center, and after rook takes, rook f7 here to stop the rook from coming in, she goes g3. And I would say Harika does not have any risk here. Seems like around equalish position, but there is an imbalance here, like we saw yesterday with Arjun's game. Pawn structure is imbalanced. Black has 3 pawns versus 2, 3 here versus 2. I would say you have to be careful, but most likely this game should end in a draw. It depends also on the willpower of the players, whether they want to fight it out or just play a little easy.
I do think this will go to the tiebreaks.
Yeah. Okay, let's go to the game of Vidit, as you all
By the way, also Faniac says quick recaps, please. So maybe that's also good time.
Yeah, I will have a very quick recap now for all those who have joined in. But let's start with the game of Magnus Carlsen, because Magnus is playing again. Oh, by the way, Vidit somehow has got a good position. Let's quickly see what happened. We saw queen. We were here. He went bishop g5, Nepo. Vidit took. This happened. He played his queen to defend the knight. Then Nepo played queen c2. Okay, no, logical move. Vidit said to the bishop, go away. The bishop should have taken the knight, but it said, I will go back. And once it went back, he took. Rook came up. And now Vidit said, hey, Nepo, I do understand that we have a very mirror position here. Like everything's the same. But my queen is slightly more active than your queen. My queen is looking at the pawn. And my queen can come here and look at this pawn. Your queen is mainly in a defensive role. And now what I'm doing is, I'm getting my one rook into the game, taking the open file. So Nepo said, fine, I will also take the open file. But now guys, if you think about it, it does feel that Vidit's pieces are somewhat better placed. Although the problem here is that white is going to also double here very quickly. So somehow Vidit cannot get control of the d file. But what he can do and what he must do is, let's say if he takes, queen takes, and now here I was wondering if he had a strong move to kind of clamp the position for white. Guys, try to figure a very high level positional move for black. What would you play just to gain some space? It's not like you have a tactic or something is happening, and while you are thinking, we have another believer, Sugavanam Bala, who has contributed 1000 rupees, 457th believer. Thank you so much, Sugavaman Vanam. Yes, the move that I was actually hoping that you all would say, and there are several moves here, is the move a4. Vidit has, by the way, taken here. Nepo will take back with the queen. And let's see what the moves are suggested. A4 is the move that I was looking for. So kudos to Rishu, Hypernova, Sonal, JP, Siddharth, Jay, Pranit Malhotra, Aryan, Tenacious, Unreal Guy. Now the pawn coming to a4 means that these three pawns are a little bit like, ये कौन आ गया यार? This guy is coming and putting a lot of pressure on us. Why is he here? What is he doing? So in this way, now if you get your queen here and you attack, this can become very, very, oh, and Vidit plays it. Wow. Vidit Gujarati plays his pawn up to a4 and he's clamping down on the white's position. I'm not at all saying Vidit is significantly better. In no way do I claim this, but I do feel that he has a very tiny edge, and this nagging edge can become something generally against a player of Nepo's caliber. It never converts into an advantage or a big one, but it definitely, when you put pressure on your opponent, you never know what will happen. Now I have one point here. If you play queen c2 just as a variation, I will go queen c4, and now whenever you play a move like a3, which is so natural, right? Because you are attacking this pawn. And by the way, remember, a top player will never play a move like a3. Can anyone tell me why is this move a bad move, a3? Oh, I'm very surprised. Actually, Nepo has played a3 in the game.
B3 is weakened.
Yes, b3 is weakened. And exactly.
B2 becomes weak.
Just when I said a top player would never play this move, in fact, Nepo instantly played a3. And guys, this is, I'm so surprised with Nepo's decision. In fact, my chess understanding says this move is not at all good. And in fact, the engines also agree. In some ways, just think about it this way. Where would you love this knight to be? Just कहाँ होना चाहिए ये knight? F6 वाला. Which square should this knight go to?
Mic is a little glitchy.
Sorry?
Is audio okay?
Yeah, maybe it should be fine.
B3, C4, F4. Jay says like the stream, guys. Thank you, Jay. C4. What was your question again?
Where do you want to put this knight? Amrita, maybe you can once listen to this commentary if it is... it is too loud at times. When I shout, guys, when I shout. Perhaps.
थोड़ा सा दूर रख सकते हो maybe.
Okay. Maybe we can get our old mic also, the Rode mic. But right now, the move where I want to place this knight is on c5 square. Because once I put the knight on c5, then I am looking at d3 and b3. And someone also mentioned, how about we try to put the knight on the c4 square, which is even better. Because then you are looking at the b2 weakness. And see, if a knight comes here and the rook can come this way, then it would be trouble. So I would strongly feel that Vidit is in control here, but not close to winning or anything, but definitely putting pressure on Jan Nepomniachtchi.
Yeah, but it will require a lot of accurate strategic moves. And Nepo is a dynamic player, so he will try to create some play with maybe trying to get h4, h5, that rook lift over there.
Yeah.
So,
No, and I always am a little bit stressed out about this white knight coming here. Let's imagine in my head, I'm trying to go for like attack here. Okay.
Yeah.
Let's say you play queen c2 to defend it. I go rook b6 to attack here. Suddenly the knight jumps here. And I'm like, I'm not feeling comfortable with the knight coming here. And I continue with my play on the queen side. Um, could be, but I'm also not so sure as to how he will attack. Like maybe h4, h5.
yeah, I like h4, h5, then knight h4, then rook g3, then knight h6 or knight g7.
And the threat is if I move my knight, then you can push it away. Let's say I move my knight here. It's a blunder because when I push it away and the knight goes here, why is this a blunder? White to play and win. Guys, let's see how many of you are alert here. Maybe around 100 would be nice.
Dhruv Gautam super chats, why not b5 instead of a4? We will check that out as well.
I feel Dhruv Gautam a4 clamps it further, and you want see how
Yeah,
this
you don't give it
how
time,
this rook came up here and attacks here, right? You don't, if you play b5, somehow you don't have that option anymore.
The protagonist says, why do I think of these moves only in your stream, never in my own games?
Because I'm actually hinting it, right? So what happens is you get better at it thinking, but in your games no one is hinting you now. So you need to convert your sort of practice here into an ability to sense critical moments in your game and find those moves. It's not easy, but you
So
have
while
to.
you're watching these streams, you are actually developing your intuition if you are answering the questions.
Yeah.
Seriously, I mean, not like me who's drinking tea and thepla and then trying to answer. ऐसे नहीं चलेगा.
But Thepla is good, Amruta. It's good. By the way, we have 227 people
What?
answering. Harshit, Shreyas, Garvita, JP, Javi, Udita Jain, Abhinav Agrawal, KP, Sai Rishi Shetty, Kaushik, Jagadisan. Well done, guys.
Wow, इतना तो कभी नहीं आता यार answers.
No, this is amazing. They are all pumped up right
Oh,
now.
And Dhairya Kumar has sent 101 rupees, Sagar, 54 seconds ago.
But there was one more person before him who also contributed on helpchess.org. We have here the name Dhairya Kumar 101, Stephen J 1001. Thank you so much. And all those who contribute on helpchess.org get a certificate, a receipt, an ATG certificate. So please do go there. And when you contribute, you will get it instantly in your inbox for your contribution. Okay.
Oh, there was you didn't read one more name before.
No, I read that.
Okay.
Right now,
Sahil Batra says justice for thepla. Thepla ko क्यों तोड़ा?
no, thepla is very good, guys. It's a staple food for most of the chess
Gujaratis.
players. Not, I mean, in Gujarati community, of course, it's very famous. All those Gujaratis here, guys, shout out to theplas. But even when a Gujarati travels to a tournament, I see all the other players nowadays bringing theplas. It's not like only Gujaratis, but others also. So it's become like the most easy to carry. Queen b5 played by Vidit. Vidit is looking at this pawn and Nepo goes back and defends it. Nepo is keeping his queen on this file. I'm actually interested to see how Vidit continues because his rook would love to come here. Unfortunately, the queen is looking at this square. You want to bring that rook there. You don't know how to do it. How do you plan it? You feel your knight is well placed, attack, defending here, but it's not doing much. Maybe you want to get here and attack this, but then he comes and controls this even further. So, these are the questions which Nepo is going to pose with it with, and Vidit will have to find the answers to these.
King F8, King E7 is asked by Mahesh.
No, come on. King is not well placed here. Knight will come here and really harass it. I would say put
Rook
the
D6,
king here.
Rook D6, many people have asked.
Yes, Rook A6, Rook D6 is an idea. However, when you do this, you have to be very alert of this check and losing this pawn. So be very alert right now. Don't move this so quickly. Maybe first King H7. This is a very high level prophylactic move. And these players come up with this idea because they think, oh, I want to do this. But then they see, oh, if I do this, then the check comes in and I lose this. So then they come up with this idea, King H7.
Or h5, one last question. h5 committal because you leave the g5 square.
Yeah.
थोड़ा early हो गया ना?
In fact, I like Shreyas Gokhale's suggestion. He says knight e8. And Shreyas, this is a very good idea. He says, why don't we put our knight on d6?
But
It
knight
control.
f5.
Yeah, exactly. And somehow white is in time and you are not having that much time to put this here. So it also is not only about where it belongs, it's also about the execution, how you want to do it. Okay, while Vidit thinks about it, let's go to Ivanchuk versus Magnus Carlsen because today Ivanchuk is in a must-win situation, and Ivanchuk, who generally sort of does this to his eyebrows, would be looking at beating the strongest player on the planet. And while he's trying to think about that, Somesh K has sent in rupees 500, our 460th believer. Thank you so much, Somesh K. E4 Amruta played by Ivanchuk. We had the Rui Lopez by him. And this tournament has had so many Rui Lopez's. I'm really enjoying it. A4, Rook B8, takes, C3, D4, EDCD, D5, E5, Knight E4, Knight C3 takes. I'm sure this is all opening theory. Both players have a lot. Look at Ivanchuk's time. He has 133. In fact, there was a saying, now maybe it's no longer applicable. When Ivanchuk was young, he knew all the openings. He was so good. He was so good that he knew all the openings. And in fact, at some tournament, he played a move B3. And someone in a local chess community said, I will also play B3. And he goes and plays B3. And then the coach comes and asks him, why did you play B3? So that player said, because Ivanchuk also played it. And the coach said, Ivanchuk played B3 after knowing all the main lines of chess. You are playing B3 without knowing everything. You want to escape. There's a difference in both that. Of course, now B3 more popular than what it was before. But at that point, it was considered as a very big sideline.
वो मुझे आई रिमेम्बर दोज पीपल हु आर लाइक मेरे को ये गली से वो गली जा सकता हूँ मैं मेरे को सब गलियां पता है यू नो दोज काइंड ऑफ पीपल हु डोंट नो द मेन रोड्स and know
Nice.
but then they also know main roads, that's why they know gullies.
Right.
Bad
I have
example.
not
Let's move
met
on.
any person who knows all the gullies but doesn't know the main road. That is just
That's a bad
really weird.
example.
So
आधी बन roasted, आधी बन triggered.
knight d8 played,
Yeah.
and now he goes knight d2, b4 by Magnus, and it's kind of forcing move, and he's telling Ivanchuk, I want to do something, so I played b4, and Ivanchuk plays c4, and Ivanchuk's pieces look much better coordinated than Magnus's for the time being. He takes with the bishop. Maybe he wants to put his knight here. He goes c6 now. Maybe he was afraid of the pawn push coming ahead. So c6, knight, queen goes to a4, rook b7, and I have a feeling, Amruta, that Ivanchuk is definitely not going to let Carlsen off the hook so easily here. He will put pressure, although, again, this is a position like what Vidit has against Nepo. Slightly better, but it's very difficult to subdue them. And this is the same thing that could happen to Ivanchuk as well, that he might get pressure, but not so easy to beat Magnus.
But any chances, like realistic chances, you think Ivanchuk can actually flip this? Like he can win with Magnus?
Of course, he can. If there's someone who has the experience of having been there, done that, it's Ivanchuk. He's done that to the best in the business. But again, age comes into consideration. You are in the 5th round of a grueling event. You are there for 15 days. You're facing Magnus. It's not going to be easy. Okay, let's go to the game of Pragnananda against Gukesh. Wow, look at this. How has Gukesh built? It's some kind of a heart. Don't you feel, Amruta? Like, I can see a heart forming here.
You're compassionate, so you can see that.
Or maybe it's a samosa.
You're a good Jew, so maybe you can see that.
Actually, after bishop c1, we spoke about Gukesh taking here and taking this knight. However, Gukesh said, no, I don't want to get into all this. I want to play a5 and hit your queen side. Pragg said, I'll castle. And you know, Pragg is like pawn, he's just giving like this, you know, take pawns. Gukesh said, okay, I'll take rook b1. Okay, he didn't give it up. He played this ab. And now a very interesting move. He plays b5, and this is already the live board. This is the position that we have. I think the knight on c4 is black's very, very powerful piece. A lot depends on that piece on c4. However, at the same time, Pragg has these very nice pawns in the center, gaining space. I don't know how he should be continuing here, Amruta. I would have loved to get my knight here, but I'm not able to. I want to play
you can move
f4, f5.
Yeah, exactly.
I'm not able to move it.
Why?
This pawn is Opry.
So bishop c2, you have a plan, na? You can go bishop c2.
Yeah.
But your c3 knight, all the time knight e5 is something.
Yeah,
you
this
have
is
to be
always
careful.
loose. And also, I understand what your plan is. You want to go here, here, and here, right? Maybe.
Actually, no, not really. What my plan was,
Or
knight g5. I was planning to go knight g5 and queen h5.
this is
or
also
queen
possible
f3.
to go here and to launch an attack. But then you can start with maybe putting your bishop
Yeah,
here.
I was thinking, but normally what you have to calculate when you do
But
this,
this is
knight
losing because
directly pieces.
This is hanging.
And otherwise, fe3, f6 is something thematic you have to calculate.
I am feeling that Pragg might go for this move, knight e2.
Yeah, I like it because it gets. Only thing is, it blocks the way of this queen.
Yeah.
With these ideas, knight g5. So b5, it's a question which has been posed to Pragg. What to do?
Yeah. It's not an easy move. In fact, the engines are very keen on playing a move that is very common in the modern day. When you don't have a plan, play it. Play that move. So I want to ask the chat, what is that move? When you don't get a plan, generally modern engines are like, Karo, Kelo.
Samay Sagar got a big hint, yaar.
By the way, while they are thinking, we have the 461st believer Prabhava Rao, who's contributed on helpchess.org 500 rupees. Thank you so much, Prabhava. Very kind of you. Yes, exactly the move that I was looking for. H4. You play your pawn to H4. You try to gain space here. And
H4 and H3 also people had suggested. But H3 would be slow, I believe.
Slow. But H4 is in the spirit of Alpha Zero.
Shreyas, Abhinav, Kaushik, JP, Saumik, Jagmohan, Aranav, Harry, Ubaid and Ashish.
Yes, guys. H4, H5, H6. Always a good plan to play in such positions, gaining space there.
And the F6 square. Basically, you're deflecting the G7 guy.
Right. So, let's see what Pragnananda comes up with. We go to the game very quickly of Gukesh because we had left it at the point of c3 here, and then Gukesh went, Wang Hao went bishop g4, rook came to e1, rook e8. He pushed the bishop away. The bishop said, I will take. The bishop took back. The knight came up, and now Gukesh is thinking. It's, it's like a very big khichdi that has happened here in the center. This knight is looking at this square. It's also looking at the bishop. This knight is well placed. So black has done pretty well. But at the same time, Amruta, if Gukesh just puts his bishop back and says, I am controlling all the squares that this knight can go to, I don't see how he may lose this game.
Yeah, no, it is definitely comfortable. Too much congestion on e-file here. If you look. Bishop e2 for sure. I think it's a forced move, no, Sagar, if you want to save that bishop.
Yes.
You can't.
By the way,
Devarsh
in the chat says, why don't we take here, and play bishop here and then pin this?
And rook e4 he wants to intend. So
yes.
Actually, tactically, it's a very good
It's a very good idea, but Devarsh, the problem is, I'll put my pawn here. There's no way you can increase the pressure here. And once I get my queen out of this diagonal, I will then put my knight in this powerful square, and this is not where you want to be. And also remember, taking this pawn with the knight leads to some very, very brutal tactical shots. I want you to try and think what is the move that black can play here. It's a very, very powerful move. Sometimes it's not at all easy to find such moves, but when given a small hint, you can find it.
Garvit Gupta, thank you so much for your first time super chat of 449 rupees.
Thank you. And we have a big contributor. We have a believer, 467 believer on helpchess.org. Gigando Balan has contributed 2000 rupees. Thank you so much, Gigando, for your contribution.
Thank you, Gigando. Akshay says, Khichdi, Thepla, Samosa, Sagar must be hungry.
Yeah, generally, you know, guys, I'm eating less these days so as to keep myself hungry for chess. And when I'm commentating, I feel more light, energized. And in fact, guys, I have a small suggestion for all of you who many times have been asking, how can I increase productivity? How can I do stuff? And this is going a little bit away from chess. But if your health is fine and everything is good, try to eat a little less. And you know, if you eat like this is your 100%, eat at 80%. It can really help you to be more active. And while I say this, I'm going to start drinking something.
I got it at a time.
Look at the irony.
Sagar cannot say anything.
Look at the irony of it. Okay, anyway, guys, here the
Knight
move
F3, yes.
that it's a bad move, by the way. Knight F3 is in fact a huge blunder.
What?
Because yes, I understand you want to go and take this, but
yeah, you understand me very well generally.
but white will just take here. And Amruta, now your queen is hanging, you will be in trouble.
Oh.
So the right move here, and rightly pointed out by Sanjeevan, Vishal, Arnav, Kunal, Jonas, Deadly, Suyash, Aston, Sahil and Som
Kya
is
baat hai yaar?
Bishop F2.
Well done, guys. Because
Beautiful.
Knight F3 was so natural and ऐसे लगता है कि हो गया. And then it's like, basically I was having chai and thepla, so I was in a casual mood, Sagar. And I believe many of them also would be.
Okay.
So we
fine.
missed it.
But this is a brilliant idea because now, Amruta, if you take here, you think, oh, if you take back, he will take here and be 2 pieces up. Sorry, my friend. I'm first taking you with a check and then picking this up, and you will be a queen down. So that is not working out.
No.
And in fact, this is looking quite tactical in nature of this. So I think Gukesh will play here. Although the time difference is becoming something to note here. You will see that Gukesh is on 38 minutes while Wang Hao has 1 hour 7 minutes. Arjun Erigaisi now. Let's go to Arjun's game against Nils Grandelius.
Oh, King D6. And the first thing is, it's the time to disco or no?
But you are piece down, Amruta. Think about it. Look at black as 3 pieces. So I want to see how this happened. Can we quickly see from this move? So you go here. He took back. Pawn up. Bishop came out. Rook came here. Pushed it here. And now, oh, look at Arjun. He went in. He could have just continued normally with pawn push here, gaining more space. But he went here. Nils took. And what is the move that Arjun must be planning here, guys? Black to play, white to play. What is his move? Actually, there are 2 good moves here. Let's see which one you choose. Guys, I have just a message right now from Samay, who has sent yesterday. Amruta, remember there was a Samay raid that we had. In fact, Samay is watching on Discord with all his with many of his friends. So guys, if you are watching this and you would like to be there, you can go to Samay's Discord and check it out. It is right now bumbling with energy. No, Samay is not. He's taken this stream fast, right? He's not streaming, so he's right now not on streams, but he is following chess and he's getting stronger by the day, guys. He is close to 2000 elo online. He keeps fluctuating up and down, but getting stronger each day. So here, after bishop a5, in came knight, king takes, Bishop b6 check. You can see a disco, and we have a lot of people who have answered that. 102.
Sine, Siddharth, Vinith, The Unreal, Varahan, Chess, Kavirajan, Udita, Nishant, and Sumo.
Yeah, well done. Bishop b6 check. King goes back. Bishop takes now. And this is looking at the rook. So the rook had to shift here. And I just feel that Arjun is going through to the next round, guys. Think about it this way. Two bishops, symmetrical pawn structure, nothing is, no problems. I'm getting my rooks to the center. Bishop will pop out here. Amruta, he's making it through.
Yeah, because he won yesterday. Now he is double bishop. It's a very comfortable position. Slight advantage. 1 hour 4 minutes with him. 41 minutes with Nils. Maybe Arjun will go ahead with 2-0 score. Not just go ahead.
Could be. You know, with these youngsters, they have this determination, and I feel like that is a huge thing to have in chess. I see many top players who are much more skilled than them. I know for a fact that there are players who have years of experience, but what these youngsters have is that willpower. Like you could see yesterday Arjun having an equal position but playing on and on, trying to grind it. The same thing Gukesh did.
Even top players have willpower. But I think the main difference is also the freshness.
It's energy,
because,
Amruta.
Yeah, energy.
It's energy. Like
Energy,
for example,
definitely.
when you are 30, you are 31, you are 32,
33.
you can commentate really excitedly for an hour or two, but you can't do it for 5 hours.
Yeah, you fall off to sleep.
Yes, exactly. So I'm actually waiting for a younger commentator
Oh,
to
Arvind,
join.
we sent 1005 rupees.
Yeah, thank you.
That's a 463rd believer, by the way.
Yeah, we have 463 believers. Maybe today we might reach even 500 believers. That would be amazing. Guys, all of this money that we are getting on helpchess.org is going to be used for talented youngsters. On the website, you will see the work that is done by Help Chess in the past. Now, as Arjun keeps moving towards round number 6, his prospective opponent most likely is going to be either Pragnananda or Ferenc Burkesh. And that is the reason why I want to quickly take a glimpse on Pragnananda's game if there is any progress. And guys, look at this. When in doubt, push your
Wow!
Pragnananda.
H4 OP. H4 OP for sure.
I'm very happy actually.
Guys,
that
as we say, when you can make H4, A4, A5 and H5, these moves, and these are good moves, तब तुम्हारा level बढ़ गया है. समझ लो.
Yeah, so right now, H4, beautiful move played by Pragg, and he is actually trying to gain space. Queen b6, and Amruta, I'm thinking Pragg will go rook h5. You know, I have an engine running here, guys. As you know, the move that is constantly being suggested is rook e1, and you know, in my head, it's like, what is the point of this move? Why should I play my rook to e1? But you know, guys, sometimes some things don't have a meaning. It's just that this rook on f1 is doing nothing, so you bring it to e1.
So it has a meaning or no?
No, I mean, on its own, I don't realize what the rook is doing here. So I might as well keep it on f1, but sometimes it's good to do these little things. Like, for example, if you are in your house and one book is lying around, you would pick up and put it into the shelf. You don't know what it will help in, but maybe someday someone will not trip over the book. You know, if it is lying on the floor.
For example, you used to cover the events and everything, but suddenly came 1 month where you attended dance classes. I'm like, what is this guy doing? Attending dance classes, and then you do a show in a mall, dance show. What was the meaning?
I don't understand.
There was no meaning.
I didn't understand why Amrita made a fun of my dance skills.
No, you said meaningless, right?
But it's okay, Amrita. I get it. By the way,
Look who we have in the chat.
yes, we have Sandeep Singalji. Hello, Sandeep. Nice to see you. Sandeep is the person behind Westbridge Anand Chess Academy, and thank you so much. These kids are doing so well because of the guidance that they have received. Of course, they all have amazing trainers and coaches, but the guidance that they have received from Waka, which is thanks to Vishwanathan Anand and Sandeep Singhal and Westbridge, which has, put this together, this entire program. Many of them are shining. In fact, guys, remember that Gukesh, who is doing so well, has reached India number 7, is currently traveling with Gregors Gayevsky, and Gayevsky is someone whom Westbridge Anand Chess Academy has sort of helped Gukesh to collaborate with. So this is a great thing that is happening in Indian chess. So many people are kind of putting in their resources, minds towards it, and that is leading to great results.
Absolutely, yes. I mean, it completely changed, right? The direction in which we had these youngsters. Like, ekdam suddenly, they were traveling in some very bullet car, and suddenly there was a Ferrari.
I think they
No,
were
not
already
bullet car.
traveling
Maybe
in
you can say
in at good speed. It
Yeah,
was
it
not
was
bad,
decent,
but
decent.
it has propelled them even faster,
Yeah.
further ahead.
For sure, for
So, oh my God, what is up with Pragna Nanda? I don't understand. How is he playing these moves? He's like, first we say he should go h4, he plays it. Then I say he should move his rook here, he still plays it.
Oh wow. Okay, we really need to guess his third move also. Now after Burkish plays the next move, because it's not easy for Burkish to, oh, he goes h6. Okay, Sagar and the chat.
I will tell you now. Now I know what Pragg will do. By the way, we have 464th believers. Swantham Amamma. Thank you so much, Swantham.
Thank you. And Sagar Ansh says, are you looking to better the website? I love chess and I have a design and development agency. I want to do this for the motion and to grow the chess community of India. And it will be very nice if you do drop an email to us.
Yeah, chessbaseindia@gmail.com. We are trying to make things happen in a way that many of you who like chess can contribute. So would be wonderful.
And
my move, Amrita,
yes, what's your
here
move?
is Rook E2. By the way, people are saying Nepo has blundered, so I'm going to go there. This is a great move, by the way, to get your rook to the open file. And I think Pragg has found the reason to do this, which I couldn't understand. Let's quickly.
But even h5 would be good, even if not.
Yeah, he can also push here. Meanwhile, let's go to Vidit's game. I don't know if Nepo has... No, it's not a blunder per se. But let's look at this. Rook E2 happened. Vidit went knight F4. As we said, he hits the rook with his knight. The rook moves to the side. And
He's
now...
not worried about the d file, actually.
Yeah, knight comes back. But
Look at this. d8 controlled by this knight. d7 controlled by that knight. d6 controlled by pawn. d5, d... So you don't really have an entry there, Sagar.
Yeah, there's no entry point here. Both the knights doing a phenomenal job. And this pawn also chipping in. So here he goes knight back. And now Vidit has to think what is he going to do here.
Guys, how do you start your calculation with? What is the question you ask when your opponent makes a move?
I'm actually wondering where is it that Vidit should play in such positions, because already this file is completely under White's grasp. So you want to somehow do something. He goes G6. And by the way,
question was that what does White want to do? But White wanted to play knight G4, right? And is it not something we are not happy with?
Yeah.
To exchange the knight?
Yeah, maybe the solution which could have been nice is to push the pawn here.
1 second. If knight
To
h5.
stop here, stop the knight. If you take here, then I have deflected your knight. And guys, what is the best move for black? Why did we push our pawn and give it for free?
Oh, got it. By the way, Darshan says, fun fact, if Nepo loses to Vidit and Gukesh wins today, he will climb to world number 6. Yeah.
What?
Yeah, yesterday we were looking at that.
How?
So if we go to this one ratings.
Yeah.
So actually Gukesh is 7th, right? 2761.
Yeah.
And if Nepo loses today, and if Gukesh wins, might be still on the edge, but yeah, this would be quite possible.
Wow. Oh, Gukesh with each game going one step ahead.
94. Marvelous says, can I take some clips by a video for my YouTube channel from live stream? Yes, all the jokes where, Sagar is roasted, those you're allowed.
By the way, Jinal, Shaumik, Sanjeeban, JP, Patanai, Maitreya, Yug, Unreal Guys, Saksham and Aman Singh. You don't take this knight, you take this pawn and you attack here. But, of course, Vidit didn't go for that. He played G6 and now in came Nepo's move. Knight comes out up, and he says, Vidit takes here. I feel like Nepo has now sort of gained more stability in his position, and it feels like he would be able to hold this.
So this G6 was very natural, right? Once again, this kind of a move.
I think
to
Vidit
kind of stop the
Yeah,
knights
I don't
coming
know
here.
why Vidit
But
didn't play.
what should he have played is the question.
I don't know why he didn't play
H5.
this. Yes, because it's a very straightforward tactic. It also stops this. Maybe he thought that after this square is weakened, but you already have control here, and next move you can play this. And I think he would have been in a much better situation.
And one final question. Instead of H5, did he have any other move which was cool and calm? That kind of a move?
Possible, Amruta, to always this rook coming
Rook
here
A6.
is a definite possibility to put pressure here.
Okay. Sagar, by the way, we have a news. Pragnanda played. What did he play? Let's go.
I think Pragg must have played rook e2. Yes, he does. Guys, Pragg has this unbelievable accuracy, and he doesn't have it like every move. But when he is in that zone, he can make back-to-back best computer moves in positions where you don't really think anyone could make it. And that is Pragnananda's strength. I've seen that often, but many times he loses the thread of the game and he makes a series of inaccuracies. That also happens. Meanwhile, I feel Gukesh, on the other hand, is a player who doesn't really, you cannot guess his moves. Engine would say one thing, he plays completely different ideas and different moves. Very complex for a human to work it out. And I feel Arjun, on that other hand, is somewhere a mix of both. You know, he can play original chess, he can play sort of aggressive chess. He's a mix, I think.
Nice decoding the style.
I don't know if it was
But
absolutely
it
accurate,
keeps
but it keeps changing for these youngsters every now and then. Like, for example, Pragg said recently in an interview that my new aim is to keep playing till the very end in many positions. And this is something that he wants to work on. And suddenly you will see him grinding endgames, which was not really his style. So they are very quick to change themselves. We have a believer here, Rakesh Misri, who has contributed 500 rupees, his 465th believer. Thank you so much, Rakesh, for your contribution. And also, in terms of subscribers, Amruta, we are now at 12,52,377, moving towards 12,53,000, which is our aim for today.
I was gonna say 12 lakh, moving towards 380 subscribers. Just, one step at a time.
3 people.
But yeah, Ram Kumar Patnaik, super chats. Why progress of prodigy Ronak Sadhwani halted?
In
But
fact,
halted,
Raunak is
right?
doing very well, guys. He won the Serbia Masters recently, and he also did very well at USA tournament St. Louis, finishing second. So he is in good form right now. Maybe coming back towards 2650 and beyond. Okay, let's go to the game of Ivanchuk and
Yeah,
Magnus.
let's have a roundup, Sagar. Quick shifts.
Okay,
in
let's-
the next
then
few
we
minutes.
can-
And
we
we'll
can-
also have predictions.
We
from
can
us.
make a prediction right now.
Oh,
by
Ivanchuk
the
Magnus is completely changed now. Magnus is better actually.
yeah.
Oh, what did the poll say?
The poll said that they want
Wow,
chess plus
9,000.
banter 50% and 23% banter only, 27% chess only.
So should we listen to 27% or should we listen to 23%?
50%, Amruta.
Okay.
We will do both. Anyway, that's what is happening, guys. There's a lot of fun banter, but there's also a lot of chess here. We looked at this position until here. This moment, Queen A4.
Yeah.
And then Magnus brought his rook up. The knight went back. Knight came up. The knight attacked the bishop. Bishop dropped back. Then he defended this pawn. And Amruta, very soon Magnus started to take over the initiative. He's coming to the center. He came queen back, knight up, rook here. He's putting pressure on this knight. Rook was offered for trade. Very nice move. Rook came in. He took. Oh, he didn't take. He played the other rook there. Takes. And suddenly he went back with a knight, which was not a great move. I feel that Magnus was prepared for giving up a pawn. He said to Ivanchuk, take the pawn if you like, but your problem will be that I have one bishop eyeing the queening square. I have the other bishop which will simply drop back here, and with my queen and this would be a very strong pawn. You know, Amruta, every time we go to some game, everyone is like, Nepo resigns, Nepo this, Nepo that. Guys, why are you doing this? I can see the dhokebaz meter on my screen on the right, this bars, and it says 0.1. So there is no way that Nepo is done anything.
So what is actually Magnus maybe gave up a pawn, kind of in a way offering a draw or what?
No. In fact, it's a very ambitious idea, right, Amruta? Because you have these two pawns. They are far away from queening, while my queen will enter here and then push the pawn down the board.
ठीक है, push करो खुश रहो, as Nightbot says. So,
but you know, that's what Ivanchuk, as someone who understands chess deeply, thought that this would be going in the wrong direction. So he played his knight back, but it was more like he's now landing in a more difficult situation because he doesn't even have a pawn for his worries.
yeah, I mean, maybe f4, f5 if he wants to play, but knight was then better on g3 only.
Right.
Not sure. ठीक है. So Magnus, prediction is Magnus wins this, takes it home, 2-0.
Either wins this or draws it.
No, wins it.
And then anyway goes to the
Because
next
he
round.
would now, his rating is also something which he doesn't want
But
to
the
lose.
main thing is that he moves to quarterfinals. Guys, next round we will only have 8 people left in the open, 4 in women. So it will be quarterfinals and semi-finals in women. In quarterfinals, very likely that Magnus and Gukesh play each other, which will be an epic match. You know, Gukesh, this guy who's raising his rating. Everyone's like, what is Gukesh's true strength? We don't know. Is he 27-30? Gukesh said, sorry, no, I'm 27-50 already. Suddenly in this tournament, he gained 10 elo points. He's 27-60. He's reached world number 7. Everyone's like, is he world number 7 really? Then Gukesh might suddenly, move even further. And when he faces Amruta Magnus, that would be the litmus test somewhere, I feel. But it would also put a lot of pressure, I feel, on Gukesh.
But he did play with him in Norway Chess Classic, and that was different. Here
Yes,
with
it's a
knockout,
match.
it's different.
It's a match. And by the way, Magnus's last move, Queen coming here and offering a trade, is already saying to Ivanchuk,
Handshake.
I'm ready for a draw, Ivanchuk.
And I respect you.
I respect all that you have achieved in chess. Let's draw the game and this. But okay, let's see how long it goes.
Yeah. Let's go to the next game roundup, like board wise. Pragnananda versus Burkish, as we saw.
Yeah,
Rookie
this
2.
this rook
What's
is
your
coming
prediction
here.
for this game? Draw means it goes into the tiebreak.
Yeah. I feel Pragg takes this.
Yes.
The main reason why I feel is the position is very complex and Pragg has a small edge. At the same time, look at Burkesh's time, 33 minutes. They have to still make 22 more moves. They are on 18th move. At 40 moves, they get 30 extra minutes. And I'm all the time a little bit worried about this tactic. But right now, this tactic does not work.
Yeah, very happy because what I was even thinking that I would be, this is my dream to be on e5. So knight e5, knight e5 without your castling and the king in the center. Even if you get this, it's not going to be a helpful. My rook will move, my queen will jump in, and f7 is the weak point there.
Yeah, the rook just slides over. And guys, with this knight watching so many critical squares.
It's a night watcher, sir.
It's a nightmare.
Night watcher. By the way, we have Aaron D'Souza contributing 100.11. Thank you so much,
For
Aaron.
chess. Aaron, what is your thought behind 100.11? I don't get it.
Maybe it's 10,000, something like that. By the way, Benefactor also super chats $10 and says Namaste chess friends. So he's in.
Thank you, Benefactor. That's
not
very.
in India right now. So he's like saying Namaste.
Thank you. That's very kind of you. Okay.
So, okay, Pragnanda wins. That is the prediction for both of
Yeah,
us.
let's
Going
look
to
at
the next
Duda
one.
Caruana, Amruta, very quickly. Yesterday, they drew. today it feels like Caruana is having the initiative with a very solid knight in the center, and he has pushed his pawn. He wants to push further. And guys, remember, this matchup, whoever wins right now will eventually face Pragnananda, Arjun, this board in the semi-finals. So we are looking, I think Caruana is the favorite for me. Like, he's playing such good chess in this tournament, and very likely he will move ahead. But Duda is the defending champion, and he's also an amazing player.
Yeah, yesterday, because Duda, was able to get out of Caruana's amazing opening preparation, I doubt he's gonna make it easy for
Yeah.
Caruana to convert that.
And
Okay.
by the way, yesterday
Nijat,
Nijat Abasov beat Salem. And if you think about it, this is a very interesting clash because Nijat is better now in this game. So if he manages to win, he will face the winner of Nepo versus Vidit. And everyone's thinking about these two players. Like, they are seeded like not very high, 2-6-6-1 and 2-6-3-2, and they have made it all the way here to the last 16. And we have Sarana Dominguez. Yesterday, Dominguez won his game, and he was actually very happy after that win. So today, Sarana with white has to win, but Dominguez looks as solid as a rock. Guys, remember, Dominguez is a very solid chess player, and to beat him on any day is a very difficult task, even for the best. So he's a big force in this tournament to reckon with.
Vignesh says Abasov has beaten Giri, Swidler, and Frezinet.
Yes.
Yeah.
No,
He's
he's
an
playing
amazing-
very well. He's playing very well. I met him on day one when I was in Baku. He was with Rajabov, Temur Rajabov, and he was sitting there. And I believe that he has the full support of his country, because I think he's the last Azeri who's standing in the field. So everyone thought Rajabov will do it. Everyone thought Mamediaro will do it. But it's actually Nijat Abasov. Meanwhile, Arjun Erigaisi position has not moved ahead too much. The position looks great.
Yeah.
He has the bishops. He has the central rooks. Everything looks fine. However, he should be careful not to let his opponent take over the initiative in any way. But I don't see that happening.
But actually, I think for Arjun, I see this plan of very slowly expanding on the king side with f4. And if, let's say, he's able to get g4, f5, sure that it's on the light square, so there is a bit of risk there. But the bishop on this diagonal, I think could be very interesting. And if the rooks get exchanged on the central file by chance, I think draw is okay. So he's safe that way.
Yes, I agree with you, Amruta, that
Nothing to worry at.
pushing the pawns could be an idea. Right now, what Black would love to do is challenge his rook on the open file, but the bishop is looking at this square, so you can actually push the pawn to break the connection, bring the bishop back, and then the rook comes into the center. And in this way, it feels like already Black is equalized because his pieces are well placed, but it's nothing more than equality. Okay, let's go to Gukesh game.
So a draw is the prediction for Arjun's game.
Yes.
Right? And then he moves to the next round. Okay. Gukesh's game. This prediction is not going to be easy, Sagar.
Yeah, I was wondering, we were discussing in this
Bishop
position
E2.
that bishop
Right.
will drop back, but in fact, he played the bishop up, and after pawn takes,
Bishop
very
takes.
surprising, he pinned his own knight. However, he took with a check, because it was a check. Queen came up, and now already interesting. Now here is where you will see Gukesh's thinking, okay, and try to learn from Gukesh. Don't just think, oh, it's played. So think of this position as if it's your game, and your opponent has just attacked this pawn and attacked this pawn. What is the move that you would play here that comes to your mind? What is that move? It's white to move. Think. By the way, Pragnananda has gotten quite a serious edge, as we can see on the Dhokebaz meter panel, the bars. Nepo with it slightly better for Vidit. Arjun is slightly better against Nils. Gukesh, Wang Hao is equal, and Harika, Alexandra is equal. Everyone's like, oh, we'll play like Gukesh did. Guys, you are all. I know,
Queen B3.
I know many of you who said Queen
Queen
B3
D3. Queen D3. And Bishop E5. Oops.
would not play that in a game because I think Amruta, it's such a tough move
Queen B3.
to play because yes, that is fine, but you
Even
are
an
also
open file.
you are also giving up a central pawn here, and that's what Wang Hao did. He picked it up, and not only that, you think, oh, I'll go and attack here, but that does not work because then the pawn here is hanging. But the entire essence of this play of Gukesh is that don't be passive. Just be active. Like here, he goes rook here, queen takes, pawn takes, and in the end, his bishop is looking here, his rook is looking here, his other rook is looking here. So
Look is looking here. Look is looking here. Sagar, I think this game is slowly actually moving towards a draw. Maybe Gukesh goes in. No tiebreak. Yesterday
he won. So this would end in a
so
draw, and
that's the
Gukesh
reason
would.
he's okay to
You
exchange.
know, Gukesh's path and Magnus's path are moving together because Magnus also is very safe against
Yes.
Ivanchuk. So is Gukesh. But just my final point
No,
was
Gukesh is Gukesh. So is Wesley.
yes, good one, Amrita. Bishop comes back, and if you defend such a pawn, then it's a passive move. So always look for active defenses, and that is what Gukesh does here. Take a6, and now very likely that he takes this pawn, he takes it, knight goes back. I'm expecting them to kind of shake hands very soon.
So this game also ends in a draw, and then Gukesh goes to the next. That is Gukesh versus Magnus is this close. Not even 1 inch, but it's 1 millimeter away.
Yeah, very, very close now. And then we go to the women's board of Alexandra Goryachkina versus Harika. We saw until here Harika had brought her rook, pushed her pawn, but then
Oh,
it so
H4.
happened.
How?
Yeah.
H4 was a nice move actually.
Yeah, just trying to play on the king side, and we said that this is the majority, right? So she's trying to push. Alexandra said, let's trade the knights. So now we are into a rook end game.
Did she go king f2? First rook e2. Okay.
She brought her rook back, brought her pawn up, and now king comes up. I don't think that this game is going anywhere apart from a draw. This one is heading towards a draw. So
Another
Harika,
tiebreak for Harika in that sense. So Harika will go to, as of now in the prediction, Harika will move towards tiebreak most probably. Gukesh moves to the next round without tiebreak most probably. Arjun as well because he had won yesterday. And Vidit, what's happening? What's the update with Vidit and Pragnananda? These are the most important games because if Pragnananda draws, then that's a tiebreak.
yeah,
So that is something we have to check. And for Vidit, he is in a must-win situation. So can we have Vidit's board, Sagar?
and Amruta, we are going to have a very special guest joining in. Guys, any guesses on who that?
Very special. Very special. You
Very,
have
very.
used the word very.
Very, guys, not only special, very, very special.
I'm already here, so it can't be me. Anish, Samay, Dubo, Vishy, Tanya, Anish. I would say, based on my, eyesight and intuition, 60% are voting for Anish.
Okay.
0.01% for Bobby Fischer. And maybe a lot of them for Samay. So yeah, that is the guess.
Yes.
Okay. And Sagar, normally if it was some juice, grape juice, pomegranate juice, खत्म हो जाता था. But this is buttermilk.
Yes.
And बहुत ही धीरे धीरे जा रहा है वो.
Yeah, no, I will drink it, Amruta. Don't worry. We are waiting.
Okay, can you just keep the board for Vidit so that I can look at the
Yeah,
board?
it's the board.
This is Vidit's board.
Yeah. Everyone.
Chat पे कुछ भी मतलब they can write anything ना literally.
Let's see if we manage to, because get Anish. Oh,
Okay, that's a trap. Then it's not Anish. Because it's actually a trap.
no, just came out. I was very excited.
Elon Musk.
So take here King F8.
So that says at this point with inactivity of Samay streaming, I think bringing him would be the most special guest.
Yes, I would love. Guys, we will make a deal. If an Indian reaches the finals, we will get Samay.
Huh.
Okay.
Anand Mahindra. Secret wife. Okay. Chat creativity OP, guys.
So now Nepo putting pressure on Vidit. Vidit pushes his pawn. Amruta, I still feel somewhere that Vidit's position has a lot of potential to it. The main reason is that this one pawn is somehow clamping these three pawns and the knight is jumping in. Somehow this, in any endgame, you are going to defend as white, because imagine a knight endgame and the knight coming and attacking here. That way.
But one problem which I see, Sagar, is the time. He has 16 minutes. He has to make 11 moves, I believe, which is quite a lot. I mean, if you really want to play that thematic chess. And the second one is that even White's knight will come to d5 and force you to push this pawn and weaken this square.
That's fine because we will just play rook and exchange the rooks. I think trade of rooks is good for Vidit. Trade the rooks, play the queen and knight endgame. And yes, there is one check here which looks very nasty. But after king moves, what is it doing? Nothing much.
Okay, that's cool.
By the way, everyone's talking about Vidit's time. He has only 16 minutes. But guys, already 30 moves have been played. So he has to effectively make only 10 more moves.
And actually, everyone is talking about a lot of names and a lot of special guests. They're just not stopping. Very interesting. Maybe even the vote we had asked, maybe they will now change to only banter once Anish joins in.
Well, the thing is, of course, Anish, very busy man. I don't know if he is right now.
Is he going to give you dhoka? If Anish is like, Sagar, I'm going to come, okay? And that's a prank. And Anish doesn't join.
Yeah.
What are you going to do?
Well, let's see. He's Mr. Dependable. So maybe he joins in.
He's the family
Man of his word. Man of his word. But let's see right now. Oh!
What oh?
Magnus is just completely winning.
And that too in this bishop endgame.
Yeah.
That too with equal pawns.
No, because we saw till here, Ivanchuk pushed the queen. They took. And then bishop came in. Knight went up. Takes. Pawn pushed up.
Okay.
And then... 1 second, guys.
कोई तो ये किया क्या? Sriram says Vishy and Ivanchuk are both of same age, but Ivanchuk looks much demotivated and more error prone in his games. Goes to show the greatness of Vishy at his age. Absolutely. Dino says hello from Philippines. Sagar and Amrita.
Hello, Dino. How are you?
No dhoka, guys.
After a long time, guys, this is happening. Hello? Hello, sir. Welcome.
How's life, Sagar? You hear me?
Yes,
We can't see you yet.
1
but
second.
Can the chat hear him? Guys.
Yes, we have you on the screen. The one and only.
Nice.
Anish Giri. Hello, Anish.
Hello, Sagar. Can you crop the window a bit? Because there's some mess there, I see.
But it's looking great.
It's me, but not the mess. I'm the one looking great. Yes. Yeah, nice.
Oh, Anish, after a
Oh,
long
look, Gukesh
time.
is showing up. That's how it is nowadays. That's how it is nowadays. You just, yes.
Wherever you see, there is Gukesh.
Yeah, you just try to sort of wipe me off with Gukesh there. Like,
No,
making me disappear.
I didn't do anything, Anish. It's Gukesh who's doing everything.
That's true, that's true.
Let's, Anish, your thoughts on this.
Wow, epic. Oh, the 7 from the number 7. So hilarious.
Yes.
So hilarious.
Like James Bond, so we were thinking of a good name. Everyone said Gookie Bond there. But maybe you have a better name for him.
Yeah, it's hard. It's hard. You know how it is, yeah? Like they basically at some point your name becomes like you should, because if you try to like make a Bond out of Gukesh, it's one thing, but at some point people will try to make
Bond out
Gukesh
of
will be the new Bond, you know? It's like you have to elevate, you know, beyond the, like you shouldn't try to become the Magnus Carlsen, you should try to become the Gukesh. That's kind of the, you know, so they say.
Right. So
that's the approach.
But Anish, of course we want to look at the games, but your thoughts on Gukesh's rise so quickly up to world number 7 and his games, are you following them?
Yeah, of course. No, he's been playing really well, and you know, he's been everything's been going very well for him. And but I think like he's probably now like he's a bit too much. Probably like he's like 2-3 rating points overrated, I think.
2-3.
But otherwise I think it's all good.
Which is the difference between you and him right now?
Yeah, I feel like he's like 2-3 points overrated. Like he's good, of course, but like not this good yet.
Amazing. Yeah, I think overall he's doing really well. But
yeah, the last couple of rounds he got a little bit of wind behind this in the right direction, especially the of course game with Van Hao yesterday and the last tiebreak game with Yasipenko. Yeah, that was nice. I mean, he was still doing well in that match. It was equal score and so on, but it was a nice thing there that you know the match which was supposed to be much more tense and even, suddenly it was over.
Right. Yeah, by the way, Anish, chat is just so happy right now to have you. There are like around 6,700 people, and they are like they have
Bring us Samay, yeah, instead. I already heard, Sagar, you are like, okay, we have some kind of crap guest now coming, but if we have an Indian in the final, then we'll probably get Samay, don't worry.
I was hoping at that point you would be listening to it.
No, Sagar, I'm there watching for every misstep of yours. No worries.
Oh my god.
It's amazing.
No, it's of course when someone reaches finals, we'll have like a panel, so you would also be invited, so, with Samay, of course. So,
Sometimes it's better to move on than to try, like, you know, Amruta, you probably know, yeah, when Sagar messes up and he tries to like make it better, you're like, Sagar, just forget it, just it's already gone. You know, you lost this one. Let's just pretend
never
we never said
happens
it.
with Amruta. I'm always trying to move on, and she says, "Let's finish this properly."
Oh. This is another subject we'll fight with. We'll take a family man's advice later, Sagar. Off stream.
That's true. Guys,
But-
let's put some chess on the board. So,
Yeah, Magnus seems to be winning this end game, right?
yeah, let me see.
So firstly,
It is
this
very drawish, but I think bishop c5, and then the pawn endgame is probably lost because my king is much faster. And if you lose pawn end, yeah, it's so sad to defend. You have to somehow, you have to like go like g4, bishop f4, and try to erect some sort of.
you mean this pawn endgame is anyway gone, right? So
Oh, sorry, I'm in time, right? No, but this looks king to f1. This is lost, yeah. Yeah, at some point, because you can choose g6 or g5, so at some point you get. Yeah, now you have to calculate. You go g5 or you go g6. Probably, yeah, this is probably it. King f1, h5.
So what you're going to do is going to play g4.
h4 though. King h1. Oh, this is so nice. King f1, g3. Wow, very nice.
Oh.
Yeah.
Wow,
So actually,
by the way, not obvious. Like I would think in my calculation from afar. Okay, I'm of course a little bit of a noob, but I would think that if I get king f1 after king g3, that kind of made it. It should be a draw. So
Yeah.
maybe Ivanchuk will go for it and then just lose.
So you think that this is how the game will end, and it would be a very instructive king
Yeah, I
and
think
pawn
this is very
endgame.
much how the game might end. Yeah,
And then
because you
very
might
important to
calculate
go
to hit.
this.
Yeah, why
Yeah, but
if
you
you
think
go
king f2
g5?
and
Like suppose you go g5 or h5,
king
then king g1.
g1.
Yeah, is it a
Yeah,
draw?
it's so at some point I guess it will be like a mutual zugzwang position. Yeah, so after g4, h g, if it's black to move, black is even. Yeah, black is okay. It's a draw, and if white to move,
Bar doesn't understand
Bar
at
is
all.
confused because maybe
Yeah, because
king f3.
I don't think Bar is confused. It's we are confused. Yeah, who is to move here?
Yeah, h5, g5, king f2,
G4. But we just said it is lost.
and now here
King
Anish.
f1, king of
Yes.
no, g3. Wait,
Yes.
g3, h4. King, no,
G3.
g3, h4, king h1.
This is winning.
No, but Bar is what is there to be confused? This
No,
is lost,
it's
right?
it's not behaving properly. This is lost, I think. Yeah, this is lost.
Yeah.
G4. Okay. So this might be the thing.
Yeah, but what should be the defense, Sagar? Basically, just to finish off that endgame. So what should be the defense instead of king c4?
So if here, by the way, this
Okay,
has happened.
Let's say king c4. Yeah, king c4. Let's say bishop e7.
Yeah.
So what should be the defense is g4.
This is already
I think-
showing like -2. So I feel this is lost already.
Yeah, but they tried. The attempt to defend would be g4.
G4, okay.
King e6, bishop f4. That would be the attempt to defend. And if I got one more tempo, that after bishop d6, I would go like. Now the problem after bishop d6 is okay. Actually, I can go bishop e3 still, and I want to like build a sort of a wall with my bishop and the pawn, but it's. I'm not sure it does, but it might because now king e5, I have bishop d4. I'm lucky there. And if you go g6 first, let's say, then I have a move
Bishop
like bishop
d4,
f2 was
no?
my or bishop f2 was also my idea that after king e5 I have check.
This
So this basically is my defensive setup: the g4, bishop f2, bishop d4, bishop f4, bishop g3 thing, and
But
I'm
do you
trying to
think-
build a wall.
Do you think I can give up a pawn and try to enter this way, or it's maybe too slow?
I guess it's a draw because I will give you one pawn, and I will defend the other. I think. So let's move the bishop here first. Yeah, well, the same. Now let's move the bishop. King g2. Let's say king g2, king h3, king f3. I would guess that that's the draw.
Yeah, this is a draw.
Yeah, but I tell you, I think that also Ivanchuk, he's basically in a very tough spot because draw or loss, he is out. So he might just lack patience and think, okay, whatever, draw, I'm losing anyway, and take on b4, and suddenly discover to his surprise that the position after king f1 is lost, which is indeed very, very surprising. Yeah,
So-
he just lost that pawn game. Look, he just lost it.
Oh, he resigned?
Oh yeah.
He
He
resigned
went to
here.
pawn game, right?
No, he
Yeah.
resigned. He just resigned here.
Okay, I guess he thought like he's losing the match, but it's and maybe the game as well. But he should have tried, yeah.
But even yesterday, he resigned a bit too soon. Remember, okay, it was lost, but he gave up a little soon.
Yeah, I think it's a thing with it's a little bit of a generational thing. I think players of the older generation, they were treating chess in a little bit more like gentlemanly way, quote unquote. Not like it's wrong now, but they saw chess as a bit more of a like a noble kind of thing where you have to resign not too late because it's embarrassing, or you have to not flag your opponent. All these things, which you see now with Kramnik. Let's say when Kramnik is playing, you see this
Yes.
miscommunication between generations. Yeah, there is Andreikin playing Kramnik, and Andreikin think everything was fine, and Kramnik thinks that he was flagging him unfairly. All this. So I think it's a bit of that old generation players sometimes they also resign much earlier than like let's say a young player here. Let's say Pragg with white or Arjun would never ever resign. Ever.
And for them, those 1 or 2 elo points is important with a draw or a win. For Ivanchuk, it's like it doesn't matter now. Yeah, something like that.
That's true. Rating also is irrelevant, and I think he might have calculated. But also, Magnus played bishop f8, which is much better. I think he might be lost because I don't see how to build that.
That same concept. No, maybe.
No, but it works though. No, but it works. G4. Yeah, it works now. Yeah, I think it works. King e6, bishop f4. Yeah, I mean, I think he should have played also because it's an interesting endgame. Like as out of sort of
to create some
out of
content.
love for the game. Yeah, like out of the because he loves the game. So out of love for the game, just to see this end game. Is it draw? Can he draw it, or is it lost? And how will Magnus win? Like, I think of course it's very sad to defend when you are anyway lost in the match. But I think it's a very peculiar end game. I would just like to see. I will analyze it afterwards. It's very interesting. It's very close. Yeah.
Wow. So Magnus now goes through to the quarterfinals after, sort of stepping in some dangerous waters against Vincent Keimer. They're almost going to be knocked out. Yes, Anish. And this shows that World Cup can be so unpredictable. Anyone can get knocked out at any point.
Yeah, for sure. Though if you are a strong player, of course, I think you should not be knocked out like before at least round 3 or something. But yeah, it's unpredictable. And definitely what is interesting is I think that what is nice is to sort of stare at the death in the eye, at some point. Like what Carlsen had when he was looking at Vincent to take on e4 or not, the second game. He stared he looked down, he looked down and he saw there, he saw the end. And then he went back in. And I think this gives you extra strength that you faced it already. And I feel that these people who have overcome that in the World Cup, they have a bit more. It's not decisive, but they have a little bit more mental strength to them. They've stared the death, and they have nothing to fear anymore. They've seen it. They've watched it.
And so, but Magnus has now qualified to the quarterfinals, and this position, I think Anish most likely should end in a draw. Yes, or you think Black has some chances to press?
Well, of course, the position is it speaks for itself. It's extremely simplified. I mean, who's to move even?
I think Black, here Rook C8 was the last move.
It's white to move him. Okay, we can try to even force the draw at this point. But I guess the idea is that if Bishop D4, which would be an attempt to force it, it actually maybe falls into knight e4.
Yeah.
And if Rook D7, you have knight D2, knight B3, and somehow I attack the bishop. And even this should be holdable, but this is already what Black is hoping for. Somehow I won a pawn, stole a pawn with some tactics. So of course, no need for Bishop D4 yet. Instead, let's see.
Maybe Rook B6?
Well, I think that you probably Gukesh doesn't want, because if Rook B6, you have Rook C7. And then I keep the B7 pawn and knight D5 comes. There is some long-term, some kind of potential for Black because it doubled pawns, but not really, of course, not really. I mean, we are talking like this because the game Black has 2 minutes. So you try to look for all chances. But in reality, of course, it's very, very far away from a loss for White. And I think, so many things have to go wrong for White to lose it. Yeah, King E2 is the move
he played King E2.
That's the one I had in mind. Of course, you want to bring the king. So now, okay, what is
check
Rook C2 check?
And king up.
He went already king up.
Yeah.
Okay. I expected Rook D2, but I didn't realize that he wants Rook B2, Rook B6.
Rook B2, Rook B6.
Yes. So if Rook B2, there is Rook B6, and then this. And I think this is a very active way to draw the game, right?
Yeah, and if you can try A5, A4, but after A5, I start with Bishop D4 probably, Sagar also. I'll trade the...
trade the knight, yes.
Yes. It's unrealistic. And even Rook B7, A4, B4, and Rook A7 afterwards. It's very easy.
So
I think the problem for Wang Hao, is that he's not even... I don't think he's even better. I think it's just... I think White is actually nice. Maybe objectively White is on a good side of a draw here.
Right.
Kind of active.
So this definitely seems like a game that Gukesh will draw, which means that he will go to the quarterfinals and meet Magnus Carlsen. And there, do you think it would be... what are your thoughts on this Magnus-Gukesh matchup for quarters?
Yeah, I think it's very difficult for Gukesh. It's, of course, a little bit unfortunate, the pairing, that he gets Carlsen this relatively early in the tournament. There are many strong players. Of course, Carlsen is probably the strongest in this format. I have to say, of course, the match with Keimer, it will give Gukesh hope, because before that, it looked like he was in very good shape. Carlsen, he played very good games, I think. I think the first few games were very good.
Yeah, he beat Pansulai very smoothly.
Yes, and then also Aryan.
He
was
but he was lost on that one move, G6, which was a very special move. Yeah, I mean, very difficult.
Yeah. But it was lost, not like lost as in, old-fashioned lost, but like with the computer nowadays, it's lost. Because, of of course, earlier, if you look at the position, it would take a strong grandmaster a couple of weeks, while they would annotate the games to realize that who is better and why. And okay, it turns out that he was, let's say, objectively close to lost. But I think in practical sense, it was very far from a win. For if you had seen the kind of games that Magnus has saved before, and like it was basically it was just like a fun fact that he was maybe lost, but objectively speaking, in a real game, it was not no biggie. It was just very complicated position, and he also did it himself. He entered complications, of course, from the opening, and then okay, it's part of the game. Sometimes it gets risky. So I think he looked very good and was in control. But this match with Kamer, of course, it gives Gukesh some hope that you know, still there are some shaky signs from world number one, and yeah, hard to say. I think stylistically, like Gukesh shouldn't be a very difficult opponent for Magnus yet. I think Gukesh's preparation is, of course, good, but it's sort of not aimed at trying to dry out the game, which is what Carlsen doesn't like. He doesn't like when people dry out the game,
And
this kind of
Gukesh never
approach.
does that. He never tries
No,
out the games.
Never. No, because he wants the game to be rich as well. But I think at this point, I'm not sure he yet has the strength to match Carlsen in this kind of games.
Wow, that would be very interesting to see. I mean, and by the way, draw has occurred,
Yes.
so we have both of them officially into the quarterfinals.
And lot of people are demanding to see Pragnanda's game, because I think after this point we have not seen it, and some interesting chess is happening.
Anish, we were commentating. We said we don't understand what to do, but pushing H pawn, generally engine shows it, Alpha Zero method, and Pragg does it. Then he goes here, and I'm like, okay, engine is suggesting Rook E1 looks useful. Pragg plays it. Then this Rook E2 idea going to the A2 square. I think overall, Pragg's accuracy is really amazing, and he's got a completely better position. Maybe his last move, perhaps not the best.
Why? Actually,
Because now
what
I
should he
think
have played here?
he has sacrificed
rook.
this.
Oh, what happens first of all if you take that rook?
I think then this would be hanging, right, at this point.
Well, it's very long term, I think, because I don't think there's a direct issue for black. I think Queen A5, let's say.
Bishop B5.
I don't think you can win material back immediately. I guess you take with the knight, or yeah, like I'll remove my E7 knight, let's say, to C6.
Knight D6 anyway. Bishop D6.
You can keep that in reserve. I like the knight D6, but you can also keep it in reserve maybe, because the bishop is still on F8. You don't threaten to castle. But maybe, yeah, knight D6. Okay, it's very interesting, very concrete. Not like completely concrete.
It's like
Very interesting,
all of
very deep
white's
idea.
pieces are much better than black's, right? Something like
Yes.
that.
Yeah, of course. It looks very promising, but you did sacrifice some material, the rook for a piece, and there is not a direct gain, so it's quite a deep concept, of course, to this. And but of course, very promising, yeah, because the bishop is hanging. If the bishop moves, there are a lot of ideas. A lot of ideas, because even when you castle, my bishops are facing the king side.
Exactly.
And then the 95, Queen G4, also these things are there. It's nice intuitive sacrifice. And of
Feels
course it's very,
unpleasant.
yes, and it's very tempting for black to just ignore it. I mean, I understand why would you allow this? Just go bishop c6. And now the question is, like, how can Pragg is trying to force him to take, of course, but he cannot force because knight on c4 is very well protected.
Right.
So Queen e2, he keeps the rook there. I think the main problem black has is that he cannot develop the bishop on f8.
No, but you
So many
can
of
go
these
here,
openings.
knight f5, right? This is possible.
Yes, so
Bishop
then you have to
F5 and
definitely
E6.
consider taking an e6. Exactly, yeah, definitely. Looks very dangerous for black. Maybe you can go bishop e7, ef, king f7, because f6 looks very weakening. So I guess bishop e7.
Somehow this is the only move now.
Oh, it's so,
Bishop d6.
Yeah.
so hard.
Very tough.
And why is bishop e7 worse?
Some queen d3.
With bishop on d6, if I do the same. Of course, bishop on d6 is better. I guard e5 square a little bit more.
And then maybe you kind of run away, it seems.
But what was the same thing with bishop on e7? It's
You have to run away from anti-cheating detection after this, I think, mostly. That's all you have to run away from.
Takes,
So this is like,
no, queen
you have to run
d3.
away.
If you do this,
So queen e6 check, yeah. Queen
The-
e6 check in the end, yeah.
oh,
it's very precise actually.
Okay, yeah, but you know, I think as a human, you think knight f5, take e6, you stop. You just cut off the line. So you don't see knight f5 as
so
a
this
good
is
option.
not going to happen.
I mean, it could happen that you cut off knight f5, then you make a full circle, and then out of desperation you return. Okay, because what other moves you can make? And that's the other thing with this cramped positions like French and Caro-Kann. There's e7 square is available for both the knight and the bishop, but only one piece can be there. So it's constant problem in all these openings. How do you develop? You need the knight on e7 to go somewhere. It's vulnerable on f5, on g6. On c8, it's very passive, and there is a rook there. I think knight g6 is just h5. I send it back, so it makes no sense at all. I would consider some kind of g6 knight f5, but it weakens f6 square. I could even consider some knight h2 later down the road. Yeah, maybe g6. Yeah, maybe just by elimination. By the way, what if I grab exchange now?
Yeah, now I think it says that it's much better than before, but I think still Pragg is quite okay. I mean, he still has compensation. So
looks beautiful for white. Yeah, it looks even better than before for white because knight d6 is a big threat.
but now you can take. So now
Yeah,
your
okay.
this bishop,
Nice.
which was really bad here, is gone.
But you are pinned and you have still two moves to make. I go bishop d2. You have to make bishop e7 and castle.
Yeah, queen a7.
Are you in time? a7, not b6. But then rook c1. If I just attack, you defend. I cannot attack one more time. Yeah, it's difficult for me to attack you one more time. Interesting.
How is the plan? Bishop a4, queen d3, bishop c2.
Bishop a4, yeah, bishop
But
e7.
is it too slow
Or
here?
bishop a3 first.
Bishop a3 just hit here and castle coming up. Nice.
But it's true that I can actually do this queen d3 thing, yeah, slowly. It's still dangerous. Let's say, yeah, start queen d3. And then I can play bishop a4, let's say. I like this idea. Castle, bishop c2, g6, h5. Still dangerous.
Yes. Not that you can
Because
just... That's not the pin. It's also an attack which could come up.
but because black has a saving thing. Knight
Maybe he will sacrifice at some point this rook or something.
What is the saving idea if I take on b4? Okay, ag queen a3 maybe or not.
No, and now this crazy move.
gf rook f7. No, then I take bishop h7.
Crazy move which saves the day.
f5.
Yeah,
like this.
I think so. F5. F5 or queen
Yes,
b2.
you see the problem, Sagar, is that when you calculate,
Yeah.
you kind of see the danger and you kind of stop before you see the defense.
Yes.
So yeah, difficult.
So Anish, what you said has happened. You said g6 because he wants to get this knight here. And guys, this is what it means to have a top player, a human player commentating. So they can guess the moves.
Mistakes of opponents of Indian youngsters.
No, but you know, you are able to guess what Ferencs would play, and
Yes.
because you kind of sort of saw knight f5 is what engine says it's the best move, but it looks so scary, and then you saw g6.
Yes, I already know that when I look at the game without engine, I can predict the moves much more accurately than with engine.
Yes.
When I look without engine, I predict like 90% of the moves of the players, because I kind of evaluate in a similar way as them.
Correct.
Not like computer. And computer starts to cloud my judgment. It starts telling me, yeah, but knight f5, take, you see bishop d6 is possible to find. It's kind of logical and develop, but it's not really how it works.
When you don't have the engine, you're like, okay, this is too crazy to even consider.
No, g6, yes. G6, because the good thing for black in these kind of positions, they're very closed. So it's very hard for white to break. So you think with black, you can afford to take time. You can play very slowly. You can not develop your king side for a few moves. And the problem for Pragg is that if he goes knight h2, then queen d4 is something he has to take into account.
Yes.
Because otherwise you want to go to knight h2, knight g4, knight f6. But you have to take into account queen d4. And then, okay, it's at least unclear.
But maybe Pragg just goes rook b1,
by
yeah?
the way. Yeah, rook b1. I like rook b1 very much.
Just put and
But
what I really admire about Pragg, and Anish, you can correct me here, that even though this is like the decisive game, right? This is second game. First game ended in a draw. Yet he's going for such a move, Rook A5, which can actually knock him out if he doesn't play accurately. Or
I
you
think
think
you
it's
have to,
risk free?
No, you have to realize that no, it's not risk free, but I think you have to realize that in certain positions you have already burned the bridges and there's no way back. So actually, in this position, Black has this fantastic knight on c4, and this White has the weak pawn on b4. Then in this position, if you don't attack with White, you will lose. So the risk has been taken before, like maybe in the opening, e5 was the risk or something like that. He took the risk earlier, and now already it's too late. You have to go for the attack, because now to play safe would be the risky thing, and okay, you have to go for it. So he's playing according to the needs of position, and that's the right approach. The right approach for sure.
Let's see what Pragg does here. And now going
Queen a2 also maybe a candidate move.
Queen A2 or Rook B A1. We'll come back to this. Did you feel like Pragg played really well to beat Hikaru, or do you think Hikaru just made a lot of mistakes? Like in the first game, he forgot his prep. What was your thought?
Well, first of all, I think in general, when you have a match or any game of chess, two players play, it's like this connecting vessels. Yeah, so you have this tube with water, and if it's more gonna be this one goes down, this one goes up, and if this goes up, this goes down. So I think like in a match, when one plays well, the other plays bad, and way around. So it will always look like one of the players played well, the other played bad, kind of. So it was needed for Pragg to play well, for Hikaru to play badly, that's for sure. And you have to realize, okay, we see it's all a little bit not so easy, because you see that Hikaru mixed up the move orders.
Yes.
Yeah? And you think, okay, why? What? Why? Why today? But you have to look at Prague's opening repertoire. You have to look at his tree before the game. What did he play? I know because I played against Pragg c4 like 10 times. So I already know exactly what he plays against c4. You have to realize that Hikaru had to repeat like 5 different variations that Pragg plays. The day before, Pragg played c4, c5 and did very well from the opening. So of course, which is a good move as well. So Hikaru, of course, expects c4, c5 to be repeated. He expects that will be the battleground. So he repeats those lines. He repeats c4, e5 that Pragg has played before. And after all of that, Pragg is not lazy. He does extra work before the rapid. Instead of saying, okay, I'll have a walk, fresh mind, he's sitting there with his laptop preparing, preparing this bishop
With
before,
Ramesh sir.
No, I think without. I think Ramesh sir already went for a walk, and Pragg is like, no, sir, I'm staying. So I think Pragg, he really likes his... and then he plays the line that he never played before, which is very sharp. And then you are surprised that Hikaru mixed up his move order. It's not at all surprising that he mixed up his move order. It's a normal consequence of all the work that Pragg has put in. And of course, Hikaru is known that he is a great player with many great strengths, but recollecting exact exact theory, it's never been his strength. And he acknowledges that, and he says, okay, all this theory stuff is not his... He does it, but it's not his main strength, because he is also doing streaming, he plays blitz, he does all these things, and going through the opening variations is not what he does on a daily basis. So it's a logical consequence of both players' approaches to the game that sometimes this thing can happen. So I think it is, of course, luckily for Pragg, the mix-up was so bad that it was just lost. And I think the second game, I was a little disappointed on Hikaru's part, because I think he's very experienced in playing sharp positions with Black for a win. Very experienced in this kind of G4, G6 setups. So I was expecting him to get a more fighting position, but somehow, like 10 moves into the game, he was already on the defensive.
Also, Pragg said that he knew Hikaru would play this opening because he had seen his stream. He had seen his streams, and he came prepared with this Queen E2, Bishop C4 like setup, which is also interesting.
But Hikaru has faced the Bishop C4 Queen E2 setup a lot, and of course, I'm not saying there is a good system against it, but there were better options than what he did, because what he did, it was, first of all, bad position objectively, but also it was without counter chances. Yeah, so you get bad position with Black, that's normal, but you want some counter champ hope. And now it was symmetry. It was like position was like the same, but every piece White has better piece. Like pawn on e4, pawn is on e5. Yeah, it's all symmetrical. But White has an active bishop on c1, Black has passive bishop on g7, and every piece White had was better than Black's piece, and that was like completely symmetrical position with only Pragg having the advantages. So yeah, that was Hikaru's mistake. I think the main mistake, that he wasn't able to get. because I remember when I played Prague, I had this match once in San Francisco where
Champions
I
Chess
lost
Tour.
when I lost first two games to him, and then I was so lucky I managed to come back 2 times, so to draw the match with 2-2.
Yeah, I remember you were
a
lost
row.
in one game and then that you fought back and you 2-1 and then you won again, right? Something like that.
Yes, of course I was lucky in both the games. You cannot otherwise.
Yeah.
I think that the
Guys,
third game was
There
good, but the
is
fourth
in
game,
the
yes.
chat Tanmay Bhatt, and he says in the next CPL, Kingslayers better have Gukesh again.
That's a good point. It's a good point. No, I was always for.
You were
Team
always
Gukesh.
putting your bets on him. That is for
Yes,
sure.
yes.
Yeah. I mean, we have many recordings or things.
I did very sophisticated mathematical calculation where I calculated his rating and his age, added the two together, and realized that this is really good, really promising.
Sorry, continue. Yeah.
Yeah, you were talking about Prague and.
Yeah, but I mean that I remember I had with Prague also some other occasion where I managed to come back in a match. I think there are chances, once you get complicated position, there are chances to come back even against Prague. But Hikaru wasn't able to get position from the opening. That was fighting. So that was unfortunate for him. Of course, it shouldn't have been this easy because Hikaru is really very, very good. So normally speaking, to knock out Hikaru, you need to break him once, twice, thrice. But this time somehow things went really well for Prague, and the openings for both the games were just KO.
Yeah. And Anish, coming to the match of Vidit, yesterday he had a great chance against Nepo. He missed it. The game ended in a draw. Today also, I was very, very surprised with Nepo's move A3. Somehow fixing his own pawns. Do you also feel surprised with this move, or you understand the decision?
No, I don't. I mean, I understand sort of you could say that you want to stop A3, sort of I can explain, verbalize the rationale behind it, but I would never make this now because indeed, the long-term issues of it are just for my taste are too overwhelming. You would think, and I guess it's what also Jan thought, that it's not enough to lose the game just to have this small weakness of the c4 square, because you can trade that knight out of c4, you think, with knight g2, then knight f1, knight g2, so you think it's maybe not enough, but yeah, it's a concession. Already I guess black was a bit more pleasant, wasn't it?
Yeah, and right now, after all these moves, we've reached this position. It does feel like Vidit. Do you think he's under pressure or should end in a draw?
No, I think Jan did quite well. Somehow the queen is now on before a5,
Yes.
which is very annoying.
Yes.
Because if the queen was on c2, let's say, Vidit would have the dream, yeah? He would,
Yeah.
But now with this queen touching the knight, the knight, it doesn't stand there very firmly because only queen protects it. And so the queen has to stay there as well. And the knight tied up to the pawn, the queen tied up to the knight, everything is tied up. So I don't think that Jan is in big danger, but to say that black is worse, I would also not think. What is the move number? I'm curious.
40th.
40.
Sorry?
40th move. Last move.
Oh, so they didn't agree a draw because after move 30 you can agree a draw, yeah?
Yes.
So nobody offered a draw. I would expect some draw offer to come from someone.
No, Vidit has only 3 minutes actually, and Nepo has 54 minutes.
Yeah, but Nepo had a worse position, so I was thinking that somebody would offer a draw there and it would end. Because now...
But do you think, Anish, if black plays the move b5, let's say, it sort of solidifies his position a lot more? Now I have only one weakness. I put my queen here.
There's some, yeah, I think that's very tempting, but I think you have to decide what happens after c4.
Yes, that looks like the best move.
Yeah, and you don't get the time to somehow consolidate fully. I'm also wondering, just out of curiosity, how bad is the trade of knight takes e4 to release the knight? Is this not equal? I mean, am I really worse here? I don't think black is really worse. Yeah, knight d6, f5. You can lose this position, of course, with black, because white has more time, and white has potentially a passed a pawn. So he will try to go like queen c2 before a4, a5, and push the pawns. And black will meantime, I think black should generate enough play on the king side, but maybe it will be practically not so easy. So it's a bit of a risky decision, but I think objectively, if not for the clock, I would have full faith in Vidit drawing this game.
But
No
he'll
doubt.
get 30 minutes, no? Now.
Yeah.
You think 33 minutes is also not enough if it goes the distance?
Yeah, against it's enough, but not against like 1:30, 1 hour 30 minutes. Opponent has like 1 hour more. It's very disturbing. And
by
he has
the
to
way,
take decisions.
He played h4, which
Yeah,
gives up
h4.
one square. Later on the knight could jump here potentially.
Yeah, but I also take squares. It's not
Oh,
only
he went there.
immediately.
Yeah, he immediately went there.
I think Jan is like, he has an appointment, yeah? He can miss. What if I go 94 now and f5?
Yeah, that seems like the best way to go
I mean,
forward.
I gain now 2 tempi compared to what I was about to go for. And this is really tempting now.
And also Vidit has 30 minutes, so maybe he has this good incentive to change the structure.
Yeah, or I can just defend with king g7. Right? I can do that.
Yeah.
Because knight f6 was a threat. Okay, Jan is like, why to play knight g4? So like he is in some sort of on a roll, yeah? Some kind of unstoppable force.
No, and in this tournament, he hasn't looked like super solid. Like Nihal almost found a way to sort of beat him in second classical game. He got this huge advantage pressing in the first rapid game. He was very close to beating him. So Jan has looked a bit shaky.
Yeah, Nihal, by the way, he's improved a lot, because I remember when I played him in the global championship, he had a big problem that he didn't have a good response for 1e4, and he was going from one dubious opening into the other, and I was kind of chasing him everywhere, and some games I would even win by force in the Pyrrhic defense, and now I see he decided to solve the problem by just buying my knight, of course, which is a good idea. It was a very good idea. He just bought my knight, of course, and now suddenly he's a much better player, because it's not so easy anymore for his opponents.
Anish, in general, buying your course solves a lot of problems for people everywhere. So guys, on that note, Anish has actually released a new course of his own. But I don't have Anish on the screen. One second, let me. There's only one Anish.
It's really, Sagar, you made it also very awkward. It looks like some official promotion. Please don't make it so awkward. Guys, don't mind this. Seriously, Sagar, it's very awkward now.
No, it's not official promotion. It's something that
commercial break, guys. Everybody leaves. Everybody left.
No, but Anish, there was a day where Eline played one line, okay, against Harika, and then we were looking at the games, and then we found, okay, Anish has played this, and then we realized
every line we check,
so she would
Anish Giri is there. Every line we check in the reference, your game is there, right at the top. So the amount of opening knowledge that you have is phenomenal. And guys, it may be promotion, but I want to do it, not Anish. It's the first link in the description. Check it out. It's a free course there, short and sweet, of 1e4 repertoire for white, and get it, and you can solve many of your problems just like Nihal did.
Yeah. If you need to get rid of some cash you have, it's also a good way to do so. But there is also
Tanmay Bhatt says, please put hashtag sponsored in title.
Tanmay Bhai is saying this is the ultimate. Tanmay, आपसे ही सीखा है सब.
हाँ ना, Subway का क्या ही ad था.
Did you see Vishy Subway ad, Anish?
Yes.
That is Tanmay's brainchild there.
Wow, nice.
You maybe you are not aware of that, but it is his. He came.
No, but actually, like on a serious note, I think it's a very smart concept they did. Like, not the part where they made the Vishy sweat, but the part, the idea that there is a pre-selected sandwich now for you. I think that is like huge, because I'm sure a lot of people entering Subway, they really were like, I just don't feel like choosing all this like different things, like, and also you have to talk to the person and say, okay, I want this tomato, these onions, like, no, not so many. And then you have to, like, do you want these? And you're like, I don't know if I want, I don't even know what's called this stuff. It's what means capers. I don't even know what it is. Yeah. And you're like, do I want olives, black olives, green olives, or both, or not? And you just don't know all this. And it's a great concept to actually to just have one preset sandwich.
You know the difference between Anish and others. Anish, when we showed his course, he did not even speak for 1 second about what is there inside. But when he told about Subway ad, he's talking about it for last 2 minutes. Oh, it's a nice sponsor.
In fact, Anmay says Subway will sponsor Kingslayers. Thank you, Anish.
No, I will be the ambassador. I'll be the first one.
Wow, amazing. Oh, by the way, we also have a super chat, big one. Venkat Krishnan contributes 2,000 rupees and says, as a big thank you for Anish's presence. Oh,
Yeah.
just presence.
No, Anish, thank you. You coming here, we earn a lot of super chats. So.
Yeah, I remember.
Okay, so
Yeah, by the way, Vidit's game, I think it will be just draw. Because I was thinking, like, I think they'll probably start repeating moves or something. Because I don't see how white can exert pressure. Just queen d6. I mean, you need to move that knight from c5. Like, I don't know how you're gonna do that. Maybe knight e3 back. No, I mean, I honestly think black is very comfortable here. Just even b5. Like,
so with it, should be able to hold.
Yeah.
And in a tie-break scenario, would you give Nepo slightly more chances than with it, like 55-45, or you think because with it, you spoke about how Magnus stared at death, maybe with it did it like in round 2, round 3?
Same.
No?
No, that's not the same. By the way, just queen e7 back, queen before back is just a little bit just draw immediately. I think it's not the same. It's very different somehow. So Magnus, he kind of stared into the death, into the valley, and Vidit, he is in that valley. Like, he's just he lives there. No, really, it's a bit different. Like, he just lives in that valley, and he's just as the rounds go by, he's just chilling there. Now he's nicely comfortable, At first, like, he found his food, some other people who are there.
I thought Valley was not a good space to be in, the way.
But he's just there. Like, what can he do? He's in the
Black Lotus meditation.
He learned to meditate in the valley. It's fine to be there. He accepted that he's then there. It's very different. I mean, Magnus, he came as like number 1 seed, and yeah, for him it's a bit different. Vidit is, of course, getting more and more comfortable by each round, but of course, well, it's a tricky pairing for Jan, because Vidit is he's often underestimated, and he's very, very strong. And you sometimes think that he's sort of harmless, something like that, but that's really not the case. And if you overpress, he will jump at you. So I think for Jan it's a little bit tricky, because Jan has a tendency to underestimate his opponents, I feel. And yeah, I think the match is something like 55-45 to Jan, because Jan is higher rated, of course, and more experienced and has more achievements to his name. But I don't think it's much too far from that. Vidit is actually very comfortable, so he even doesn't fish for repetition. He just stands, and I think I would prefer probably. Yeah, I think it's just somehow equal. Yeah, I would probably prefer black if anything. Yeah, tiebreak
very likely here. Meanwhile,
can we go to Pragg's game, because I think it's going
no,
towards
Arjun, we haven't checked. So let's
maybe.
quickly get Anish's thoughts on.
Just draw, yeah.
Anish, is your mic a little far from you?
Anish.
Mike is here.
Is
good?
good. Yes, better.
Yeah, I think okay. It's somehow he lost a pawn, but I guess he lost a pawn to make sure that he gets the same game, because it's completely dead. Yeah, there's no chance here.
Also, F4 break means there's BD6.
Yes.
So if ever he gets this move, you don't have to worry. Put your bishop here. If he takes this pawn, you take the bishop. If he takes this pawn, you can take back. So Arjun goes through here in this most likely. And if Pragg manages to win against Ferenc Gukesh, then Arjun and Pragg face each other. How has been your feeling of Arjun in general, like in this event? He's beaten Fedosiev, he beat Sindarov. I think he's beaten many strong players.
Yeah, he's played very well here. He's had a very mixed year compared to Gukesh or Pragg to an extent. I think Pragg and Gukesh, they've had a much more even year. They've had just a good results. But Arjun, he's had a lot of ups and downs. He's won. So World Rapid and Blitz, he did great, of course. Then he played quite badly in Vaikanze. The result was really bad. Then he came back in Sharjah. He won Sharjah, which was very good. And then he, in Biel, before this tournament, I think he played again for his standards very bad. And now he's playing again very good. So he's a bit of an on and off year.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's.
But Pragg versus
very well
him,
prepared, of course.
because if Pragg is winning here, they both will face, and that would be a very close match, I feel.
Yeah, this is also great because I was also thinking at some point, like, what is the way to battle Indian youngsters? Then I realized the one way is to have them like beat each other. This kind of a nice way to neutralize them. They're just facing each other. Let them cook. So this is. I mean, it's going to be like a massive opening prep clash as well because they're really eager to prepare. They are both spending a lot of times preparing. It's clear, very well prepared kids, like very enthusiastic. Both trying to surprise and play forcing complicated lines. So it's going to be like a massive prep clash.
Prep clash.
And I say this because I feel Pragg now has a clearly better position against Gukesh. He doesn't even have to give up an exchange. He's got his rook in.
But 10 minutes, how many moves?
Oh, he has to make
10
17 moves in 10 minutes.
Ooh, this position. Oh, so it's total chaos actually.
Yeah.
Oh, Gukesh has a bit more time. It's actually not so, but it's not so clear. So let's again forget the bar for a second. The bar is, by the way, insane. It's what
It's saying +4.
+4?
+4, yeah. And whenever I see bar saying these things, I remember what you said, that these days engines evaluate much higher than what they used to do before. So it's not easy.
But +4? On which square is it +4? I'm trying to understand.
It's
H5?
Yeah, exactly. H5 is the move.
But then it's natural, no? For
H5,
Pragg
of
to
course,
find.
is a must. Yeah, H5, of course, but bishop
Mhm.
b4.
Bishop.
I mean, I thought H5 is very good until I saw bishop b4, and I was not sure. Is it just like knight a2 or something sad, or?
And then queen c2. But I don't know. This engine is not very strong, so perhaps. But definitely now some troubles, yeah?
It's plus
Some troubles,
1.5
but
at
not
higher.
+4. There are some troubles. Okay, it's one thing is to say some troubles, but can you tell me what if I play knight a2 instead of queen c2? It's a more easy move to spot. So what is the eval here?
Then you have to find bishop a5 to sort of block things, and it's +1.
But that too, if you play g6 only, Sagar. Otherwise, unclear it could happen.
Queen c2, yeah. A little bit difficult, maybe or not.
Oh, he
I
plays
need bishop
g4.
queen c2.
Ooh, Pragg going
Maybe
all
knight
out.
Knight h4.
Take. What has Pragg thought here?
Rook takes c6, I guess.
Ooh, take here. Okay. Take. Check.
Rook a8.
King d7.
It's a juicy position for white, for sure. Knight b5, maybe first. Maybe queen f3 somewhere.
Yeah, queen f3. Oh, and if you go back to defend this.
Rook a7.
Knight d5, yeah.
No,
probably.
rook a7 here. Oh, knight d5 is just killing.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, this looks very good. Yeah, g4 looks very good.
G4, Pragg making this move with just 8 minutes on the clock. This is being 18 years old, I think. Not having any fear, just going all out.
Yeah, so bishop before here is not an option even because of knight a2, yeah? Just the easiest.
Yeah, hit the bishop and then take the knight.
Yeah, that's enough. So g4, I mean, you have to take on h4, right? Like, okay, if you don't take on h4, then you are, of course, maybe you don't take on h4, but then you are really,
Yeah,
you're just in bad position. Okay, maybe if you think it's losing, you can play like some knight g7, maybe knight g7 with maybe with hope to go one day h5 and reactivate the knight one day. But this is, of course,
yeah, this
Yeah,
might
maybe
be
you have to play like
Barkesh's
this.
move. I think this
Yeah.
solid h5 idea, yeah, this could be. But if you take here, Anish, take, instead of rook c6, there is this bishop c4 move, which looks so scary. But I think if you take, I'm anyway taking your bishop.
Exactly. Yeah. I think the idea is that you take the probably on the next move. Yeah.
Yeah. Take this, take.
Yeah, it's just the same, but it's
Check.
more clean maybe. Yeah, and they could have to.
And then this. And then the threat is to take this pawn and also sacrifice your knight here and get in. Wow.
Yeah, g4 looks very good.
Amazing.
Because h5 bishop before it was not so clear. I mean, queen c2, it's amazing that it's +4. It looks like, okay, not so clear. I don't know. Good, but not so clear.
Yeah.
g4 is much more human approach because yes, if you go knight back, then you're happy to play g4, but it's not the end. So knight g7, I mean, still b4 is hanging. Black is kind of still robust.
And also queen c2 now doesn't seem like, you don't easily put your queen on the same line as the rook. But there are too many pieces, so maybe.
Yeah, you have to in this position not be afraid of ghosts. Yeah, you have to calculate in this position. Remember all what Ramesh sir has taught you in this position. This is what you should do.
Oh, he took.
Okay, but now I don't know if Pragg will take on c4 first.
I think he will.
I think he will take on c6 first, maybe.
My feeling is he'll take on c4 because Pragg generally very clinical in such positions.
Yes, he has taken.
Takes on c4, yeah.
Nice. Yeah, it's very, very clean move because you take before the rook can take.
Yeah.
And then after takes, then take on c6. Oof.
Crazy game by
Be
Pragg.
like Pragg, yeah? What to say?
Yeah.
Good game. Yeah, with some players, I can tell you, you should not give them opportunities. Once you give them opportunities, too late. And Pragg is one such.
Anish, my assessment of Pragg and Gukesh goes something like this. Do you agree? Like, Pragg is very accurate often with the moves. Like, if you check with an engine, his moves are often matching. But with Gukesh, it's never that case. He plays too many moves which are sometimes not the top choice of the engines. But then they practically work out really, really well. Is it true? Like, do you agree?
Yeah, for sure. I think Pragg, he's a very classical chess player, like very, very classical. He's trying to like build a very correct game. And so, the consequences of that are that, of course, often while his rating is still so low, is that because when he plays these open tournaments, he played some international masters or league grandmasters. If he thinks in a position that this is the best move and the best move it leads to equal position, he will do that. So very often he would let them make draws against him. I saw one game he played against 2450, and I just clicked through the game. It was a good game. It's like top tournament game. And then I thought, like, okay, not bad, but he drew 2450, While with Gukesh, somehow he will win just all these games, So he's just being Gukesh is being more practical. But of course, I would think that from a long-term perspective, and especially when you play top tournaments more and more, I would think that like Pragg, he's sort of more ready for that kind of chess. But at the same time, Gukesh did also very well in Norway chess, because I think what you have to realize is that someone as young as Gukesh, he can very much adapt his style to the new environment. So far, Gukesh has been playing all the open tournaments, and he's become a killer of these open tournaments. But that's not what Gukesh of 5 years from now, yeah? Is this maybe Gukesh? Maybe he's very flexible. Maybe he's just going to change his style accordingly as well.
Wow. That's very deep. And right now, news is that Arjun has gone through to the next round, to the quarterfinals. He drew his game against Nils Grandelius here. which means that we have two Indians now in the quarterfinals, and Vidit might well hold. So tomorrow there would be tie breaks, most likely. But okay, we cannot be sure yet. The game still goes on. Fabi has been doing amazingly well, Anish. I think Fabi is somehow looking like the man of this tournament, no? Very smooth wins, sort of going calmly.
Yeah, but from my memory of World Cups, these players are usually not the ones who win the World Cups. Like it's a smooth until one game it's not smooth, and then
You're not ready for those skirmishes, yes?
Yeah, I mean, it's not like I'm just like if I try to remember. So I remember this one World Championship was very famous many years ago, where Topalov started like 7.5 out of 8 or something like this. He just crushed everyone in the 2-game matches, and then he had some tiebreak, like I think with Adams or someone, and then he just lost the tiebreak and he was knocked out. And then I think Vishy won this tournament, or maybe no, maybe
No, he won that. You're talking about San Luis, right?
no, San Luis, no, that was the other one. Yes, San Luis was not knockout, but there was a knockout where. No, Vishy won one in New Delhi. I think this was in some Tripoli or something like that. Yeah, I don't remember who won that tournament, but not Topalov. Topalov's, it was matches, yeah? He won each match without tiebreak, either 2-0 or 1.5-1/2. And then at some point, he just lost the tiebreak to Adams, I think. So also similar, I think, was Elyanov was also playing
yes.
few years ago. He was crushing also.
He reached semi-finals, if I'm not mistaken.
Reached semi-finals, yes, but then lost semi-finals. And very often the guy who he has like a very murky path. He is lucky here, lucky there. He was fighting on the brink of defeat, and in the end somehow. So yeah, it's usually like that. But I don't know if there is any logic to this. Maybe this will be different. For sure, Fabis looks in great shape. That's 100%. Plays great chess. Today also, I mean, Duda was not familiar with this opening variation, and very early, I think he was in trouble. King was a bit weak very early.
Even yesterday, I think Fabi had a great prep, but Duda was up to the mark there, I guess. I mean, he got a bad position, but in the end, and now he's winning here. So he will move to the next round, and I think he will meet the winner of Alexi Sarana and Dominguez. So actually, Dominguez won. So Dominguez is through. He's a dangerous player, Dominguez. He's all the time very solid, but also very, very good, right?
Yeah, although Dominguez's best results were mostly in the past, if I remember. I mean, he's still a great player, but he's had some tremendous results like many years ago, like 2015. And for the last few years, I mean, he was sort of around, but I don't think he's done too well. And this may be this tournament that will bring him back. I think it was similar with Rajabov, right? When Rajabov won the World Cup.
Yes.
A couple of years ago. He was also not really the big tournament favorite. But he's, good enough, very solid. And this kind of players, they are capable of winning this kind of tournaments. So yes, Dominguez is kind of an outside an outside dark horse kind of this tournament for sure.
Right. And guys, finally, Harika is doing very well here. She's going to draw her match against Alexandra Goryachkina, which means she will go into the tie breaks here. Anish, what is happening with you right now? What will you play next? Everyone wants to know.
I think I am playing this Grand Swiss tournament, which is not very soon.
It's in October.
Yeah, I played like in batches, So I had very busy period, January, February, then very busy summer. But I have like these batches that I have few events in a row and then a break and a few events in a row and break. This is scheduled this way somehow, which is a pity. For example, if there would be some, if it would be more spread out, maybe it would be. But on the other hand, it's nice and I can prepare and then play, and then again prepare. It's I think for the coming few weeks, I'm going to follow which Indian youngster will win
this tournament.
Yes. Yeah, Berkesh dawned on him. Yeah, that things are not so easy now.
Yeah, he's thinking for a lot. He's not so sure about what to do. We have a super chat here by Ash who says, thoughts on the format of the event. It looks so brutal for the players playing so many games and getting really little rest between the matches.
Yeah, of course, it's special tournament, and that makes it also fun. There should be some different tournaments, right? And this is one such tournament with very little break, but also very intense and very nice to follow, because every day almost there is actually, I think there was one rest day. I think that's actually new. I don't think there were any rest days before. At least I don't remember. Maybe at some point. Maybe at some point it was, but further in the
No,
tournament.
I think 2017 there were no rest days and players were complaining at that tournament, and then they introduced, I think.
Yeah, but to be honest, I don't see any issue with that. Even if somebody not the top of the world wins the World Cup, I don't see the problem, because then it means the candidates tournament will be more exciting because there will be an outsider there. So I don't see any issue necessarily. But usually, anyway, one of the top players prevails in the end, right?
But like this time the candidates, I think, will be much, like, generally it's very tight. But this time I feel with 3 spots in World Cup, 2 in Grand Swiss, 1 through FIDE circuit, it could get that there could be some people who might not be the absolute elite who might qualify.
Yeah, and I think that's good also.
That's good.
I think that's good for elite players playing in the candidates, because they will have more opportunities to strike. Because if you have these tournaments that are only top 10 is playing, then it's much harder than if you have some outsiders. So I don't see a problem either way with this qualification. As long as and anyway, somehow, even the World Cup especially, I think usually, if you remember the winners, they were usually like big names like Aronian, Kramnik, Svidler, a lot of and the people who finished second. Okay, I think one time Dink was second twice. I think Andrejkin maybe was a qualifier who was a little bit under the very top, but he's very, very well known, very strong grandmaster, top player as well.
Yes.
But he was like world number 30 maybe. He was maybe a little bit like how Vidit is ranked now, I think.
And also one time Alexienko made it. So and that was
made it through Grand Swiss.
Grand
right?
Swiss. Yes.
Yeah, and I think that was good. I mean, Alexienko played. At some point, he started losing many games, and then people started winning, and it was all fine. Wang Hao made it also through Grand Swiss.
Yes.
Also created a lot of imbalance in the tournament. I think that's all fine. But this time we could have easily some kind of Carlsen Caruana final, as well.
It is likely, like, if Magnus beats Gukesh, he goes into the semi-finals, and then I think he faces maybe
Nepo, I think.
Yeah, Nepo with this entire Salem Abasov winner. I think that has been a big surprise that Salem and Abasov have reached, and one of them will go to the quarterfinals.
Yeah. Maybe we can look 1 minute at that game, because we didn't see the game, just for
Yes.
So Abasov is just winning. So
He won
Abasov
yesterday also.
Yeah.
I think Abasov is feeling that sometimes you get, right, the home advantage. Generally it's home pressure, but some players at some point feel, okay, Mamedyarov is out, Rajabov is out, someone has to carry that Azeri flag, so it's me.
Yeah, no, it's interesting. He's, I think, 1 year younger than me. So somebody read somewhere this new young talent, it gave me hope. Okay, if Nijat is young talent, then I maybe also still have some potential.
Okay, Anish, you are like very young. I mean, you're 94 born just, so I mean, most of the
94 years old. Very young.
Just not even hit your 30s yet. So you cannot. I mean, most of the people in the chat are elder. So, but of course,
no. The chat are like, no, I'm 12, I'm 11, I'm big, I'm 17.
Guys, how many of you, if you are elder than Anish, okay?
No,
if you're elder than Anish, write E4. If you are younger than Anish, that is 20, younger than 29, write D4. We have the chat
Anish,
chess.
write C4, yeah.
And you're gonna trust them, yeah, Sagar?
Yeah, generally, what is there to lose? E4 and D4, guys. Don't write the age. If you are younger than Anish, what did I say?
No, if you're elder than Anish, you said E4 for elder.
Elder E4, right?
Yeah,
Let's
E
see.
for elder.
Anish, now we know.
Yeah, Saga really knows.
Oh, what is it?
Younger,
Achha,
D4.
oh.
Most of them are younger than Anish.
And all the other votes are people who are too young to understand instructions.
They don't understand
E4.
English.
They're 5-year-old. Oh, E4, D4, C4, you know, just. No, Saga really knows.
Oh my goodness.
Okay, Anish, there is some truth to that.
I don't know what you're thinking, but we are all very old here. So
Yeah,
it's
very
sort of like-
old.
But if Anish is older, then it means, it's more inspiring. Generally, older people
Yeah.
are more inspiring.
Correct.
Than
Correct.
you.
Like Vishy at 53, Ivanchuk reaching at 55, right? So then you're just 29. So
Okay, we are not there yet, I think. We are not making Subway commercials yet. We haven't entered that league. We haven't entered that.
But
kind of league,
Anish, is Danny taking any interest in chess, or how is chess for him, or when you play chess?
Yeah, for sure. He likes a little bit. He's got this chess pub book, right? So,
Oh, cool.
but he has, I think, very casual interest in chess for now, which is also good. I think it's also fine to have to be aware. That chess is one of the things. Like for many people, like playing with ball is also one of the things. Or it's fine. I think you don't have to be like obsessed with it.
Yeah, he should just know what my dad does when he goes to tournaments.
Yeah, exactly. That's nice. But it's not just also. I think it's good to play a bit of chess. Like it's a nice activity. He plays sometimes with some friends that come over or some relatives.
Yeah.
I think that's it's all fun. And the problem I'm facing is that, let's say, if he plays with his niece, who is like also, let's say, around 8 or something,
Uh-huh.
and then they start playing, and at some point one is in check and it doesn't move and the other doesn't see. I'm thinking, should I tell or not? Because the chess player in me, it cannot watch this. There's check on the board. But
the
I
father in
don't
you,
wanna ruin
the father in you is
father
like
in me. I don't want to be like the spoiler. Yeah, like they're having a good time. They're thinking. So I'm like, okay, let it be. Yeah, let the check remain.
What a tough decision, actually.
Yes, it's one of the difficulties having children.
You have to check them all the time, guys, that they are not in check. By the way, Pragg has found all the accurate moves.
Yeah.
He took on c4, then gave a check. Queen comes to f3, and this is coming to an end here for Gukesh.
Who's Pragg playing the next round?
Arjun.
Oh yeah, Arjun. Well, it will be hard, yeah, because they will try to grab the initiative from the opening, both of them. But it will be hard for me to understand. I think the player playing with the black pieces will be the one, because they're both very well prepared with the black pieces in particular. Yeah, it will be interesting match.
It's very difficult. I mean, we have seen many games between Arjun and Gukesh. We've also seen many games with Pragg and Gukesh, but very few between Arjun and Pragg.
Yeah, I also haven't seen many. Indeed. I kind of can feel the dynamic already between Gukesh and Pragg and all this.
Yeah.
But the dynamic between Gukesh and between Pragg and Arjun is interesting. Yeah, I really think that it will be like, I think the opening prep clash will be a big thing, but then hard to say. Generally, it's a little bit strange that Pragg was so low rated, but I think now, what is his live rating now? I think it's already very decent. Yeah.
I think if he manages to.
Yeah, let's assume he wins this game.
Yeah, there is this entire list that Amruta has made.
Pragg is on
27-16. Yes, it will be like 27.
27. Yeah, 27.
18 or something, 19 or something.
Which is maybe
it's
also low for the way he's playing right now. I think
Of
he's
course,
playing well.
but it's already, but it was like 26-80 or something.
Yeah, he was 26-90,
which was
right.
ridiculous. Yeah. That was very strange. I mean, when you had him play, and then Arjun is like 27-35, Gukesh 27-35, and Pragg is like 26-80. And it was also like he was very unlucky that I think every time he scored a tremendous result, it was rapid. So
also
I think
online, he played these champions.
Yeah, I mean, they were laughing at him. I think they're playing these little opens, Gukesh and Arjun, and then Pragg, he beats Magnus here, he beats Ding here, he does this, he does that, and they are looking like, okay, Prague, it's all nice, but you're still 26 AC, yeah. It's all. So, but now, yes, it's of course an incredible dynamic between these two youngsters, yeah, when they face each other, because also they know so much about each other, yet they have their own coaches. You know, it's like
Yes.
they're like different camps inside one big village, you know, and they sort of have spies around, and it's like but they're different. It's interesting. Sometimes they go together, you know, on missions, but then when they come back, they think, shall I drop the other guy there? And then they know, okay, let's bring him back because maybe I'll need them in the future. And it's kind of interesting things.
It's like Srinath sir versus Ramesh sir also. Both very solid trainers of each.
Yes, of course, of course, of course.
And the thing is, Anish, these youngsters have been great friends of each other. But until now, they haven't faced each other so much in tournaments. I think this is the time when it will determine if they still remain as close friends as before, or if things change. I don't know if
But Anish and Vidit are close friends, no?
Yes, but somehow I don't think too many similar tournaments you guys played, right?
No, we haven't actually played that many tournaments.
Yeah.
No. But the nice thing about Arjun playing Prague is that they can finally stop pretending to be friends. You know, that they have to play each other now. There is like they can drop this hypocrisy. Yeah, they can finally
But Anish, one thing I have felt that when their games end, even Arjun, no matter how, or even Pragg, they have become very relaxed, like very friendly in general, both of them.
Yeah, in general, both of them, I think they don't get this because many players they get this extra adrenaline, yeah.
Yes.
And after they lose, they get this rage, yeah. I think they don't have that rage thing in them very much, or at least they hide it very well. So yeah, I think they remain very civil after losing for sure. So I can imagine, yeah, they're very friendly guys for sure.
Meanwhile, Gukesh is come down to 2 minutes,
11?
and we are on move 29. 11 moves to make, but it's already he's not able to find a defense to knight takes d5 and queen takes f7, and both these would be a big problem. And guys, if
even one issue is that if he goes bishop to e7, the rook on h8 is just hanging, so it will just fall. He cannot do that. So he has to calculate. So first he calculates bishop g7, but that's just on the spot. Queen f7, queen rook e7, rook e7 resign. That's over. So h5 is the other move that you can calculate. h5 looks like the move. Then queen f7, queen e7.
Check here, yes.
Or queen g6.
Ooh, Anish, this is very
Oh my god!
spicy.
Oh my god!
Yeah.
Oh my
Wait,
god!
wait,
Is it knight d5, rook c7, rook c8, knight b6, bishop g5? Rook a7 check first.
So yeah, rook a7 here.
Knight d5.
Yes, exactly.
Queen f7, rook c7, king e8, rook c8, king d7, knight b6, king d7, bishop g5. This is
Knight b6, yes. Bishop g5.
Wow, so pretty.
Is that the only way to win from the start or not?
There
Oh, he was so
is some
fast.
queen takes g6.
Queen g6, yeah.
Yeah.
Also, yeah.
But this is so pretty.
Yeah, no, Prague will find it. But queen g6 was also there, yes. So
But by the way, he played
didn't see it
f5.
from afar at least. Okay, f5, nice.
Now the problem f5 good
Knight
try,
d5
right?
now, queen
Very
g4.
nice try.
Because
F5
take
is a great
here,
try.
he wants to
G4,
take and then take this.
No, 5 is
mean,
very nice, nice try. I have to say, I didn't see that. Also, Prague probably missed this move. He for sure missed this move. You cannot see this in advance.
Wow.
But just ef6 is there, or
But Amruta, ef6 means you just close one
Yeah.
check.
Okay, you can do ef6. Yeah, you can do ef6. The worst case, actually, maybe he will do ef just because you get a very strong passed pawn as well, and bishop f4 comes with to the diagonal.
Okay, Anish, what is the possibility of finding? Actually, it looks likely, no?
1 second.
A very inhuman move here. White to play.
Sagar, I have to say I'm going with EF6 here.
EF6. Not this move.
No, B5 I saw as well. Yeah.
Yeah,
B5
you
I
saw.
Yeah, B5 I mentioned. But I
What
thought
did
rook
you
C8,
not like about it?
Rook C8.
Rook C8. And then did you?
Knight D5, rook 8, knight F6. Yeah. Yeah. And the queen C6 is just made. Yeah, this is made.
No, but for knight
B5
d5, sorry, what
Yeah,
if queen
B5.
g4?
Queen G4, knight B6. Like here,
Oof.
take and knight B6 and you win the rook.
Yeah, B5 was the first move that I mentioned, but and next anyway knight D5 against everything.
Against anything, yeah. If rook C7, maybe, yeah, you can still do this because this endgame was also kind of, or maybe Pragg does, this way.
And D5 or what? King E7?
Yes.
D5?
ed5?
This is a bit greasy, yeah, but it also does it or not. Rook B7, I don't know.
And
No, this
bishop
is winning,
f4.
yeah. Yeah, but some rook B7 was not so clear or not.
When?
Instead of
Take here.
rook D6 D7, yeah, maybe.
Yeah.
D6 D7, yeah. Yeah, no, B5 is actually forced. Forced.
He
Oh,
played
you
it.
played
Yeah.
Played it.
Yeah.
Pragg playing really well and sort of navigating through the complications. And the thing is, he's navigating it with just little more time than Gukesh has. So now he has 4 minutes. Gukesh has 1 minute 20 seconds. So in the end, I think defending is impossible.
Yeah, and it's just enough time for Pragg to stay calm. Yeah, like 4 minutes is just like it's little, but it's not panic situation yet. Yeah, he kept the time nicely under control. I think it's over now. I mean, I think the knight D5 is just coming. I don't see any way to prolong it for black.
Gukesh now has to make
Queen G4,
10 moves in
Queen G4 maybe. But
yeah, but Queen G4, this endgame is sort of trivial, right? This one.
Completely, I think besides being a piece up, your rook bishop thing is also messed up. You don't have a next move even, I guess.
Correct.
But maybe he'll do it out of desperation.
This way. 30 seconds left for Gukesh.
Do you think it can be like you can resign in this position or too early?
No, it's too early to resign. I mean, you can sort of mentally resign, but not. You should not extend the hand yet.
By the way,
you definitely realize you're lost.
Vidit drew his game, so we are into tiebreaks. Vidit Nepo drew. Nijat won, so he's into quarters. Dominguez in quarters. Arjun. In fact, tomorrow tiebreaks. I think only one. Vidit will play alone because.
Oh my god! And he will make it till the end. 3+2.
But Vidit is never alone. Yeah, he will do his praying.
Vidit will say to all the arbiters that look, guys, you all came today.
You have to see this. You have to see this. It's an epic scene because I was there, with the guy. So he starts this thing every time, and there are like already so many cameras around him. Every time, he becomes center of attention with his prank. It's absolutely hilarious.
But you guys played one tiebreak together till like 7-8.
Yeah, one we played far. Yeah.
Yeah, 7-8 rounds almost. Both of you.
Yes. The first time I left him, and then the second time I wanted to support him, but it didn't work out. It was actually fun because I was playing my tiebreak, and in the meantime, like there were some breaks between the games.
Yes.
I was watching his game. Yeah, it was kind of a nice way to pass the time. Yeah, 95 is.
Found it.
It's an oh my god moment.
Oh my god. if you were not here on stream, I would be like, 95.
Yeah, I was even feeling bad. Like,
Are you scared of Anish now?
No, not scared. With Anish, it's like, he finds this move so easily that it feels easy. But, he's so good. Although for me, 95.
Sagar is just shy. He's shy that I would call him out. I'm like, hey, Sagar, come on. We already saw the moves, the 3 moves in advance. Why are you? Exactly. Sorry. Okay, so the line, guys, Queen G4, take knight B6, King C7, knight C8, King B7. It sort of continues a little bit, I think. Continues a little bit. And now you have to finish it off somehow.
Nice one. So maybe rook a6 is like the cleanest, no? Then you win this pawn and you
Is
have
that the
two.
best I have? Yeah. Yeah.
By the way, that has happened. He has taken queen g4,
Yeah.
fg4, and now Pragg will most likely. Or what are the chances you think Pragg goes rook a7 and knight f4, like real domination?
Wow. That is so out of the box. No, but that line that you showed with rook a6, okay, it's pity that you go rook a6, of course. I mean, I would want to win more, but is that completely winning? So I have 1, 2, 3. Yeah, equal pawns. I'm collecting a couple more. Yeah, it's completely winning, I guess. Yeah, no, I guess he will just do it. It's and these two are passed already on e5. Yeah, they're going d5, d6. Yeah, no, it's completely hopeless. It's not even close, right? It's completely hopeless. Black has also no counterplay. The h pawn is I don't see any counterplay. No, he would just do knight b6. I don't see rook a7. Knight
Oh, he
b4,
played
it's
it.
very
He played
stylish.
it.
Yeah, he should just do knight b6.
But not rook c8 now, because then that endgame is a little tricky here.
Yeah. No, king goes much better here. Yeah, you don't even losing the. No, this is not even. Yeah, it's not comparable. Knight c8, of course, gains so much more time.
We have over 10,000 people watching this. AG's fame is pretty potent too, says Pratik. What does two mean? I thought an AG's fame is potent. That's what I mean in the chat. That's. But why the two?
One more super chat to clarify. Yeah. Sagar is like, what did you mean? Can you elaborate, please?
No, that was not a super chat. I read it in the chat.
You are reading the free chat, yeah, nowadays. This is how kind you've become. You've grown, you've grown soft.
No, I was always
never,
reading.
Yeah? Vidit never, yeah? Vidit would never do it. How are you, chat? Oh, no messages today, no messages. No messages. Oh, okay. Oh, thank you, Sitish. Thank you.
No, but AG, we have something that's going on right now, which should be mentioned, and I wanted to tell you, and of course, through that, the other people in the chat will get to know as well. We are doing like a fundraiser through Help Chess, where people can go to a website called helpchess.org. This is our foundation, and through that, we have done like work in the past supporting many young talents. You yourself have supported many youngsters. In fact, your scholarship went to Ilamparthi, and now that Ilamparthi got some support through other means. So Jubin Jimmy got it, and now that same thing is going on in this event. Like on every day, people are contributing some amount on helpchess.org, and every day we keep updating here, and this is reached quite a very massive sum. This is almost 3 lakh rupees, and Prashant Singh, who is the founder of Quantbox, he contributed 2 lakhs. So totally 5 lakh rupees have been raised for Indian chess players in this event. So during this event.
Yeah, no, it's great the support you have, of course, for the chess.
Yeah, it's been very good, and so and Anish, also thanks to you for coming here today and doing this. I think was epic that you were here. We could see games together, get your thoughts on the matches. I want to also ask you one final question. If you had to make a bold choice of who wins this World Cup, what would it be?
To make a bold choice or just a choice?
Choice. I mean, generally making a choice in
So he has two choices, na?
Because
One is
just
bold.
choosing like the highest rated player is not very bold. No, of course, in this format, Carlsen is big favorite because also Hikaru left. So yeah, classical, rapid, and blitz. He's the most well-rounded, of course. Duda is knocked out today because Duda was also doing very well, of course.
Yeah.
Last time he won the World Cup. So yeah, this is.
But Duda position is still going on. They haven't finished. But okay.
Oh, but it's lost.
Just
It's lost.
winning,
Probably will finish it off.
Oh.
Yeah, no, it's just not interesting to reply that Carlsen is a favorite because he is. It would be like you should ask a different question, like who will finish second in this World Cup?
A question. Do you think an Indian makes it to the candidates this time? Because The
I
question
want
is
to
the
know the
following.
rules. So yes, good question. I want to know the rules. So I think we will see one Indian in last four. I think that is very likely.
That is a given, Anish. That is a
Ah,
given
because,
because Arjun and Pragg play each other, so one will come for sure.
Yeah, that's what I meant. Yeah, that he will come.
You said very likely.
Yeah. No, it's my great prediction that one will make it. I mean, I think the other two are possible, but they're fighting, against the odds, let's say, because of course against Carlsen, Gukesh is underdog, massive underdog, of course, still, despite everything, and Vidit also, of course, underdog in his match against Jan for now.
But Anish, if Vidit wins today, this with Yan, he faces Nijat Abasov.
very
Yeah.
sorry to stop you, but is that Samay Raina who has sent 50,000 rupees? I mean, is it real Samay Raina?
Oh.
I mean, only real Samay Raina can send 50,000.
He become rich, yeah, these days. Our boy.
Samay! Oh my
Our boy,
god!
yeah, he's
I-
come a long way. Wants to show us that
Samay
he's
has
rich.
become a big believer. Thank you, Samay, so much. 13th big believer. Anyone who contributes above 50,000 becomes the big believer. Anything below 50,000 is believer. So, Samay, thank you.
Somebody wants to become a believer. It's nice. A big believer. Okay.
Why? He'll not come today.
Okay. No, that's
Yeah.
very, very nice. That's very nice. Yeah, but Sagar, so I want to know. So let's say Pragg or Arjun are making it to the last four. What happens if if the person loses at the stage, and then loses the third place match as well? But Carlsen is in the top two. So will the fourth place also get a spot or not? This is what I don't understand.
Yes, I think through the
Sure.
World Cup, 3 people are going to qualify for sure, right?
Yes, but Carlsen and Nepo, let's say Carlsen and Nepo, if they are those people, Nepo is the one, of course, who is already qualified.
Yes,
or
yes.
not? Yeah, Nepo.
Yes, Nepo, the loser of the World Championship, gets a spot in the candidates, right? So he already has.
Yeah, because Carlsen does not yet have, in fact, like he
Yes,
will have, but not
yes.
yet.
Yes.
So if Nepo is in the last four, then the whole top four goes to candidates, right?
Yes, because we also have to check that when a person who is already in the candidates through World Cup is there, so then who will be the next player is selected through World Cup or some other spot?
No, rating.
Rating.
Um,
No, rating spot already exists. No, Anish, that's they're already
no,
there.
but so everybody, yeah. So I know that the replacement is always rating.
Really?
No, but the thing is, the Nepo in the World Cup, he will not get the spot in the first place because he already has the spot before,
Yeah.
kind of.
Mm.
So I think he gets cancelled from the World Cup, right? Or he
Mayur
gets.
says World Cup rules say top 3 qualify. If someone has already qualified out of the 3, the vacated spot is filled via some candidate fill-up rules.
Rating, right? Or not?
What is
Candidate
candidate fill up?
fill-up
There is,
rules,
I don't know.
no.
I am actually, one second, I have the regulations here.
Yeah, Vidit should really read the rule book this time before his.
But for Vidit, it's like he has
No,
to
but
just
Vidit
beat
actually-
Nepo. That's
No,
the
that in any case. That in any case.
yeah here. So
So I am a little bit confused by that because, of course, yes, if to top 3 is a bit harder, yeah.
oh, okay, look here. It's written. If any of these 3 players has qualified for FIDE candidates tournament at the moment of the beginning of the World Cup via another qualification track, the unallocated spot shall be awarded to another track determined by regulations for the FIDE candidates 2024. And that is
That's
in
what
see
candidate rule book. Candidates is important.
that is in the handbook section D 1.06.
No, 01.06.
Okay.
Click
Let's
this.
read.
Click, you can
Could
click
they
it
don't
there.
just write? Why the suspense? Why you will go here, go there? Just tell us. Why
Because
to
they
read them
can
somewhere else?
change there.
But when I have in my file sometimes transposition, I also transposition. I said, okay, put that move also here. Just why to go somewhere else? Put this move in this file also. Just
Okay, FIDE. So D, I'm going to D 1.06. Regulations for FIDE candidate tournaments. Got it.
Leeches come.
I found it. So here we have FIDE regulations for candidate. Yes, got it.
Sagar, you're so proud after finding this
So
thing.
path first
It's not
spot,
easy, not easy.
FIDE World Championship runner-up Jan Nepomniachtchi done. Okay, he's there. Path B,
Yes.
3 spots. If any of these players already qualified for FIDE Candidates Tournament 2024 or World Championship Match 24 at the moment of the beginning of the World Cup. Okay, so if Ding was playing, then he was already.
Yes. Ding
Via
also, yes.
another qualification path, the qualification spots shall be awarded in the order of priority. First, the player who finished 4th place in the World Cup.
So if Nepo gets to, so basically Arjun and Pragg are rooting against Vidit.
Because if Nepo goes through,
Nepo.
then
Nepo
they
is-
then
One of
whoever
them,
wins,
sure.
whoever
in
wins.
candidates.
Oh,
Oh my goodness.
Yes, if Nepo is in the top 4,
No.
then the
But-
other Indian.
Nepo
No,
has to
already
then
win.
win one more match.
Yes, yes, exactly. Yes, Nepo has to win this match, and then but next one he plays against Abasov versus who?
Yeah, Abasov Salem.
versus Abasov.
Yeah,
versus
Abasov. He faces Abasov.
Yeah,
Which
Yeah,
is
yeah,
very
but not so
likely
easy,
that
not
he
so
will.
easy, not so easy, not so
No,
easy.
you think Abasov can
I think
beat?
it's not so easy to beat against Abasov. No?
No, but guys, tomorrow Vidit has a really
I'm
good
pretty sure.
chances to beat Nepo
I'm pretty sure.
because Nepo
It's not
has
so
been
easy.
not playing consistently. So
Yeah.
it's a very good chance.
No,
for
Vidit
sure.
can of
No,
course
very
have
good chance.
chances. That's not
Yeah.
true.
That's not true.
I mean, that's not true that he will lose for sure. I mean, he has great chances.
No, I mean what he has like 45% of it.
Yeah.
I mean, I think,
Yeah.
I don't think it's. I mean, he's a small underdog, of course.
And
but I
tomorrow,
think-
Vidit will feel like he's playing a match, right? Because full hall, it's just him and Nepo in one hall.
No.
Yes.
Women's section will be there. Now.
Okay, Harika is there in women. So,
Yeah. Amruta is sharp there. Good. Keep him, keep him in line.
Look at
okay,
him.
here's the
These
next
sexist
clause.
comments.
We haven't finished it. Second clause is according to rating in clause E. So if the player who finished 4th in the World Cup, if it's not, then the next one is according to rating as in E. And E says the highest rated player by standard rating as on January 2024 rating list, provided that the player has played at least 4 standard eligible tournaments,
Yep.
who has not
Yes,
already qualified through A, B, C, D. So
Yes,
it
but
means
it's-
Magnus, if he is in top 4, then even he won't play the candidate. I believe he won't, right? Or do you think
No, but so-
any chance of Magnus playing candidates?
No, I think not. But basically, if Nepo is not in the top 4, and you have Magnus in the top 4, and you have let's say Pragg in the top 4, and if Pragg loses in that top 4, and then plays the 3rd place match and loses again, and Pragg finished 4th, and Carlsen is in the top 3, but Nepo is not there, then I think Pragg doesn't get the spot. I think. Because then the Magnus' spot is gone by rating, but Nepo's spot is gone by World Cup. That's I think what it says.
Yeah. So if someone has already qualified, then the player who finishes 4th,
Yes,
and
Yeah,
then
because the stupid thing is
second they
Carlsen
give-
is not. Yes, because Carlsen is on paper not already qualified.
Correct.
While it feels like he is,
Yes.
but actually Nepo is the one qualified and Carlsen is not. So there is a little bit of an. I think that's, but they should check, by the way.
So
not to
this
rely on us.
means, Anish, that by rating spot, if Carlsen goes through, then there can be 2 spots by rating.
Yeah, I think there might be a few rating spots more available in the end, because Magnus will give
take
up
a
his
World
rating
Cup spot, then he will
No,
not
he will
play.
give up both of them. He will give up
Exactly.
He will give up all his spots.
When
anyway.
he gives up all the spots, then the first player of rating wise will get,
Rating.
and the second one also by rating only will get, not the World Cup.
No, but Magnus cannot give away 2 spots. He only has access to 1. That would be weird. Right? No, he can. Wait, can he? Yeah, I think he can. Yeah, the World Cup. Yes, the World Cup spot will be a rating spot, and the
No,
and the rating spot will
I'll
be a
tell
rating
you
spot.
what.
Yeah, you're right. 2 ratings,
If
yes, 2 rating
Magnus
spots.
qualifies through
Yes,
World
you're
Cup,
right.
then he doesn't get the rating spot at all. Because
yes.
A preference is given to
Yes,
A, B, C, D, not E.
Yes. Yeah. No, so there will be 2 rating spots available in the end.
Right.
One replacing Magnus in the World Cup, and one replacing Magnus in the and one next
Yes.
one as well.
Yes.
Yeah. No,
But
it's fine.
technically,
It's
Magnus
basically-
is only one guy, so it can't be.
No, but that's only technically. In reality, there are many of him. That's why he's so good. There are many Magnuses there. There is the rating Magnus. There's the World Cup Magnus. That's why he's so good. He's just many of him.
So it feels, Anish, that
There's
if
gonna
we
be two rating spots.
if
It's
we look at ratings right now here, then Magnus out, Caruana makes it, let's say, through World Cup.
Yes.
Hikaru then
and
gets a
Alireza then.
spot, perhaps.
Yeah, and Alireza also.
Ding
Because Ding also has a
doesn't
spot.
have to play. Alireza gets it.
Yeah.
Nepo is not.
No.
Gukesh and you will be the next ones in line.
Yes.
Oh,
But then you guys are also fighting for FIDE circuit. It's so crazy.
Yeah, it's very complicated. Because, for example, Fabi is also very relevant. Because if Fabi gets into the top 4 here,
Yes.
or top 3,
Then he's out of FIDE circuit.
he's out of the first FIDE circuit, yes. And then I'm there left with Gukesh and Wesley,
Yes.
which becomes very interesting. But if Gukesh also goes, no, but Gukesh has Magnus here. So
No,
it's hard.
imagine, Anish, Gukesh keeps on climbing rating and gets
Yeah,
the
he gets the
rating
rating.
spot.
Yes,
Then
yeah.
you get the FIDE circuit spot. Then
Yeah, but-
then we have like a lot of Indians. Gukesh.
No, but I have
Yeah,
my
that's
rating
good.
spot is not. No, my rating spot is probably not happening because Alireza is also way. Now I dropped a lot now, yeah. So Alireza is above me and all that. So rating
But
is not
there will
happening.
be several
Mine
events,
is
no?
the circuit. Circuit is my chance. But it depends, yes, very much. So it's very important who qualifies in this World Cup. It's very, very important for the whole thing.
And circuit is until which date? Till 31st December or?
Yes.
Oh. So then in the end, it might be like you might have to decide on last moment events also. If you are perhaps 1 or 2 points away or something.
Yeah, but it will be difficult because there will be a St. Louis tournament in December. But what I'm thinking is I think that somebody might organize one more in December. Because you imagine if you're a chess organizer and you create in the second half of December a tournament.
Okay.
And everybody's
Great
coming,
idea.
like
Anish.
everybody suddenly, and you invite like Gukesh. Hello, Gukesh. I heard you want to play the candidates. Here's the tournament. You get a free double room. You have to share, with your father. And,
or with another player.
is there a first prize? No, the first prize is a bag of bananas. Just,
Bag of
no
bananas.
prize. If you don't want to play, I will invite maybe Anish or Wesley. If you do, here's my number.
So that
Yeah,
dream
for
of
sure.
creating a super
Yeah.
tournament.
But you have an insane, so you organize the tournament second half of December. You just have an insane tournament that decides the candidate spot, and everybody comes to you like flies. Yeah, you don't need prize fund. You need nothing. You can do whatever you want now.
Okay.
Dream.
Okay, Anish, I'm booking your spot already if such things happen. Please
No,
come
you
to
can
India.
if you want, you can do chess base India, whatever, and everybody will come. Just
Okay, great idea. No, this stream is public now, so there are a lot of people who have heard it. So
no,
this
but
is
it's obvious that it's. I think it's going to happen, yeah, because at least one organizer will be not stupid. Yeah, he'll think, okay, this is just easy money.
yeah. No, money in the sense or just great tournament to start off with. Yeah, if you want to do like a
No, I mean money that he will save not having to pay anyone because everybody will come anyway.
true. But there's also Qatar Masters, right? Will you
Yeah,
play
but that's
that?
before. No, I don't play. But the Qatar Masters is the open tournament, and this open tournament, yeah, it's good, of course, but it's harder to close one is easier to get points in. But Qatar is also counting for sure. Yeah, I'm not playing Qatar, but it's counting. But very likely the winner of Qatar. I mean, okay, it's not high chance that it will be a Fabio or Gukesh, right? I mean, it's possible, but it's.
So in general for you right now only FIDE Grand Swiss and the St. Louis one. These are the two major events. And then World Rapid and Blitz could also count, right?
Not very little, yes, but very little. I think the rapid tournaments give you half the points. And so to get any decent amount of these points, you have to win this tournament. And then there's one of the Carlsens that are taking that first place. So it's not you shouldn't count on World Rapid and Blitz. I think it's classical tournaments are the easier way to go.
And let's say if you have played and you've done really well in all the events, technically you can always make it better. Like one of your performances might not be the full points. So you probably, can.
Well, but what you need for that, you need the tournament to have a very high top 8 average rating.
Right.
So you need to invite 8 top players. and then you'll have a tournament which counts for a lot of circuit points. So if you invite, let's say, just like the 3 players that are fighting for the spot and the weak players, it will not be very good.
Weak means what? 2700 plus are okay.
I think every point kind of matters. So the stronger the average, the more points you get. So it depends. Yeah, if you want to, depends how big you want to raise the stakes. Yeah.
So if you get Magnus, it would be better because he has a very high rating.
Yeah. Exactly. Yeah. So if you, in general, if you get like a top 8, but it will be harder to get Magnus because he's not that motivated to play. Yeah.
Right.
So I'm thinking from perspective of if you want to do tournament without having a big prize fund, because if you have a big prize fund, you can always do tournament. Without, it's not so easy. You need to invite some players. Yeah, it's actually still hard, yeah, because you need to fill up all those 8 spots.
Because those who don't have incentive will charge way more than those who have incentive.
Yeah. So for example, you have 8. You need to fill up 8 players, and let's say Gukesh and Fabi and me, they will come, but others they don't feel like Nepo and Magnus. And what is this? Bar is a bit shaken up, or what's going on?
No, it's all good.
Rook d6. E7, rook e6, bishop g5. And then I want d5, d6.
This looks clean, no? It's
yeah, I would also kind of trust Pragg on this. I think one of the strengths of the young players who are very good nowadays is that they're very good at converting winning positions.
How is it? Like, don't they have nerves or what?
No, so the thing is, the reason is, I already thought about it, is that if they weren't good at converting, they wouldn't have made it to the top. Because nowadays it's so much harder to generate chances than before, that the only way to become a top player is to convert well, kind of, the chances that you do get. So it's like natural selection. Like basically, all the guys who are not good at converting, they didn't make it. And the ones that made it, they're good at converting, kind of. Because you don't get so many chances. And when you do, you have to convert. So I think Pragg and I think Arjun also very good. Yeah. I think Pragg and Arjun are Gukesh as well. I think they are the 3 of them. Abdusattorov as well. Firuza, of course. They're all extremely good at converting winning positions.
Yeah, they somehow like are able to find the key moves. Many times when I'm commentating and the engine says the only move, they find it most of the time. So this is like in my head that these youngsters are able to find those critical moves way often, which is amazing.
For sure. No, there you can, if you want, like if you are into gambling but you want to do it safe, then you should bet on winning positions of youngsters. You just easy money.
What would you say is the advantage now to people who are more experienced as compared to the youngsters? Like experience, is it so important?
Yeah, I think so. I think in general, I noticed that older players, they understand more positions better. So they're much like, for example, because you've studied so many different positions, you have understanding of like random structures that the youngsters haven't yet had many games in. So I think like middle game positions that are unfamiliar to young players, they are usually they're not feeling them very well. They kind of only feel those that they've studied, and it's much less. But as they keep studying more and more, it improves. But I think like compared to, let's say, when I see some games of Levon or Fabi, Magnus, Wesley, I see I don't see positional mistakes. While in games of youngsters, occasionally you can see some big positional mistake that the older player would just never make.
So, but what about Magnus in this event? Like the number of mistakes happened in his games. It's not very common.
Right? He was. These are just. I mean, Magnus, he always makes tactical blunders. These are not positional mistakes. So Magnus, he just never. I mean, he never makes positional mistakes. I think. I recall once he played against Karakin. He took an exchange in Shamkir, I think. That was kind of a positional mistake, I think. I was very surprising. And I don't know what happened there, but usually he doesn't make any. All his mistakes are just tactical oversights. He just blunders. It's usually some kind of knight move of the opponent or some kind of move. He just misses that some move is possible. Like knight and come to d6. And he's like, oh, knight can come to d6. And
But don't you
it
think?
moves like L. Yeah.
Don't you think that then player like Gukesh has higher chances against him than someone like who is very good positionally, because then he's really good positionally. Gukesh is like calculate.
Well, I mean, that's why kind of anybody has a chance against Magnus. Because, but at the same time, anybody, but also anybody and nobody at the same time. So basically, you can always get. I mean, I remember always the thing with Magnus, also the moves he misses, I just never miss those. So I'm really surprised. Like I miss, of course, a lot of moves, more moves than he misses overall. But whenever he misses something against me, I'm always like, you missed that, but like, why would you miss that? I mean, that is kind of obvious. I mean, okay, I missed 10 other things, but why did you miss that? And like, so in my like, I don't know how many games I played against him. Whenever I would get a chance, or his blunders here in this tournament, I mean, these are like, I just don't understand how you blunder those things. Like, I'm not saying, of course he's better than me, like by all metrics. So I'm not saying that. I also blunder and everything, but I blunder different blunders. I don't know, like he's blundering, I don't know, weird blunders. And so I think it can happen against anyone. When he's in a bit of a bad shape, he just makes tactical oversights, misses resources from opponents, and those that opponents easily spot very often.
And do you think that interview which he gave where he said I'm bored now and all this, it's maybe do you think he's really bored because suddenly he feels alive now? So that day maybe it was just that feeling.
Yeah, I felt like in that interview, it's like he kind of described all the thoughts that went through his mind as he was contemplating the possibility of losing the World Cup, you know? So he was thinking at some point, as 94 he saw already the day before, of course, he thought, okay, maybe he'll lose. And then also 94 he saw, and then in that moment, all the thoughts went through his mind, yeah? Like all the horrible thoughts, like, why am I not here? And like basically the thoughts of a person who lost went through his mind. And then he won the game, but the thoughts, they remained, and he told the thoughts that remained from when he thought he was going to lose. And these are like dark thoughts, like, he's depressed and like all this. Somehow he didn't yet switch to the light thoughts. I don't know, it was a bit weird.
Yeah,
it sounded like, yes, the thoughts interview of a person who got knocked out, kind of.
It was like an interview where saying, what am I doing here? I don't know. This is becoming so stressful to play. And I felt like this is,
yeah, don't know.
I didn't feel good after listening to it somehow.
Yeah, I really think like he just sort of, he had an interview ready for losing, and then he didn't lose, but the interview still came. And they like, sometimes, I was once at the program, and there was going to be election, and there were two potential candidates to win. And they recorded, because it was recorded the evening before the program, they recorded two versions. The expert once, he said like why one won, and then the expert said why the other won. So he recorded two interviews. I have a feeling we got a recording of the wrong interview, of the one where Carlsen lost to Kamer, and this is the interview. Like, yeah, of course, then he's depressed and everything. Said, yeah, it's funny.
True.
But it's interesting. Maybe it's some kind of way to, like, also for Hikaru, right? It's all this stuff. It kind of helps him, all this psychological things. I don't know. Like, to me, to be honest, I feel like really eager, and I enjoyed the tension, and I liked playing the tournament, and it's all like, I really enjoying the whole thing and very motivated. But it doesn't matter if you're knocked out. You're knocked out.
No, you are motivated and you are enjoying it a lot. But in your interviews also, you generally sort of also downplay. I think this is a very common trait about chess players. They are all kind of downplaying their abilities. This is what I've seen. Even the youngsters, when I talk to them, everyone's like, tomorrow I'm playing a very strong opponent, very strong.
Yeah, no, it's because you don't want to look stupid the next day. You give an interview, like, yeah, I think I'll beat him easily. And then the next day you're like, okay, but what is this 4Q blunder? And now you're like, yeah, I told you yesterday it was not going to be easy. So you see, it wasn't easy at all.
Yeah, but in your mind, like, everyone's thinking, okay, this tomorrow is easy for me, but at the interview, they're all very... There's no one like Fischer, like someone who comes out and just says, it's going to crush everyone. I don't think there'll be anyone else.
We had such people, but they spoke a little bit for themselves and then they left. But yeah, you have, but it's just that you look really stupid afterwards, of course, and you don't want that. You know, this endgame, I'm looking at it already for a long time. Also before, to me, it looked like Black is like pressing hard the whole way, and I'm surprised like it's still completely equal. But it's probably draw. But when you said also earlier that it will be tiebreak and draw, like I thought it was like Black was a bit better, but
we looked at somewhere. Sorry, we looked at here. So
No,
I
this is, of
thought
course,
this looked
yeah,
very
but
equal.
No, this, okay, let's say it's equalish. Of course, black is a little nicer. But then later we saw, and it was like almost Zugzwang when we saw it. Yeah, okay, no, that's just kind of. Yeah, you said it here. No, you said it after b5. And then can you make a few more moves? Yeah, after b5 or something. I thought, yeah, you said it here. h7, king h8, right?
Yes.
I thought it's a Zugzwang. So I was wondering why you said, well, it's equal. I thought, okay, it's kind of, yeah, c4 you do, yeah. So it's kind of Zugzwang, but c4, yeah, rook b3. Yeah, she's kind of lost the pawn. I mean, I don't think that they realize that it's all kind of so chill. Like, I think black is really pressing for a long time already.
Because white, but pushing these pawns not easy, right?
No, but you're the one with the spawns. I mean, the sort of black is pushing. Like, I mean, for the past 20 moves, black was pushing, I think, but it's just the bar is staying neutral because it's anyway within draw.
Yeah, now
But of course,
d5
black is pawn up, yeah.
Yeah, now I think maybe at some point
no,
there
but
will
if-
come a path where you will have to find the only
No,
moves.
no. But if you take this pawn
Yes,
and then
maybe.
you have this going, then okay, but you can't go.
Rook
there.
h6, right?
But
I
no,
was
then you will
considering,
lose h7.
Yeah,
Or is
yeah,
it
yeah. I was
okay?
also thinking rook h6, and then d5, rook g6,
Yeah, and king h7 is not better
d4.
for black.
Just a second,
Yeah.
I should open it in a new tab.
Oh, she did
d4.
play that actually, huh? But no. No.
Yeah, Harika, by the way, good, no, at this stuff. She'll manage probably. She's good at this technical stuff.
So rook at 6,
D5.
d5,
rook
rook
g6, d4.
Oh, d4. f5.
So how do you force?
f5.
G-
Is f5 okay? f5 d3.
F5,
f6. d2. No, that would be lost.
Two already, yes.
rook g2,
c5. I don't know who's playing for what.
f6,
Rook
Rook
f1, king e6, c4, f7, king e7, yeah, c4, f7, c3, f8, take, d2. Black is winning or not?
Yeah,
this
if
is-
f8
this
queen,
is
then
winning.
it's lost.
but there is a draw here somehow. Some classy stuff.
It's a difficult situation here, yeah? You follow the rook or no? Rook g1, but
Rook g1,
wait.
take,
Yeah, rook g1, yeah.
take.
No, now I win. King g6, rook f1. and
Yeah,
then
yeah.
Yeah, so rook g1, rook rook f4, let's
Rook
say. or something.
f3.
Rook f2, rook f2, yeah, anywhere.
Here rook g3. Now you
And you can
take
forever, you forever change my rook. That's the draw.
c2. And
Why
now,
king g6?
now the
Why-
only
what's the
move.
problem?
Check and no, wait.
No, king g6.
One sec. Probably check and back or what? And then
Is this like that study you
H6, back to
Mm.
H2. H2,
Nice.
H1. Jeez, I just thought I'll just log in, into Zoom and just enjoy a little bit. Okay, rook g6, rook g6, rook g8, rook g1, yeah.
rook
And then I go
g,
to f4 and to e3. Rook
sorry,
g8, rook g8.
rook g8,
check.
yes.
Yeah,
King
yeah.
h7.
Rook g1, king h6, king f6, king h5, king f5, and if king h4, king f4, I'm going to e3 with the king just.
King h.
King h3, king e3.
Ah, here you can come back.
I'm winning, yeah.
Oh.
Yeah, yeah. So you have to repeat.
And there was also another draw, Anish, rook c8,
d2, rook c2. And if king h6,
king f6. That
king f6. Oh, the same
this
thing
this
again. King
sort
f4.
of following.
No, but because usually in these positions, in this theme, so can you go back to the other draw? If the pawn is on b3, let's say, not on d3, usually what happens is I'm going down with the king, yeah? So I'm going king h6, king f6,
Yeah.
king h3, king f3, king h2.
Right.
And then you run out, yeah? So,
No, but then this is a draw, remember?
and
then
rook
you go
c1.
here. Rook c1, because he cannot play you take and check.
It wins, by the way, here. It's not in a draw. It will wins. Because
Because Zugzwang.
Yes.
No, but you can always go back, right?
No, then mate, rook h1 mate.
No, like here, if let's say this pawn was here,
Yes,
king
yes.
here,
No, but, I mean,
but you
yes,
can go
to
back.
No, here you go back, yes. But I mean that if you go down,
there,
you lose,
yes.
yeah.
You can't come to win.
Okay, yeah. But there's something to calculate from afar, not so easy. You get a bit dizzy here with the...
But she
Oh,
went
she
rook
played
g1.
Oh, no,
but
okay. this
king
is just,
c7 now.
No, this is just... Yeah, she didn't want to... She thought it was risky to push.
Ah,
But this is draw now,
Yeah.
easy.
No, this is just draw, yeah.
d5,
I
king
guess
d6
it's easy,
maybe.
no?
D-
Yes, Rook
King
h3 somewhere.
E7,
Yeah, rook
D.
h3 or something. Yeah, maybe. No,
Okay,
now
maybe
rook
first
h3.
rook h3
Yeah,
here.
rook is probably easiest. Rook h3. Yeah, this I think is not a winning attempt. No, I think it's just draw. No, you are right. No, it was like Harika was a bit on
It's-
defensive, but she did good.
It's insane that all 4 women players are playing still.
What? Okay,
Elisabeth-
Anna is winning with Elisabeth. And
They drew yesterday. So Anna Muzichuk will go through. Oh, but it's not so. It's winning, yeah?
It's not obvious.
Only one move to win.
like to play, right?
Oh, got it. I mean, got it in the sense, saw it. It's just like, I came here to chill.
No, but such
Sorry.
embarrassing experience. I'm here. I was thinking I'm going to join, we'll nicely promote Subway, my Chessable course. And instead, I am here embarrassed trying to find what Elisabeth already saw probably 1 hour ago. Her 2471 rating.
So maybe
Yeah, no, the thing is that I think at this kind of stage of the game, such raw calculation, an experienced grandmaster like Muzichuk or Pets, I think Pets also grandmaster nowadays, they can just calculate the level of top players. So what I'm struggling with here, I'll just tell you, I'm struggling with bishop before bishop a4, ba, bishop b3. That is the problem.
Yes, and now
So,
the winning move.
Oh, it's winning. Wait a second. Can I just wait. Winning.
So we'll make a mini clip out of this now.
Content. No, it's the rough calculation because I have to ground with my king at
No,
some
this
point.
is
to B2.
perfect. You perfectly calculated. Now it's just one move in.
One move win.
I mean, one move means that
No, it's not
maneuver.
one move win. I think is that at some point I have to be race. I'll come with my king. You go h1, and I have to calculate where I'm.
But why not just this?
But bishop a2, yeah, that's what I mean. I was calculating bishop a5,
this
bishop
one.
a2, bishop e6, bishop b1, and then I run, and then you also run, and I have to calculate.
You mean this way?
h5.
Oh.
Yeah, h5, king d4,
Oh,
king d7,
okay.
h6,
Okay.
Not so
king b2,
easy.
h7.
You know, but what's the fastest way to win here? I don't understand.
What? No. Maybe the computer also
bishop
doesn't
f7.
understand.
Bishop f7 maybe.
Sorry, sir, my
No, bishop f7.
eyesight problem.
So h5. Wait, h5 is mutual Zugzwang almost.
Oh, because
but
if
not.
he goes here,
King
check.
H7. Ah,
Yeah, so h5,
wow.
h5. Bishop g8, Zugzwang, amazing.
Oh,
Nice.
Oh, is it
Nice.
possible to find it on
This
the
is
board?
the win. This is the win, by the way. This is amazing. This is amazing win.
this is
She's not
amazing.
gonna see it, but she's not gonna see it, by the way. I can tell you that already.
Yeah, it's very
No,
difficult.
this
right,
is she has to
find.
give the bishop.
No, but there's so many. This is
No,
so hard.
this is a
She's not
stud.
gonna see this. It's very hard.
No.
She has
She has so
16
many other
minutes.
tempting options.
She has no,
She
she
played
played.
king
No, she played
E7.
king e7.
And now it's a draw.
Yeah,
See, it was so.
I tell you, it's really not easy. It was because you want to make some other, because you think that you stop, when? You stop after bishop b3. Yeah, and that's it. You bishop a2 and no, I even calculated this king e5 line. Yeah, I showed you. So bishop b3, bishop f5 I saw, bishop a2, bishop e6, bishop b1, and I calculate king e5, h5, king d4.
Going back is
Okay,
still
but
winning.
of course, yeah. But I
Same
thought king
idea.
d4. I'm
Yeah.
running king g7, king c3, h6, king b2, h7, king b1, h8. So she saw this. It's draw.
This is the
And then
most.
she-
Yeah.
Yes.
Wow.
Of course, she's not gonna see some study bishop f some kind of g8, some kind of insane.
This
Zugzwang
move.
thing.
This is such a crazy move because bishop.
Bishop g8. Oh,
Bishop,
bishop
yeah.
g8, king h5, right? Yeah, bishop f7 is the way. Yeah, bishop g8, king h5. Yeah, you still can play.
Yes, but then you still come back and don't
No,
let
you
the king.
do the you
Yeah.
triangulate. No, but bishop f7, king h7, bishop g6. You have to see h5, bishop g8. You have to see. Yeah, it's amazing. It's a study. It's a study.
Beautiful.
You create a Zugzwang because the h pawn disturbs. Yeah, it's insane.
Oh.
No, of course
Wow.
you don't see this, yeah, and you start to look for other options, and then yeah, you maybe she'll still win, but
You know what when I thought bishop f5 and bishop e6 coming, I just forgot that this is a defense. So I was like,
yeah,
this is
no,
so easy.
that's why when you look at engine line, it shows some kind of stupid line, one line, and you see this is the win. But there is actually you have to think what is the win.
Yeah, no, you calculated amazing. Okay, no mini clip. So
No, you can still do mini clip. It's
One
fine.
second.
It's fine. I get the ad revenue.
what Amrita man?
No, I was just checking in Prague's game. What
Pragg.
happened?
Okay, wait, it's getting dicey here, but it's clear, yeah, clear cut. Yeah, c2 rook c5 is finished. Bishop b4 rook c2 take rook e2. This is just GG.
Bishop b4 rook c2.
And otherwise, rook d8 is a threat.
King
Actually, he's
C6,
done it cleanly, no?
C5.
Of course, of course. I mean, otherwise, Rameshwar will be angry, so he cannot do it not cleanly. He knows that Rameshwar is waiting back in the room.
No, he's
This
not
is,
there. Ramesh sir is in Sweden. You know this, right?
with the opera spiel thing.
That's why Magnus said, right? This thing that
yeah.
in Prague we all want to be like Prague.
Prague is with his mom, yeah, there.
And also Vaishali, because she
Vaishali.
lost, so she is still there. So
He could go only with his mom, yeah, but yeah. Yeah, it's nice. Good company, good food.
yeah, good. I mean, I think Prague is for Prague. It's like Baku is almost Chennai. Like only his father is not there, but otherwise everything is there. Well placed. Right now, so rook d5.
No, I think it's just absolutely
she
forcing.
played.
It's the clincher.
Plays. And now rook d8.
Yeah, rook d8, rook e7. That's the only chance I was thinking about it, but it's completely lost.
But then rook
e7,
c8 was coming, right?
Rook c8,
Yeah.
and then my king comes.
And you cut it off also. Yes.
Yeah, my king comes. Or I can swap with the d pawn for c if I want with d5. But like king f1, just king f1, king e2, king d3 is clean. No need to discuss anything. Yeah, no, this is.
So we already have the quarterfinals lineup. Actually, we have Carlsen versus Gukesh. We have Pragnananda versus Arjun. We have Abasov versus winner of Vidit and Nepo. That's the only thing left. And we have Caruana taking on Dominguez.
Oh, this is a nice one.
Yeah,
USA.
that's all
Nice one,
USA
actually.
clash.
Oh, that's a very nice one.
So all India clash and all USA. Two games will be.
There
Dominguez is nice.
You know that Dominguez there is with Vladimir Chuchelov.
Yes,
in
that
this
makes
event.
it also very interesting.
Because-
Because Chuchelov has worked with Fabianov
Yes.
recently.
So in that sense, this might get a very interesting matchup. I think Dominguez might not be an easy opponent for Fabi.
No, really hard because he plays this e4.
Yeah.
And then Fabiano, like last time, I remember he's doing all kinds of, he's trying to surprise him, like all kinds of weird openings, some weird Spanish, open Spanish, and then it's not so, it's risky a bit. Well, I'm curious. Fabi will feel a bit uncomfortable, of course, in terms of opening preparation.
But just think about this dynamic. Let's say Fabi winning, and from here Arjun or Pragg winning, and then they meeting in semis, or Dominguez winning. What is easier for the youngsters? Is Fabi or I think Fabi somehow can handle the youngsters better than Dominguez. Yes.
I think Fabi sort of right now, he seems to be a stronger player now, right? Like overall, he has a higher rating. He has won a lot of tournaments this year already. Linear, I mean, of course, like the thing with Linear, he will always be good. Yeah, he's a top player, but he's not had a great period for a while. I think, like, I don't recall him. He's also not really getting invited to the very top tournaments somehow. Like he played on the ones in US. He didn't play them exceptionally well. I think
He
did
played
quite
in
fine
this
once
global
Grand
chess
Chess
league,
Tour.
no? Recently.
Okay.
Rapid, and
Yeah.
there he was kind of playing very solidly for his team.
Yeah, in the team events, also his role is kind of, he's like usually not a striker, yeah. So he's there like I remember him actually winning. I think he took the gold medal on board one for Cuba back in the day at Olympiad. I think he took either gold medal or one of the medals. I played him there as well. Also, he of course won like some Grand Prix earlier on. He won like I mean, he has track record. He's a great player. But like right now, it seems to me that Fabi should be like on paper, just clearly stronger player, let's say on paper, yeah. Better rating, better results this year. Also, Rapid and Blitz, Fabi has improved as well, his results. So I think for youngsters, of course, they would prefer to face, Dominguez, I guess. But not that Dominguez is easy, but it's just at this stage, Fabi is very strong, yeah. I guess from the remaining players, like Magnus, then Fabi, then Nepo, they have like big track records.
Yeah,
recently, so.
yeah. It's interesting that it's now clearly between the experienced guys and the youngsters now this quarterfinals, with one exception of Abasov, who is not young nor at the highest level, but he's the kind of dark horse of this tournament.
Yeah, he's like the local hero. Yeah?
Yeah, he's the local guy. So it's like it's nicely mixed up. And if Vidit wins, then we have out of 8, 4 Indians. That is insane. Like at a World Cup, 8 players left and 4 Indian players.
It's statistically improbable also, yeah. Yeah, probably just statistically improbable.
Yeah.
Even Nihal was not doing so badly, yeah. But actually Nihal against Vidit would have been, yeah. Then
yes.
Nihal was doing very well, yeah, in the World Cup.
Nihal was playing very, very nice chess and calmly, coolly. He actually was in 12th grade. He studied and that's why he was playing a little less. Now he's again back.
He finished school or not?
Yes, 12th now.
Oh, yeah, I watched this video of this giving exam thing, yeah?
Yeah, 84% he got. But he did not reveal it in the interview. He was like, I passed.
Yes, I saw. He was shy, yes. And then you clickbaited, of course.
No, I didn't ask him when he said I passed.
I watched the video, of course, but then I saw, okay, he scored 84%. I was like, okay, this I must watch. So I click.
He clickbaited me because he said I passed. So I didn't ask the next question, how much percent, because I thought if he got 84, he would say 84. But this guy is like, very modest. So he said I passed. So I thought 40% or something. Let's not touch that.
I hope it's not this.
Do you pass with 40%?
Yeah, 35 is the passing here.
Oh, really?
So why didn't you think of 36%?
Yeah, somewhere in that range I thought 35, 40, but he had done so well.
It's that system, yeah. Because in Netherlands, like the exams are like usually like you need like 6 out of 10. This is the mark to pass. So I would by default think that like 60% would be like the need. I didn't know. Oh wow.
It's like hyperbullet. If he can play, then hyper study he can do.
He studied
in 2 days he can study and get.
But Anish, that chess is also doing very well. Like Eline Rubers definitely seems like a big.
Yeah,
big
what do you have
star.
to say about her?
Yeah. No, she started like with winning the World Cup. Yeah, it's like she won the first 5 games, I think.
6 out of 6.
Yes, but that's what I mean. That players who do this great, somehow they get knocked out usually. Yeah, somehow. Like she got knocked out some later on.
By Harika. She lost.
Harika is hard. Harika actually was also the breaking point for when Sopiko did very well in the World Cup. Once Sopiko reached top 16.
This Iran, right?
Yes. And then she lost to Harika actually.
Wow.
Yeah. So Harika is Harika actually she has a very, very solid style. Like because usually. Like open like the tournaments, the mixed tournaments are followed, and Harika doesn't play this big top events. Like she plays the women events usually, and many people don't see her games, like in great detail, like in more closely. They sort of watch the results, they know she's doing very well and she wins this, she wins that, but like if you look at the games, actually I think Harika might be one of the most solid players I know. Like
absolutely.
From both like also open like men, let's say, they play, and women. There are many solid like players, also men, but Harika I think the most solid. She's so solid, it's incredible.
I think the least solid she became was when she followed your course playing the dragon at some point.
Oh yeah, that's true. Yeah. She had a strange yes, she suddenly started following some courses.
But there also she didn't lose ever, I think.
No. So she is just such a difficult opponent for these ambitious kind of strong players, because she's like a rock,
Yeah.
She's like, guys, don't get excited. First we'll make a couple draws, and then like, oh, but I was on a 6 out of 6 like streak, like doing really good. No. First we make draws. Calm down. This is World Cup. I've been here, done that. Took a selfie. So they're like, okay, fine. Like, you high rated draws, so I guess fine. Like, okay, so now we have tiebreak. Like, oh, okay, so something fun's gonna happen. No fun.
Draw.
It's tiebreak. Been there, done that. It's gonna be no fun for you. I'm gonna play better. You're gonna have no chances. Maybe you will make a few draws. Probably at some point you will miss something. There'll be no fun. Like, oh, but I have fun. I thought World Cup, my first World Cup. This is, I'm no. I've been there, done that. Took a selfie. So this like it just kills the dreams of the, Harika is there. She's just destroying the dreams. Yeah.
Yeah, and that happens in, like fourth game of the tie break, equal,
Somewhere
and then
yeah.
last 40th
Yeah.
move, some error, and she's already through.
No, because she kind of has like a massive class. Yeah, like basically for Harika you need like a real top player. Like you have this Muzichuk sister.
Goryachkina right now. Even she drew now going into tie breaks, so it's a draw.
Yeah. No, so these kind of players, of course, they can handle this. They're not so new, so they can try to match Harika. But of course, if you are like Eline, she's still young, and okay, it's for her a long way to go. Still she can match Harika and her. Yeah, it's not gonna be. There's no, it's not gonna be that you crush her or something. There's no chance.
But it was nice to see that she's talented, and I asked her like, can you like sort of quit schooling and now just focus on chess? And she was like, unfortunately in Netherlands it's not allowed or something like that. And
yeah, that's true. Yeah.
So she has to study.
Yeah. You have to study in Holland, and it depends also on the kind of school you have. Some are really, really strict. Like they're really like religiously looking at every day you miss. They're eager to, but some are a little bit more flexible. But overall, even if it's a flexible school, it's still difficult for sure. And you have to do the exams. There's no. One time I had actually epic experience. My sports teacher, he said, instead of like doing, because I missed a lot of sports lessons. Yeah, also okay, sports lessons I kind of, even I was like, okay, whatever. And they said, okay, you missed like the entire 2 months. You're not there, like single thing. So I was like, yeah, okay. So and then he said, like, you can do presentation, because he was into chess also. Says you can do the presentation on how you beat Magnus Carlsen like Anze. When I was like back in when 2012. So.
Did you make a presentation?
Yeah, okay, of course, to get the pass. And then he said, so that I understand, because I watched the game, I don't understand. So that I understand how you won. So like, okay, fine. So I made like one page, one diagram with arrows. Like, okay, then I played this, the knight is attacked, and this and that. Like the whole, like I have like the book, there's like a folder. It's like each diagram is one move. To my teacher explaining how I beat Magnus.
Do you have
so
it
that I can
still?
pass.
Do you have that?
I don't know. I don't think it may be somewhere. I don't have it right now with me here.
What an amazing.
Probably lost. Maybe I can find it like on.
Yeah, if it's there, please find it. It would be so epic.
Yeah. No, it's really funny.
But how much percentage did you score? Has anyone asked you this?
Yeah, no, I think I would just get a sufficient. I think Pragg won, by the way, which is nice. Yeah.
Oh, nice.
He's talking like Nihal right now.
And Sagar is thinking, okay, maybe 36%.
But it was really hilarious because also you cannot catch up a physical education lesson. Like you cannot like say like, okay, now like run like 5 marathons. Yeah, because if you missed like 2 months of physical education lessons, you cannot catch them up. Like you cannot catch up. You cannot study or something. You just have to do sports. So there was no way to catch up, and he said, okay, you make this presentation.
This is an app. You have to.
But your project, they passed you, right? They didn't fail you after looking at so many arrows and.
No, it was good. He understood the game. Was good. He was satisfied.
Maybe that sir must have remembered that presentation after 13 years when you beat Magnus. No, what was it? How many years later? Right now, same date.
No, it was like 12,
12 years later. By the way, you were at some point taught by that mother of currently Dina Belenkaya, right? She was your teacher.
No, she was my very first coach.
Chess coach.
First, yes. First chess coach. Yeah, she was very influential in my, like she was very important for my chess, because like at the very start, like one of the things she did is she called my. Oh, you did video with her, no? Remember?
Yes. That was. Yeah. And she spoke in Russian, and then we wrote the.
No, she called because I went to table tennis as well as chess. It was a club that had two things, chess and table tennis. It was like one building, two sports. And I kind of liked both, to be honest. And I went like two days a week to one, 2 days a week to the other. And then my chess coach said like, okay, you have to she told my mom that okay, he has to go more to chess because he's very talented, he's good at chess, and 2 days is not enough. Like he should do like 4. But my mom said like, yeah, but he already does table tennis. And then she called my table tennis teacher and she told her like, okay, it's all fun, whatever you do there, but he should play chess. So he's quitting table tennis. So she made me quit table tennis. Yeah, so it's brutal.
And I think she saw it in you that you will be a top player, I think, at that point, because you were giving the answers which were very quick and so on.
Maybe. Also, she didn't see Prague, so she had not much to compare with. If she saw Prague, it should be like, okay, this guy's not very good. But the Prague, he should quit horse riding. Yeah.
Amazing.
Hey guys, you do probably have your ritual after the stream or not? What do you do?
No, right now I do Dawn recap. Have you ever heard it? Dawn Shah is a character.
It's like Godfather, like.
Okay, you do some kind of thing now.
So that I do, and then after the stream, generally like we eat, but then it's either doing a video again. Like we would love to go on a walk, but generally it's like something so exciting has happened every day that we want to post something. So it's always a thing, but yeah. Even today is like a big day.
Ruta is laughing.
Lot of
like,
clips from Anish.
you're
Yeah, no, you were laughing first. I got your smile.
No. She's there, like she's like, yeah, he keeps me hungry for 5 days already because something exciting is happening. There's nothing's happening. They just keep winning every day.
Yeah.
Yeah, okay, Sakar, please don't forget to eat and do the things, yeah?
Yes, Anish, thank you so much for coming here. And Anish, I know that you don't want to do it, but I want to ask you that because the first link in the description is the short and sweet course that you have made recently. And if someone gets it, it's 1e4 from white. So
Yeah,
what
so the
is
thing
it
is,
they can
yeah, I
learn
did
from
3
it?
parts. So I did the 3 parts. I did 3 Chessable courses. Part 1 was e4 against e5.
That is first part.
Yes. Third part is e4 against c5. And second part is all the other moves, then c5 and e5, right?
So d6, c6,
Yeah,
g6.
e6, knight f6. Yeah. Yes, but so these are like very big, like full repertoire things. Yeah, so like they're like, I don't know, like over 10 hours of video. I forgot already how much. And I hope I'm not lying, but there's a lot of video. There's like a lot of variations. It's all very detailed. Like I see a lot of also club players use it, like rated players, sometimes some youngsters. Like for example, especially fun for me to follow like US Junior Championship or something, because in that tournament, like half the tournament plays my course and the other half prepares. So every time I'm watching US Junior Championship, like there's some kind of noting against my course, some kind of, so it's very funny. Like so there's that. But they also have the short and sweet thing, and they did a very nice thing actually. They made all these 3 parts into one short and sweet.
Oh.
So you have one course which is the entire e4 now.
Oh.
So these like 3 short and sweets, I did 3 separately, but they added them all up into one. And there is like, of course, I basically show is like a highlights, yeah. Like I basically show different variations, and you don't have like the whole thing, so because there's not enough time yet to do like the whole repertoire in all details. But it's like, yeah.
I see the link we have put in the first link is the 1e4. It's not part 1, part 2, part 3. It's short and sweet of 1e4. So people can get an idea of everything there.
Yes, of course. And the difference between the short and sweet and like the one that you have to pay for the course is that the short and sweet is like small, very small version, and the other is like complete repertoire. So like like every opening, every line is covered, and like it's. But yeah, the short and sweet is nice. I don't know why they do it, because if you do it for free, they don't make any money. But okay, it's like you, yeah. Also, you do this help chess stuff.
I think the main thing is they get an idea of what it's there. They get sense of your humor. But actually, they can do it through Chessbase India streams anyway.
Yes. Actually, very little jokes in my courses, honestly. Really not funny courses. Like if it was like if you rate for like humor, it's like 1 out of 5 star. There's like barely any jokes in there at all.
Because you are alone, right? You're doing it alone. If suppose someone was there, then you would have cracked jokes. You need a person to crack jokes, yes?
Not sure. No, I think, I don't know. Maybe also the chess distracts me there. But it's different kind of stuff, yeah? It's like...
yeah, for sure.
I also like, because it's kind of also high-level things, yeah, a little bit sometimes. But still, like chess is chess, yeah. So the basics are hold true for everything. So you grab center, like if you grab center, if you're Caruana, you also grab center if you are a little girl, yeah, who's starting out chess.
But
You
you
also
know,
grab the
Anish,
center.
we got a glimpse. Actually, we were commentating. We had no idea. And then in one of the games, against Eline, she did this against Harika. You might have seen, maybe. Yeah. D6, bishop G5, A6, knight A3, B5, and then she played this. And I was like, what is this? This is crazy. And then
Yeah, but no, I played it myself after as well.
Yeah.
Yeah, I played it
Yes,
against
and
Nepo.
then we checked, and it
Your
was
game.
your game. And I thought, oh my god, what? And then someone in the chat said,
Yeah.
this is in Anish's course.
Yes. No, it was actually funny. I was so Nepo surprised me because he played the Petrov all the time, and then I thought like, okay, I didn't really expect it, and it was a very important game for me because if I won this game, I would win the tournament.
Okay.
And I thought like, okay, if I will win with my course, that would be of course epic. No, but the thing was also that it was not published yet, so it was kind of
Did you
surprise
draw?
for him.
Did you win or draw that game?
No, I got actually I got advantage from opening. He was actually surprised, but after I got advantage, many things happened. Then I was much better. Then I was much worse. And then I was lost. And then I was drawn in the end. The end was drawn. So I finished second in that tournament. Fabi won the tournament. It was the Bucharest.
So if someone plays the Najdorf, then what will be your recommendation? Is it? I'm now very curious because
okay, I'll tell you.
take.
It's actually a variation which is very new. It didn't exist before. So it's H3, which is
Okay.
still kind of a big move. E5, and now knight F3.
This is also
It's very rare.
No, knight F3 with is
G4
common,
next.
right? In general, when
But not-
E5 comes,
so
not with
bishop
H3.
E7. No, but bishop E7, I go G4, yeah.
No, not like Pragg or who
Yeah,
played this?
So Pragg did this exactly. So exactly. No, he played it not here. So Pragg did knight H. Pragg played this.
Yeah.
He played my course before he knew that it's going to be my course.
Oh.
The guy didn't go bishop E7. I think the guy went like H6 or something like this instead of bishop E7. And then he went knight H2.
This was Maksudlu Pragg.
Yes.
Pragg Maksudlu, I
Yes,
think.
Pragg played against Maksudlu. Yes, he played my course actually. He did that without knowing. And afterwards, I told him that it's actually my course which you played.
That
But it's
just shows that
yes.
Quality recognizes quality, something like that.
Game recognizes game, exactly. But bishop E7, then the idea is to go G4. So sometimes you go G4, sometimes you do other things depending on the version. But here you go G4, and then let's say if H6, you go like Rook G1, and then G5, H G9, G5, yeah, and then you are like, this is the idea of the knight on F3 that you are start attack.
Generally similar, but with knight is on E2 or B3, right?
Yeah, but now knight is going to G5 and hello there, yeah. So
Do you think your many of the recommend is based on weird knight moves like knight A, B1, knight F3?
no, I didn't think of it in these terms, but I tried to. So against openings that are just bad, like I just recommend what is like the main because it's good enough. But against openings that are good, like Najdorf or the Sveshnikov, I tried to, because if you recommend just mainline, it's like nothing is there. Everybody already knows mainline and it's fine. So I tried something that's a little bit surprising, that is that your opponents will not know and that's dangerous.
But
But
with
actually, I played a lot
Dragon,
of
you would
games
go
with
to
this.
main lines, right?
Dragon, I went mainline, yeah, because against Dragon you should go mainline.
Because
You
it's
just go bishop E3, F3, yeah.
better there. And
No,
against
white's just better there, yeah.
classical,
Against classical, not classical, I go bishop G5, the main rouser.
main line E6.
Yeah, queen D2, and then yes. Yeah,
Same.
big, a lot of sidelines. Yeah, like there is some new, for example, after A6, long castle, bishop D7, king B1, knight D4, queen D4, bishop E7. For example, here I give the main move, I think F4, but I also give, I give here rook G1, surprise move also. Some new ideas. Sometimes, yeah, sometimes I give some new ideas, I don't know why. But
Wow, Rook G1
So-
is interesting. With
yeah, it's very interesting, huh? Because I want to go G4 and I don't need to spend time on F3 maybe. And often you go G4, bishop goes back, then you go G5, H4, and already your rook is already there on G file, G5,
Right.
H6. Yeah, so you are, yeah. So there is some interesting things, and okay, of course, like in the main course, there's like all the options are worked out and so on.
and if
But I think the free one's still good.
and sorry, I'm just finishing this.
Yeah.
If someone goes Taimanov, like which is actually getting and four knights also is getting very popular, like knight
Yeah,
F6.
4 knights I go knight DB5, I transpose, yeah, to
You go
Like
knight.
Dominguez beat Sarana yesterday, and knight b5 also.
But here you have to go in. This is one line is there, right? Here.
Yes, a3, and then like Dominguez beat Sarana yesterday. This one.
Okay.
ED, bishop d3 and so on.
And if someone plays queen c7,
then I went bishop e3, a6, queen f3.
A queen f3. Okay.
Yeah, it was kind of main line at some point.
With the idea of
pretty big.
maybe putting the queen.
Yeah.
Amruta here. And if a6, which is Amruta's favorite.
c4.
Oh,
Because Amrita
c4.
will grab space. Yes.
Really? Meroxy?
This is what Magnus played once with Vishy when he played a6 in World
Championship
Championship.
match. Yeah. Samruta complete panic in her eyes now. Oh my god.
No, after that, I mean, you are suggesting that for queen d3 idea, yeah?
Yes.
With Magnus. Oh, okay.
Wow.
So Amruta is like, oh no, this I have covered. This all. good."
She's remembering her 10-year-old prep. Wow, amazing. Guys,
Nice.
check it out. This I'm going to see it. First link in the description. Anish, it was an absolute pleasure having you here. It was so enjoyable. And maybe in the finals, if Samay joins, I will definitely.
You send me the YouTube link to watch. Thank you.
No, I'll send you the link.
So I always like when Sagar, his true face is revealed, and then he's regretting. I love it because he pretends like he's such a nice guy and all this, and then sometimes his true face is revealed.
What is true face? No, anyway, Samay, everyone is like, where is he? Why is he not streaming? He's watching this on Discord. He's watching this. So everyone like, please call him, he can also join in and so on. But I think he's on this fast of streaming. Like he does not, like you have fast of eating, right?
Fast? So, he's slow, I think, on streaming. Very slow. Not so fast. Yeah, it's interesting, yeah.
Yeah. Great, Anish. Thank you so much and see you soon. Bye.
Thanks, Sagar.
Yes.
Enjoy. Yes.
Bye,
yes.
and hi to Sopiko.
Congratulations.
Yes.
Thank you.
Yes.
Thank you.
Guys, that was Anish Giri joining us. It was so much fun,
Yeah.
Amruta. And also,
Stop watching
guys, if you want to get Anish's course here, please check out the first link in the description. It's completely free. Lifetime repertoire of Anish. Part 3 has come out new, but he's done part 1, part 2. It can help you if you are white players to play against with 1e4 always. So always a pleasure having him here. And with this, Amruta,
Yeah, we
have reached the end of today, but
Yeah.
with very interesting results, I think.
lot of it. Can you change that?
Yes,
Or
I'm putting the scorecard.
Yes. Okay, so Gukesh has gone to the next round, quarterfinals.
Yes.
Arjun also goes to the next round, quarterfinals. We have Pragg also going to the next round. So only Harika and Vidit
Yes.
playing tiebreak. So open section you mentioned only Vidit, one game, right?
Yes, because all others finished.
Yeah, and in women's section also, is it only Harika or what is the situation like?
Oh, that's a good question, Amruta. In the women's section, we have a draw in Elisabeth Pets and Anna Musichuk, so they go. They drew yesterday. Harika and Goryachkina also go into the tie breaks. Shuvalova and Salimova also go because yesterday Salimova won.
Right. And what about Bella?
And Bella versus Tan Zhongyi. I think they drew yesterday. I'm not sure. And
Oh,
today
they might. Oh, all 4 women boards
Yeah.
could go into a tiebreak.
So it'll be 4 women boards playing tie breaks and 1 only in the open board.
And did the Sagar rating situation change today? Like,
Oh,
can we show them?
This is a very nice point which is mentioned by Udit, who says,
Okay.
fact, first time ever that an
Yeah.
Indian will go
Yeah.
to a semi-final
Yeah.
apart from Vishy Anand. This is guaranteed, guys.
Yes. That is
This is
amazing.
huge
In fact,
because-
even in candidates, everything is now first. Now, a lot of firsts for India are going to happen.
Yes, but okay, all firsts happened with Anand. Now all the firsts will happen if we don't consider him because he has done everything.
It's all in fact, it's all seconds.
Yes.
So,
But it's such a nice situation if you see at number 9 spot is Anand, number 8 is Anish, and number 7 is Gukesh. It's like Anish, Anand.
all fans like fan favorites. And
Yeah.
look at this. Nepo has 2770. So that can't change because even tomorrow tiebreak is not classical game. Okay, Sagar, also today was very, very interesting in one perspective.
Which
Can you
was?
guess?
Which was?
Which was like Samay Raina contributing 50,000. I think it's the biggest, like, while the stream ongoing.
Yes.
We had
True.
this, right?
True. I mean, Venkat Rangan and
Yes.
Prashant Singh have contributed
Yes.
50,000 and 2 lakh, but they were not during streams. So Samay is the one. So guys, we had a few of you who contributed on Help Chess. Vinayak
we can
Patil.
read 1,001 rupees. Sachin Kakirde 1,000 rupees. Lakshmikant Gajbiye 501 rupees. Santosh Kumar Kewat 100 rupees. Digant Bhatt 1,000 rupees. Ayush Rana 101 rupees. Aditya Fadnis 100 rupees. Ayush Mahajan 100 rupees. Samay Raina 50,000 rupees. Now is the big believer. Jaimin Shah 1,001 rupees. Siddesh Talgeri 500 rupees. Ashutosh 151 rupees. Aaron D'Souza 100.11 rupees. Rakesh Misri 500
I
rupees.
think we read this.
Swantam Amamma 201 rupees. I'm reading all for today. Arvind G 1,005 rupees. Jigando Balan 2,000 rupees. Prabhava Rao 500 rupees. Somesh K 500 rupees. Dhairya Kumar 101 rupees. Stephen J 1,001 rupees. Sugavanam Bala 1,000 rupees. Mutiala Shetty 502 rupees. Ananta Narayanan 1,000 rupees. Devar Shah 150 rupees. And
There are many, Amruta.
yeah, oh no, it's stuck.
There are only this many. You cannot. I'll put it up in the article,
Oh,
which will come up
maybe.
here, guys. There will
Got
be
it.
an article which will be published, and in that we will put up
Yeah.
all the names like we have been doing for each date. So thank you all.
But
all
thank you
those who
today.
are
So
asking.
many people contributed. So that was very kind of you. And many of you were super chatting while Anish was here, and few people were asking why are we not reading it. Guys, the reason is because Anish, putting his precious time over here during the stream. So it's not very possible to read all the messages there. But thank you so much because you all were very kind to, super chat. And
No, and today we had more than 10,000 people who came, which is amazing. Guys, tomorrow do join us because Vidit Gujarati is going to play his
Tiebreak.
tiebreak with Nepo, and Vidit got one match rest against Bakro where he took some rest, not going into tiebreaks, but he's back.
to back. Yeah.
And he will entertain us with his play. He will put us on the edge of our seats. But
Yeah.
also we have Harika who's going to reach. So we started this round with 5 Indians in the fray, and we are still with 3 qualifying and all 3 youngsters making it. Today Pragg actually leading from the front, scoring this amazing win with Ferenc Burkesh. I think
Yeah, what a game he played.
we have
Just
to have a
perfect chess. I think Dawn commentary, right?
Yeah,
Today people want Dawn commentary.
let's have
Sagar.
Dawn's commentary.
Oh, by
on-
the way, one interesting fact by Himank, he says that today 5 out of the in the open section, I guess, none of the 5 people who were in the must-win situation in open managed to make a comeback. So it was. Now it's getting like, if you win the first game, it's not so easy to strike back. It's
अरे
happening.
पहला तुम डॉन को बुलाया इधर और फिर अभी बड़बड़ कर रहा है क्या? थोड़ा रिस्पेक्ट दो ना डॉन को.
अच्छा, डॉन जी.
हाँ तो डॉन
sir.
अपन आयला है इधर. सागर डॉन क्या बोल रहा है कि अपना प्रज्ञानंदा जो है ना, बोला कल भाई ड्रॉ हो गया हमसे. मैं बोला ऐसा कैसा ड्रॉ? दोनों जीता ना, गुकेश और अर्जुन. तू कैसा ड्रॉ किया? हाँ मैं जीतता हूँ, अभी कल जाके बर्किश को हराता हूँ. मैं बोला ठीक है E4 खेलने का, तो बोला E4 खेलेंगे हम. फ्रेंच डिफेंस का आया तो प्रज्ञानंदा ने ऐसा पॉन पुश किया, ऐसा E5 एडवांस वेरिएशन केला. पूरा स्पेस चाहिए अपना भाई को. इधर बोला C3, फिर ऐसा नाइट आया. बर्केश बोला ये पॉन के ऊपर अपन पूरा प्रेशर डालेगा. ऐसा गेम कैसा खत्म होएगा?
डॉन, ये क्या
ऐसा
करते हो
क्वीन
आप?
नाइट ने बचाया पॉन को, क्वीन आया, अभी पूरा खेल इसके ऊपर चल रहा है. तो ऐसा पॉन लिया, फिर पॉन ऊपर पूरा स्पेस ले रहा है अपना प्रग. फिर ऐसा मारा, फिर रुक आया, इधर ओपन फाइल पे लिया. तो प्रग ने बोला बिशप को निकालेगा, नाइट को निकाला. फिर ये नाइट इधर आया, अभी इसको मारा तो बिशप मर रहा है. तो अपन बोला क्या खेलेगा अपना, इधर मेन मूव ये है, नाइट को लेके आएगा, अपन ने सब तैयारी तो करवाया था, पर वो खेला बिशप को बाहर, एक ही गेम हुआ ये राइन में, फिर ये नाइट आया, फिर बिशप को पीछू लिया, फिर ये खेला, फिर कासलिंग किया, सडनली ऐसा खेल खेल के इधर नाइट को बिठा दिया पूरा। तो अपन बोल रहा है बरकेश भाई थोड़ा अपना पीस को भी निकालो, क्या तुम ऐसा ही क्वीन को पिछू आगे लेके जाएगा। तो प्रज्ञानंदा ने इधर खेला मुंह भाई, अपन तो फैन हो गया उसका, क्या मुंह खेला H4, किसको समझा ही नहीं कि क्या चल रहा है। अपन बोल रहे बिशप को निकालेगा, रुक को निकालेगा, नहीं, फिर इधर आया, फिर रुक को निकाला। मैं बोला ये रुक क्या कर रहा है यार, ये पॉन का मुंडी देख रहा है क्या, उधर कुछ करने को है नहीं। फिर ऐसा ऐसा खोपचे में लेके रुक को साइड में लिया ना, अपन तो बोला भाई ऐसा कुछ भी क्या खेल रहा है। फिर बोला अच्छा चलो देखो, इधर नहीं जा सकता नाइट है, इधर नहीं जा सकता पॉन है, इधर नहीं जा सकता नाइट है, इधर नहीं जा सकता बिशप है, इधर नहीं जा सकता क्वीन है। तो बोला इधर तो अपना कोई हफ्ता मिल ही नहीं रहा है, बोला जा रहा है ना अपन इधर अटैक करने को, ऐसा मारा तो इसको मार के ऐसा खोलेगा, ऐसा खोलेगा, ऐसा खोलेगा, सब कुछ खुल जाएगा। तो बोला कि बरकेश भाई बोला नहीं लेने का है, फिर क्वीन को लाया इधर, फिर पॉन ऊपर, फिर रुक साइड में, रुक अंदर घुस गया, इधर देखो पॉन पुश किया, नाइट मारा मारा मारा, और इधर देखो पीस लिया, रुक को सैक मारा। भाई क्या ही खेल रहा था, चेक किंग क्वीन इधर आया, इसको मार रहा है, और इधर नाइट सैक, फिर ये सब पॉन ऊपर लिया। अपन बोला इधर प्रज्ञानंदा का भी प्रॉब्लम है, 7 मिनट ही बचे ला है, क्या करेगा,
खाली वक्त टाइम पास कर रहे रे।
नहीं मारा इसने, पॉन आगे लिया। और इधर अनिश भाई आया था, अनिश भाई बोला कि अपन को तो ये मुंह नहीं खेलेगा भाई, ये थोड़ा डेंजर मुंह है, अपन क्या सादा सादा मुंह खेलता है, इधर इसको ओ पसो करता है। अपन बोला ओ पसो नहीं यार, ऐसा काटना रहता है उसको, ओ पसो क्या बोल। फिर ऐसा बोला तो इस रुक पीछे गया, फिर ये मारा, क्या मुंह किया भाई, इधर रुक को भी सैक मारा, इधर चेक मार के मेटिंग अटैक लग रहा है। तो उसने क्वीन से क्वीन को ट्रेड किया, इधर चेक दिया, किंग आया, पीस अप हो गया, पर रुक पीछे गया, फिर इधर आया, और फिर बोला कि अभी थोड़ा ध्यान से खेलना पड़ेगा, पीसीज इक्वल है, पर ऐसा नहीं, पीस वीस कुछ इक्वल नहीं, रुक इधर लाया, फिर पॉन इधर मारा, पॉन आगे जा रहा है, क्या ही कन्वर्ट किया ऐसा, फिर चेक, रुक को इधर, और खत्म, गेम खल्लास। एंड में वो बोला कि अपन एक ट्रैप लगाता है, अगर तुमने ऐसा मारा, इधर आएगा, इधर मारा तो चेक में ड्रॉ कर देगा। पर भाई प्रज्ञानंदा थोड़ी ना फंसने वाला है, वो खेला ये, और इधर रिजाइन मारा, उसके साथ अपना गेम खत्म, टाटा खल्लास हो गया, और डॉन जा रहा है। अभी तू देख ले क्या करने का।
आज एंड स्ट्रीम नहीं, डॉन जा रहा है, तब आर्ट ऑफ एंडिंग गया, डॉन गया, आर्ट ऑफ एंडिंग गया, सब कुछ गया। अमृता सम कमेंट्री लाइक सागर, अरे डॉन थोड़ी ना है अपन, अपने को नहीं आता है ये सब, क्या करे, ऐसे कैसे छोड़ दिया यार। आजा आजा सागर, आजा आजा, तू अभी डॉन नहीं है, तू सीधा साधा आदमी है।
दोस्तों we are going to end this stream with a small video
But
on.
do you want to read the super chats which we have missed? There were many actually.
No,
so I'm
we'll
not sure.
we'll read it later, Amruta.
So when?
I mean we cannot read it.
Right now, yeah?
Yeah.
Okay.
Do you want
But
to read?
guys,
If you
I
want to
really
read,
want
I'll
to
read.
thank all of you once. If there is a possibility we can see it, I would like to read. डॉन है क्या गली का मवाली, टपोरी डॉन है, सेजनिस। Mayank Dubey, question to Anish, is chess becoming harder due to a lot of prep? Okay, next time. Thanks for bringing in Anish today. Always a ray of sunlight, says Archie's. Carl says, Mrs. Donavali, a chess player, wife, mother and daughter. You shaped my life for a long time now. Rooting for you. Lots of love. Pav Carl. So, wow, that's so sweet. Sachin Paul says, we can crowdfund Chessable India Grand Invitational FIDE Circuit Tournament in December. Imagine the kind of players that would show up. Oh my God. Sachin, another one, Anish Gukesh can make it through circuit. FIDE and Pragg Arjun through World Cup. Naka Anish Gukesh through rating. Nepo Duda and Wesley Grand Swiss. Shridhar Khirwal says chance of Gukesh qualifying through the FIDE circuit. Sub discussion हो ही गया है. Roshan Kumar, new member, thank you so much. Yogi says hope Fabi makes to top 3 so that Anish becomes favorite to qualify through FIDE circuit. Hardik says finally an Indian in the candidates. Can Shridhar Khirwal says can Anish and Magnus have fight like Eline and Zook? Sam Roberts says, thank you, AG, for coming. Missed you a lot. Siddhant Bhuvania says, in every sport, World Cup is a team event, but not in chess. Why is that so? Meet Shah says, आप प्लीज आज का प्रीव्यू दे दो कि कल क्या हुआ अब तक. Amit Datta says, with Pragg and Arjun both qualifying to the next round and will play against each other, at least one candidate spot is fixed for an Indian player.
Not
Not
fixed
fixed
yet.
for candidates, but for the
But
semis.
semis, yes.
The girl has no names. His thoughts on your chances for candidates this time. You're currently on top in FIDE. Yeah, that was.
Yeah, we
for
spoke all this.
yeah, Mama Bucket, thank you so much for your super chat. Ash says, hey Sagar, thoughts on the format of the event. I think that was all discussed. Shreyan Singh says, Sagar, can we put chat on the screen to read in full screen? Following since 2020. Thanks to you and Amruta for all the great work you have done over the years for Indian chess. Great to see Anish again.
Thank you.
Anushka Singh says, Magnus versus Gukesh. Anish bet.
I think he put his money on Magnus slightly by, not money, but he said he's the favorite.
Nothing forever is what if Vidit plays 93 Queen A4. Okay, analysis is over. Rishikesh MS, thank you. He says for Anish. So thank you so much.
We read all this.
And no, I didn't read this. Sabudana Khichdi said, Anish, we did keep your bar along with other Indians when you were playing. You were one of us. And Paukal says, I love Nihal. I always have been a big fan of him. Akshay Kalpa rocks. More strength to you, Nihal. Thank you for your wisdom. Piyush Galfat only for AG and he super chats. Rahul says, good to see chess granddad AG on the stream today.
Chess uncle.
What are his
Not
thoughts?
granddad yet.
What are his thoughts on Magnus calling him an enemy?
Yeah, we didn't talk about that.
The hymn says, Sagar Baital Anish, we love his satire. Benefactor says, Namaste chess friends. Okay, I think I've covered all the super chat and thank you for so many super chats, all of you.
Thank you guys, and thank you all. Leaving you with the guy who made the biggest contribution today but was not there. This is our ad of the chess set. If you want to get it, it is the 4th link in the description. But it's a very nicely made ad.
In a world that is going increasingly digital, it's sometimes nice to hold things in your hand. The Chessbase India Premium Chess Set is our attempt to give you a great feel of playing chess in real life. The first thing we wanted to ensure was that the product was of the best possible quality. When you buy the Chessbase India Premium Chess Set, you get a chessboard, high quality chess pieces, a bag for the pieces, a bag for the chessboard as well. All of this is carefully packed so that when we courier it to you, you receive it in the best possible condition. We take pride in the fact that the chess sets are manufactured in India. Here are some features of the premium chess set. It is 96 mm standard weighted and felted set of Staunton design. Fine crafted, high class plastic pieces of 3.75 inches height. Total weight of the pieces is around 800 grams. Usual pieces are around 300 to 400 grams. You have 2 extra queens included. 55 mm by 55 mm high quality vinyl board with notation, the Chessbase India logo in the corner and a leatherite finish. You have 2 flat nylon drawstrings for the board and pieces with the Chessbase India logo. It is also a perfect product to gift your loved ones. We also have gift wrapping options in the Chessbase India shop. So what are you waiting for? Get your hands on the Chessbase India Premium Chess Set and challenge someone to a game of chess in real life. Link is in the description.